Leaving the space where the third ancestor was, Lin Moyu was still thinking about the last words of the third ancestor in his mind. At that time, the third ancestor's tone was very serious, a strong warning. The leader of the Tushan sect told me that there are treasures left by the Dao realm in the secret collection. But the third ancestor told me that I can't open them before I reach the Dao realm. Secret collection, they. Lin Moyu decisively grasped the difference between the two words, which is the key point. Neither of them will lie. The secret collection must be a secret collection, but not just one secret collection. The 5 jades are the keys to the secret collection, and there may be more than one secret collection that can be opened. In the words of the third ancestor, no matter which one is extremely dangerous, if it is opened rashly, not only I will die, but many people will die. In this case, the danger in the secret collection may be related to the outer gods. 1. The two-sect leader also said that there are many treasures left by the Dao realm in the secret collection. There are many kinds of wealth, and inheritance is one of them. Lin Moyu gradually sorted out his thoughts. The warning from the third ancestor not only served as a warning, but also saved his life, and made him think of many possibilities. Perhaps even the third ancestor himself did not expect that his words would be so useful. Originally, he planned to open the secret treasure after reaching the 7th level of Dao Zone, but now it seems that it will be later. Back in his yard, Lin Moyu began to check the information purchased from the army. He bought the information of the secret treasure. There are many secret treasures in this world, and it is impossible for the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce to visit every secret treasure. If they really do this, they will definitely become the world's public enemy. Many secret treasures are not located in Nanzhou or Dongzhou, but in Beizhou and Shizhou. For the secret treasures in these two places, Lin Moyu has not considered them for the time being. He does not want to think about the ones in Nanzhou for the time being. Lin Moyu is currently checking the information of the secret treasures in Dongzhou. There are currently 8 secret treasures known in Dongzhou, scattered throughout Dongzhou. 3 of the secret treasures are located near the territory of the demons. One of them is closed, and the other 2 are opened from time to time. Another secret treasure is located near the battlefield of the dragons and insects. This one is open all year round, but not many people go there. If you are unlucky, you will be in danger if you encounter the dragons or insects. The dragons are very arrogant and look down on everyone. There are only 2 secret treasures located in the area where the human race is located, and one of them is still closed. Finally, there are 2 secret treasures, which are also open at present, but their locations are extremely far away. That place does not belong to the various races. To be precise, it is the territory of the spirit beasts. No matter who goes in, they may be attacked by spirit beasts. Lin Moyu frowned. Could it be the East Spirit Empire? The East Spirit Empire was not marked on the map he got. Only a few people know the real location of the East Spirit Empire. Dongzhou is so big that Lin Moyu can't guess it. After thinking again and again, Lin Moyu decided to go to the nearest secret treasure first. The secret collection is called Jinglei Secret Collection, which is about 30 million kilometers away from them all. At the speed of the Origin shuttle, it will take about 10 days to fly at full speed. Lin Moyu thought about Xiao Yuan's flying boat, which was incredibly fast. 30 million kilometers is probably about 1 day. But that was just a thought. Even if he was given such a flying boat, he would not be able to drive it. Putting aside the thoughts that should not be had, Lin Moyu put away his thoughts and began to gather Dao patterns. Now he has condensed the Dao pattern and has some experience. Male extrovert, San. Even if he is interrupted in the middle, it doesn't matter, it won't affect him. If he is more skilled, he can even use it for 2 purposes. Lu Fengyao said she would come in 2 days. If it wasn't for her, it wouldn't matter if Lin Moyu left now. Sure enough, 2 days later, Lu Fengyao and Lu Shudao came together. Lu Fengyao was the happiest that Lu Shudao could come back safely. Although the third ancestor was their ancestor, the third ancestor didn't seem to care much about Lu Shudao. On the contrary, the third ancestor cared a lot about Lu Fengyao. It was understandable that the Lu family was prosperous, and the loss of a Dao Zone 7 realm like Lu Shudao wouldn't cause any big trouble. At most, it was the loss of an ancestor, which might be painful, but it wasn't enough to hurt the bones. Lu Fengyao was different. She was the successor chosen by the third ancestor. The third ancestor spent a lot of effort to train her, and her life and death were the most important. Lin Moyu welcomed the two in. As soon as Lu Fengyao came in, she said solemnly, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for helping me rescue my father." Lin Moyu said, "I've already thanked you, Sister Fengyao, you don't have to be so polite." Lu Fengyao smiled and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you." After being serious for only 3 seconds, Lu Fengyao returned to her original appearance. Lin Moyu asked, "Sister Fengyao asked me to wait for 2 days. What's the matter?" Lu Fengyao nodded, "There is something. The hurricane warship from the demon clan arrived yesterday. There is something on the warship. I guess you will want it, so I brought it to you." ***10. Since Lu Fengyao became a Daozuan, she has many privileges in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Her authority is sometimes higher than those Lu family middle-level people who are at the 4th level of Daozuan. Lu Fengyao is qualified to know what is in the hurricane warship. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. What could there be in the demon race? Lu Fengyao smiled mysteriously, took out something, and stuffed it directly into Lin Moyu's hand. "Take a look. Do you want it?" What was stuffed into Lin Moyu's hand was a bone. The bone was silver, and there were gold threads flowing on it. With a slight movement of his spiritual sense, Lin Moyu felt the extremely rich spirituality on the bone, as well as the strong power of origin. Lin Moyu's heart was slightly shocked. What Lu Fengyao gave him was spiritual material, and it was a spiritual material of a very high level. Lin Moyu held the spiritual material and tried to thank Fengyao for stopping him. Lu Fengyao laughed and said, "I knew you wanted it." Lin Moyu nodded, "It is indeed what I need. I don't know how much it costs." "Sister Fengyao, give me a price." Lu Fengyao said, "I'll only give it away, not sell it." Lin Moyu said, "That's not good, spiritual materials are very valuable." Lu Fengyao said, "No matter how expensive it is, can it be more expensive than my father's life?" Lu Shudao laughed and said, "Little friend Lin, you don't have to refuse, just take it, it's just a spiritual material." Lu Fengyao said, "That's right, this lady still has this little power." Lin Moyu was not polite at the moment and took the spiritual materials. Lu Fengyao said, "I have a few more things here, which may also be what you want, but this time I want money." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Fengyao, just name your price." Lu Fengyao knew what Lin Moyu wanted. What she took out next was the remains of an origin spiritual vein. This origin spiritual vein was as high as the 4th level, and even the remains were expensive. Lu Fengyao made an offer, and Lin Moyu did not bargain. How could he bargain after taking so many benefits from others? Of course, the price Lu Fengyao offered was not outrageous, it was the market price. Then Lu Fengyao took out another 4th level origin spiritual vein, and Lin Moyu bought it without saying a word. Spiritual materials, origin spiritual veins, and the remains of origin spiritual veins are all things Lin Moyu needs. It's just that these things are too rare and not easy to buy at ordinary times. Lu Fengyao can remember herself, Lin Moyu was already very grateful. Sanzu witnessed this transaction in his own space and sighed, "Fei." Lu Fengyao and Lin Moyu chatted for a while before leaving. When leaving, Lin Moyu continued to ask him to find suitable materials for him. In addition to the above 3 items, there is also a Star Lord's inheritance or related information. Although I know that thing is not easy to obtain, it is always right to say it. After Lu Fengyao left, Lin Moyu entered his own soul world and began to feed. The spiritual material entered the mouth of Infinite Fusion, and Infinite Fusion digested the spiritual material. Its appearance did not change at all, and it remained the same. However, Lin Moyu knew that this guy must have become stronger, but he did not need it to do anything for the time being. The origin spirit vein fed the skeleton hell, and the skeleton hell grew in the roar. The last time the skeleton hell ate a third-level origin spirit vein, the change caused was not too big. The hell evil spirit is still the first level of Dao Zun, and the coverage area is still 1,000 kilometers. The pattern on the gate of hell is more 80-90 and more refined. In terms of combat power, it is almost equivalent to the third level of Dao Zun. The third-order origin spirit vein did not bring about a qualitative change in the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu did not know about the fourth-order origin spirit vein this time, so he could only wait. After the skeleton hell swallowed the fourth-order origin spirit vein, the magma boiled violently, and pillars of fire rushed out. The evil spirits of hell shouted in unison and screamed. The whole hell world was surging. The first thing to change was still the gate of hell. The pattern on the gate of hell became clearer and more exquisite. About 1/3 of the entire gate of hell had complex patterns. The second thing to change was the eye of hell. Flames ignited on the eye of hell, and it became more and more powerful, emitting rich origin power. These origin powers came from the origin spirit vein and were very pure. Lin Moyu carefully felt it and found that the origin power emitted by the eye of hell seemed to be somewhat similar to the Taiyin origin. Although it was burning with flames, it gave people a very cold feeling, which formed a sharp contrast with the magma of hell. Lin Moyu couldn't understand this change, but it didn't matter. The eye of hell had indeed become stronger, and powerful forces were stirring. Lin Moyu had no doubt that people in the first realm of Dao Zun would be very uncomfortable if they were swept by the eye of hell. Even if they didn't die, they would be injured. If they were below Dao Zun, they would really die as many as they came. The third thing that changed was the netherworld black pool under the gate of hell. The netherworld black pool began to emit black gas, and the rotation speed was several times faster, as if something was about to drill out of it. Lin Moyu sensed it and knew that the netherworld black pool was still a little short. The power of the origin spiritual vein was strong, and the skeleton hell was strengthened layer by layer. The magma was boiling more and more violently, and the scope of the skeleton hell began to expand. The coverage area increased from 1,000 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. The evil spirits of hell continued to split in the roar, and the number increased from 1 million to 2 million. After the split, the breath of the evil spirits of hell did not decrease but increased, and quickly broke through to the second realm of Dao Zun. The promotion of the skeleton hell was very smooth. Except for the red spider lily and the 10 fireballs in the sky, the range and combat power were greatly improved. Lin Moyu felt that even if the Dao Zun 4 realms were surrounded by the skeleton hell, it would be difficult to escape. Unless there was a powerful method or the Dao's true body was particularly powerful. In the same realm, the skeleton hell was almost invincible. The remains of the 4th level origin spirit vein belonged to the world tree. The world tree received the remains of the origin spirit vein under its root tree, and the origin power left in the remains became its nutrients. The world tree grew again and produced a large number of world fruits and spirit flowers. Lin Moyu felt that the effect of the spirit flowers seemed to have been strengthened again, but there was no qualitative change. The world tree is still in the growth stage and has not developed to the next stage. The success of the world tree is very slow. It requires high-level origin spirit vein debris and also requires its own realm to be improved. In Lin Moyu's cognition, the world tree is his gifted tree and his companion tree. If he does not grow, it is difficult for the world tree to truly grow. Only when he is strong can the world tree become stronger. He is the real foundation of the world tree. The world tree stretched out its branches and gently rubbed Lin Moyu's waist, expressing its intimacy. In the eyes of the world tree, Lin Moyu is the closest person, no one else. 6 million kilometers away from them all, among the mountains, with the distortion of space, Lin Moyu appeared at the foot of a mountain. After Lin Moyu identified the direction, he took out the origin shuttle and turned into a stream of light and flew to the sky. He asked the three ancestors to use the origin spirit vein to send him here, saving several days. For such a small request, the three groups would naturally agree. Lin Moyu controlled the origin shuttle and condensed the Dao pattern at the same time. The third Dao pattern is gradually taking shape. So far, Lin Moyu has not felt any pressure. Everything seems to be going smoothly. He has no idea how difficult it is to condense Dao patterns. It's really strange. Before reaching Dao Zone realm, it's very difficult to condense Dao patterns for the first one. After that, the difficulty will double with each additional one. But why don't I feel anything at all? The first Dao pattern appeared naturally, and the second one was formed almost instantly with the help of the Dao reward. Now it's the third one, and it's still not difficult. At the current speed, it can be condensed successfully in a dozen days at most. Compared with those who take hundreds of years, it's extremely fast. Lin Moyu felt very strange. Why is this happening? Even if he comprehends multiple Daos, it's not the reason for this situation. Think about it again. Even if his soul has reached the third realm of Dao Zone, it's not the reason for it to be so easy. The realm of cultivation is the realm of cultivation. This rule cannot be easily broken. Moreover, he can do two things at the same time. Condensing Dao patterns even feels like a piece of cake. This situation makes Lin Moyu feel unreal. He thought of the first time he came into contact with runes in the big world, and it seemed to be the same. For others, runes that are difficult to master, he can learn them just by looking at them, and he can reach perfection after using them a few times. It is the same when learning formations. The formations that others have studied for thousands of years can be studied in a few hours in front of him. It seems that whatever he learns, he can learn it very quickly. What is going on? Lin Moyu thought about it and couldn't understand it, so he could only put it aside for the time being. 5 days later, Lin Moyu felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in condensing Dao patterns, and he didn't need to worry about it. He began to do 3 things at once, and divided a part of his mind to study formations. He studied the instrument formation and the rune formation together, and continued to try to integrate the rune formation and the instrument formation. Now his formation level can easily arrange the 6th level formation. Whether it is a 6th level instrument formation or a rune formation, it is not a problem. Even if the runes are integrated into the weapon array, it is not a problem. However, the runes cannot form an array alone. It can only be regarded as using runes to enhance the weapon array, rather than combining 2 arrays. Lin Moyu continued to research and explore. Once successful, the power of the array will be greatly enhanced. The power of the 2 6-array weapon arrays and the rune array can be completely comparable to the 7th level array. 12 days later, the origin shuttle stopped in front of a city. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, and in his soul world, the third Dao pattern was shining. In 12 days, he managed to condense the third Dao pattern successfully. At the same time, the fusion research of the 2 arrays also had some clues. As long as there is a little more time, it will be successful. Through the origin shuttle, Lin Moyu saw the situation in front of him. In front of him was a ruin. From the scale of the ruins, it can be seen that this was once a medium-sized city. Lin Moyu left the origin shuttle and personally felt the breath left here. This place should have encountered a great battle, and there is still the power of the origin. This power of the origin. From the demon race. Lin Moyu was 70% sure that this city should have been destroyed by the demon race. The remaining source of power is still strong. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and the eye of the dead opened, and he saw that there were still many soul flames hidden in the city. Although they tried their best to hide their breath, they still couldn't escape Lin Moyu's perception. Just right, it's time for the skeleton hell to eat. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, the space twisted, and the skeleton hell descended silently. The magma flowed everywhere, and the evil spirits of the 25th hell pounced like wolves and tigers. But they were not faster than the eye of hell. The eye of hell opened, and the strong soul impact swept across, and the soul flames hiding in the city were shattered one after another. The corpse was then devoured by the evil spirits of hell, leaving nothing behind. In the blink of an eye, the entire ruins were flattened. The earth seemed to have been plowed again, and it was extremely flat. The evil spirits of hell really eat everything, no matter what it is, they can eat it. Lin Moyu even suspected that if they were given enough time, they could even eat the origin continent. And the Great Dao, it turns out that even the Great Dao can be eaten. So far, Lin Moyu seems to have not found anything that cannot be eaten, only a few that cannot be chewed. The evil spirits of hell are really not picky eaters, and they accept everything that comes. Lin Moyu walked into the former city area, his eyes wandering around. The Thunder secret treasure should be here, why is it gone? Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's intelligence should not be wrong, why? He believed that Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's intelligence must be correct, but now even the ruins have been swept away, the earth is like a great plain, and there is no Thunder secret treasure at all. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He came to the center of the former city, let me see. The avenue of time appeared beside him, the avenue flowed and covered the 4 fields, the power of the avenue vibrated, and time began to go back. He wanted to see what happened to this city, how it was destroyed, and where the origin secret treasure was. Now his realm has reached the peak of Tianzuan, which is much stronger than when he first came to the origin continent. He has a deeper understanding of the avenue of time and can already go back in time. At the same time, his soul has reached the 3rd realm of Daozuan, which is also an important foundation for going back in time. Under the cover of the avenue of time, the time mark belonging to this city began to appear in sight. The first thing that appeared was the ruins, and the ruins where Lin Moyu used the skeleton hell to completely level it. Then the ruins reappeared, and everything that had happened in the ruins began to reappear. Not long ago, a human cultivator arrived here. There were 3 heavenly venerables, all of whom were mid-level heavenly venerables, and they were obviously training. After arriving here, they were ambushed by the demons, and the 3 fled and disappeared. Further ahead, another human was ambushed by the demons, but this time they were not so lucky and several people were killed. Continuing forward, human cultivators continued to come, and some of them were powerful and successfully killed after being ambushed. However, they explored here for a while and found nothing, so they left. Time kept going back, and in a blink of an eye, a year had passed. In just 1 year, dozens of battles of varying sizes had occurred, almost every few days. Many people from the demon race died, and human cultivators could not die either. Similar battles were staged in many places in Dongzhou. Through this year of time travel, Lin Moyu already had the answer. There must be a problem here, otherwise the demon race would not have kept coming. As time traveled further and further, the speed of soul power consumption became faster and faster. After only 2 years, the speed of soul power consumption had exceeded the speed of replenishment of the world tree. 3 years is almost enough. With my strength, I could go back 1,000,000 years in the big world. But now in the origin continent, I can only go back 3 years. The gap is really huge. Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and continued to go back in time. Finally, when the time came to 2.5 years, it rained where the city was. It has rained many times in the past 2 years, but this rain was unusual. This rain was a thunderstorm. And at the beginning of the rain, several demon Daozuan suddenly appeared in the ruins, as well as human Daozuan. There were not many, about 5 on the Japanese side. The 2 sides confronted each other in the rain. The sky became dark, dark clouds covered the sky, and a thunder sounded. The origin secret treasure then appeared in the picture. In an instant, Lin Moyu's soul power was rapidly consumed, and it increased hundreds of times in an instant. The time reversal suddenly stopped, and Lin Moyu looked a little pale. Just now, the soul was almost exhausted. The world tree was replenishing Lin Moyu's soul power with all its strength, and Lin Moyu's breath gradually recovered. What happened just now? When the Thunder secret treasure appeared, my soul power was consumed rapidly. Could it be that my avenue of time, when tracing back to the origin secret treasure, will cause a sharp consumption of soul power? Ordinary origin secret treasures should not be like this, unless there is something strange about this origin secret treasure. The origin avenue is involved in the origin secret treasure, which makes it difficult for me to trace back. This is the only explanation. It seems that there is a secret in this secret treasure of origin. Does the secret of thunder require a thunderstorm and thunder to appear? In that case, we can only wait. Lin Moyu glanced at the sky. It was clear and cloudless, and it would not rain for the time being. Thinking back to the rain he saw when he went back in time, it all started suddenly. The previous moment it was still cloudless, and the next moment it was pouring rain. But thunderstorms don't always appear. Ordinary rain cannot reveal the secret treasure of thunder. If you wait, it will probably take a while. Lin Moyu thought about it. Why not try it? He moved his mind, and the thunder-purple striped tiger appeared beside him. The thunder-purple striped tiger controls the Thunder Avenue. It obeys Lin Moyu's orders and summons the power of the avenue. In an instant, the sky was thundering and lightning was flying. But there was no movement around, and the secret treasure of thunder did not appear. It seems that we have to wait for a thunderstorm. I don't know how long I have to wait. Lin Moyu put away the lightning-purple tiger and retreated thousands of kilometers away. He casually set up a fourth-level formation to hide his aura. He waited for the thunderstorm to come, and at the same time, he began to condense the fourth Dao pattern and study the fusion of the formation. For others, one can only do one thing at a time. When practicing, it is even difficult to pay attention to the situation outside. But Lin Moyu feels that multitasking is as simple as eating and drinking. When he was in the big world, he had already discovered that he had this ability. He can draw different runes with both hands, and he can also condense a clone and let the clone draw runes together. Even Lin Moyu himself does not know where the limit of his multitasking is. Now that the condensation of Dao patterns and the research of formations are carried out simultaneously, it is no pressure for Lin Moyu. He even has the leisure time to have a simple communication with the human emperor. From the human emperor, I learned that Yudao City has developed very smoothly recently, and everything is proceeding step by step. The human emperor has sorted out the information obtained by Lin Moyu and began to classify and analyze it. This is a big project and it takes a lot of time. The main reason is that the realm of the human emperor is a little bit worse. If the realm of the human emperor can be the same as Lu Lian, the speed of eyelashes will be much faster. 30 days later, the fourth Dao pattern was condensed. According to the division method of Tushan sect, Lin Moyu has already qualified as a direct disciple. However, Lin Moyu did not feel that he had reached his limit at all. He felt that he still had a lot of strength to continue to condense Dao patterns. After 100 days, the fifth Dao pattern was generated, and Lin Moyu still did not feel that he had reached his limit and could continue. The more Dao patterns there are, the more difficult it is to condense, and the slower the speed. Lin Moyu deeply felt this point. The speed is indeed slower, but the difficulty. It seems that there is no improvement, it is nothing more than spending more time. The first one condensed automatically, the second one condensed with the help of the Dao reward, the third one took about 10 days, and the fourth one took 20 days. The fifth one took 70 days, and the sixth one took a full 300 days. On the 400th day of Lin Moyu's arrival here, the sixth Dao pattern was finally successfully condensed. The six Dao patterns shone brightly in the soul, and the Dao patterns exuded a strong power of the Dao. Each Dao pattern is Lin Moyu's own understanding of the Dao, and resonates with the Dao at all times. The power of the great Dao emanated from the Dao pattern, emitting a hazy light that radiated the whole body. The body was bathed in the light of the great Dao and gradually became stronger. Lin Moyu could clearly sense that his body was becoming stronger. From the time the third Dao pattern appeared, a magical connection was formed between the Dao patterns, as if they were a whole, amplifying each other and becoming stronger. The more Dao patterns there were, the greater the power of the pattern. This was exactly the same as the multi-star magic system. The whole formed by the 6 Dao patterns, each of which was at least twice as strong as the initial single Dao pattern. Lin Moyu felt that he still had enough power and could continue to condense more Dao patterns. The power of the Great Dao was full, and Lin Moyu felt that he was always bathed in the Great Dao. If it weren't for the existence of the Thousand Stars Great Dao, he could now enter the Dao Zun realm and become a Dao Zun of the first realm, and he would be the most powerful one among the Dao Zun of the first realm. In 400 days, not only did he condense the Dao pattern, but he also finally made a breakthrough in the method of fusion of the formation. Lin Moyu finally realized how to fuse the formation. One by one, the origin crystals flew out and quickly formed a simplest first-level array. Then Lin Moyu drew runes and drew an array in the same way. This array is almost identical to the array in structure, and its function level is exactly the same. The only difference is that one is an array and the other is an array. Then Lin Moyu merged the 2 arrays. Unsurprisingly, the 2 arrays merged very smoothly, as if they were made by nature. At this moment, this array was infinitely close to a natural array. Lin Moyu sensed that after the 2 first-order formations merged, a new formation was formed, and its power was greatly improved, surpassing most second-order formations. Faintly, a road was seen from the formation, a road belonging to the formation. After 400 days of continuous perception, I finally know how to merge the formation. On the origin continent, there are only a handful of formation masters who can achieve the perfect fusion of the instrument formation and the rune formation. At least Senior Lu Fengqing has not done it. He is only in the first step, using runes to enhance the formation, and has not yet achieved the fusion of the formation. To fuse the formation, the same formation needs to be arranged in the form of instrument formation and runes, and then merged with each other. The 2 formations must be completely indistinguishable in order to merge smoothly. As long as there is a little defect, the fusion will fail. This is also Lin Moyu's advantage. With his strong spiritual perception, he can arrange a completely identical formation and achieve perfect fusion. Lin Moyu let out a long breath. He had the Dao pattern and understood the fusion of the formation. The 400 days of cultivation and understanding were not in vain. The next step was to improve his proficiency, which was a slow process. Finally, he could do 2 things at the same time, arranging the array and the talisman array at the same time. When the array was formed, the fusion was completed. In the soul world, he simulated again and again, constantly refreshing his proficiency. He did not stop condensing the Dao pattern, and the outline of the 7th Dao pattern was gradually forming. The speed of condensation of the 7th Dao pattern was getting slower and slower. Lin Moyu estimated that it would take almost 1,000 years to condense it. On the 560th day when Lin Moyu came here, a force of the Great Dao spread silently. Lin Moyu felt the power of the Great Dao for the first time, and at the same time, he also sensed that the source of the power of the Great Dao was exactly where the Thunder Secret Treasure was. The Thunder Secret Treasure contained the power of the Great Dao, so when time went back, it would consume the soul history of the superstar. The power of the Great Dao contained a strong thunder attribute, connecting the heaven and the earth, and the heaven and the earth gradually darkened. A strong wind suddenly arose, and dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. It had rained in the past 500 days, but the Great Dao had never appeared. The secret treasure of thunder was about to appear. It turned out that its own power was the key to open the door. No wonder the external thunder and lightning had no effect. Lin Moyu put away the formation and suddenly felt several powerful auras flying from all directions and rushing into the ruins. Looking at these Dao Zuns coming over, Lin Moyu had seen them when time went back. 5 demon Dao Zuns, 5 human Dao Zuns, they were here last time, and this time, they are here again. Boom! Accompanied by thunder, heavy rain fell on his head. The rain was so heavy that it was like the sky had collapsed, and the rain contained strands of the power of the Great Dao. Even if the Supreme was here, he would be injured. The rain turned into a waterfall, and the field of vision was sharply compressed, with a visible distance of less than 3 meters. All the situations are telling the world that the secret treasure is not simple. Accompanied by thunder, a little light lit up from the ruins, and the thunder secret treasure was slowly appearing. Lin Moyu walked into the rain, took out an umbrella, and shielded himself from the heavy rain. The umbrella is a magical weapon of the heavenly venerable realm, and is also a very powerful magical weapon, but now it is only used to keep out the rain. If others see it, they will say it is a luxury. In the center of the ruins, where the Jinglei secret treasure was located, the space is gradually distorted, and the Jinglei secret treasure slowly reveals its true form. There is still some time before it can be truly opened. On both sides, 5 demon Daozuan and human Daozuan confronted each other across the secret treasure. They all stared at each other with vigilance, and were on guard against each other. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were heard, and Lin Moyu walked over through the rain curtain with an umbrella. The power of the great Dao in the rain suppressed the perception. It was not until Lin Moyu came close that they sensed it. The 5 demon Daozuan showed unfriendly smiles on their faces, with 3 parts of ridicule and 7 parts of murderous intent, staring at Lin Moyu. Several Daozuan of the human race also looked at Lin Moyu, but their eyes were not murderous. They were all human and would not easily fight and kill. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the Daozuan asked in a deep voice. Lin Moyu clasped his fists slightly. Junior wants to enter the Thunder secret treasure. He said it very bluntly, and he didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a wild laugh sounded in his ears, and the laughter was full of disdain. The demon Daozuan laughed loudly. This is a guy from your human race. You can deal with it yourself. If you can't deal with it, we can also help. The laughter was wanton and arrogant, and everyone could hear that if they were asked to help, how would they help? The face of the human Daozuan changed slightly. We don't need your help. We can deal with it ourselves. Then he turned to Lin Moyu and said, only 10 people can enter this secret treasure, and there is no place for you. Another human Daozuan said, leave now, we are watching here, they will not do anything to you. Lin Moyu could feel that they had no ill intentions and were even helping him. The 5 of them confronted the 783 demon Daozuan, and he could leave safely. Otherwise, a Tianzuan would basically have no chance of survival if he was targeted by the demon Daozuan. Lin Moyu did not leave, only 10 places? The human Daozuan nodded, yes, there are only 10 places, so you can't get in. Another Daozuan said, with your realm, even if you go in, you will be in danger of death, so it's better not to go. Don't talk so much nonsense, leave quickly. The human Daozuan asked Lin Moyu to leave, but Lin Moyu stood there like a pillar, motionless. Several human Daozuan frowned, and Moyu had no intention of leaving at all. The demon clan's Daozuan laughed, with a bit of cruelty. It seems that this little guy has no intention of leaving. If you can't persuade him, then let us help. Lin Moyu suddenly moved, but did not leave, but walked towards the demon clan's Daozuan. There are only 10 places, in that case. Under the slightly surprised gazes of several demon clan Daozuans, Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger. The skeleton hell appeared silently, and the 5 people were shrouded in it. The eye of hell swept over, screams rang out, and the 5 demon clan Daozuans cried out in pain at the same time. The violent soul shock made them lose their ability to react in an instant, drowning in endless pain. The magma took advantage of the situation and dragged the 5 people into the river of fire. The evil spirits of hell rushed over frantically and opened their mouths to bite. Blood and flesh flew in the magma, screams continued, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 people had completely sunk into the river of fire. It took only 2 seconds for Lin Moyu to take back the skeleton hell, and the 5 demon clan Daozuans had disappeared. Lin Moyu turned around and smiled gently, as if he had done something insignificant. This way, the quota is now available. The 5 human Daozuans stared at Lin Moyu in a daze. The demon Daozuans who disappeared told them that what they saw just now was not an illusion. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 demon Dao Zuns disappeared. That was a Dao Zuns, although only at the Dao Zuns level, but still a Dao Zuns. How could he just disappear like that? A human Dao Zuns murmured, "What did you do?" Lin Moyu said, "Killed a person to grab a spot." He didn't seem to believe it. "Are these guys dead?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Dead." Swallowed by the skeleton hell, they died without a complete body, and died in a straight way. After knowing the exact answer, the 5 human Dao Zuns were stunned. A Tianzuan easily killed Daozuan, and killed 5 of them in a second. Is this still a Tianzuan? How could there be such a terrifying Tianzuan in this world? Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the momentary brilliance. Lin Moyu held an umbrella and stood naturally in the rain, his face reflected in the lightning. This picture fell on several Daozuan, and they felt a little horrified inexplicably. After the lightning, there were bursts of thunder. In the thunder, the Jinglei secret treasure slowly emerged, becoming clearer and clearer. Lin Moyu said, "Seniors, can you tell me the situation inside the secret treasure, Kfai? If you need to buy it, I can pay for it." Lin Moyu's tone was very calm, but in their ears, it was a completely different feeling. Someone immediately said, "No need to buy it, the information is here." He threw a jade card over, and looking at his movements, he seemed a little nervous. After Lin Moyu took it, he checked it out. The information was not much, and he finished it in just seconds. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Senior. I will remember this favor. If I have a chance, I will repay it." The man shook his head. "It's just a small matter. You don't need to pay it back." Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing more. There was silence all around. No one was talking anymore. Only the sound of rain kept coming. Lightning flashed again, and thunder continued. Lightning danced wildly in the sky. After waiting for a while, an electric snake suddenly fell from the sky and hit the Jinglei secret treasure. Jinglei secret treasure suddenly opened with lightning. A strong aura of the great Tao rushed out of the secret treasure and swept across the fields. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The secret treasure is opened. The seniors can go in." This time it was the turn of the Dao Zuns to stand still. It was not until Lin Moyu called again that the 5 people had some reaction. Seeing this, Lin Moyu smiled lightly. "In that case, the junior will go in first. I hope the seniors can gain something." Lin Moyu strode into the secret storage, and waited for more than 10 seconds before the 5 Dao Masters entered the secret storage. Their expressions were extremely unnatural, as if they had seen something incredible, complicated and difficult to understand. In the secret storage, Mo Wu appeared in a stream. The stream flows along the mountains, and he is in the valley. Boom! Thunder sounded, and the sky was also covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, illuminating the mountains and forests, followed by deafening thunder. From afar, you can see that a thunderstorm has formed in the distance, and lightning flashes fell like raindrops, densely packed. I am standing at the outermost edge of the storm and am least affected. According to the information, everyone who comes in will be at the outermost edge of the storm, and the position is random, and everyone is different. The center point of the secret storage is the center point of the thunderstorm. If you want to reach the center point, you must pass through the thunderstorm. The process seems very simple, and the destination has been marked. The difficulty is that you will encounter thunder monsters on the way. There are many thunder monsters, they are powerful, and they have no entity, so they are extremely difficult to kill. When attacked by thunder monsters, the body will fall into a state of paralysis, and the paralysis will accumulate. When it accumulates to a certain extent, the whole body will be unable to move. If you are lucky and happen to have a thunderstone, you will be sent out of the secret treasure by the thunderstone. If you are unlucky and don't have a thunderstone, you will be killed by the thunder monster. The rules of this secret treasure are very simple, which is extremely beneficial to Lin Moyu. The Daozuan who came in before all failed. They couldn't get close to the thunderstorm, let alone reach the center of the thunderstorm. But for Lin Moyu, there is no simpler way than this. The skeleton god will fly out and open the way ahead. The storm skeleton god general also exudes the aura of the peak heavenly venerable, and is only one step away from the Taoist venerable. The skeleton god general and the dragon riders, including the core leader, did not advance to the Taoist venerable when Lin Moyu was promoted to the peak heavenly venerable. Although their combat power has improved, they are still in the heavenly venerable category, and are only one step away from the Taoist venerable. Only the Skeleton King reached the Taoist Venerable realm when Lin Moyu was promoted to the high-level Heavenly Venerable, and also produced a Tao pattern. Lin Moyu naturally understood why this was the case. There is a huge gap between the Heavenly Venerable and the Taoist Venerable realm. The reason why the Skeleton King was able to cross it is because it concentrated the power of all the undead. It can be said that it was the power of tens of billions of undead that crossed the gap with the king. The other undead can only rely on their own strength and cannot cross this gap. After reaching the peak heavenly venerable, the power of the undead continued to increase, and they were only one step away from the Taoist venerable. Sometimes, Lin Moyu also had a strange feeling: what exactly is considered the peak heavenly venerable? If I am the peak heavenly venerable, then what are the skeleton god generals and several legion commanders? Can the gap within the peak heavenly venerable be so big? Is he really the peak heavenly venerable? Lin Moyu couldn't figure out this question before, but now he has the answer. The answer is brought by the Tao pattern. When the third Tao pattern was condensed, Lin Moyu felt that he saw the way forward clearly. When the sixth Tao pattern was condensed, the answer was completely revealed. I did reach the peak Tao venerable in the traditional sense, but not the peak Tao venerable in the true sense. The realm has been reached, but the limit has not been reached. The Tao pattern gathers the power of the great Tao and irradiates the flesh, so the flesh becomes fishy. After entering the heavenly venerable realm, the speed of the flesh becoming stronger has lagged far behind the speed of the realm. The real limit of the heavenly venerable is not only the realm, but also the flesh. He once walked the path of the flesh becoming holy, and he forgot it at some point. This time, the appearance of the Tao pattern made him pick it up again. Lin Moyu realized that in the era of the God-slaying sect, the flesh of every Tao master was very strong. The existence of Tao patterns will continuously strengthen the flesh. In this era, people will not use Tao patterns, and the flesh of Tao masters will only become stronger naturally as they are strengthened. Therefore, in this era, most practitioners cannot reach the true limit of each realm. This means that the foundation of practitioners in this era is not solid enough. If the foundation is not solid, the higher you go, the harder it will be. Lin Moyu is now laying a solid foundation for himself, and using this as a foundation to move forward to a higher place. The skeleton god will open the way for Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu will move along the stream towards the center of the thunderstorm. The stream flows down from the mountain, and its direction is exactly the center of the thunderstorm. There is no soul flame in the eyes of the dead, proving that there are no living creatures ahead. Still vigilant, Lin Moyu does not know what the so-called thunder monster is like, and it is not necessarily a spirit. Crack! The secret world suddenly lit up, and countless electric snakes danced in the air. Then, a large amount of lightning fell and exploded less than 100 meters away from Lin Moyu. The earth cracked, and large cracks were blown out of the ground. The lightning was dense, and monsters of various shapes appeared in the sight. Thunder monster. In the eyes of the dead, the thunder monster has no soul flame. This thing is not a living being, but a monster composed of the power of the great Tao. Hundreds of thunder monsters appeared in front of him. The realm of these thunder monsters was not high, and they were only at the level of high-level Tianzuan. Lin Moyu knew that it was still far away from the center of the thunderstorm. The closer to the center of the thunderstorm, the more powerful the monsters would be. The skeleton god general rushed towards the thunder monster, and the long sword slashed across, slashing out white sword energy. The sword energy cut through the thunder and engulfed the thunder monster. The thunder monster exploded and disappeared. Lin Moyu's brows tightened slightly, and his spiritual sense sent a warning. The whole person retreated quickly, and at the same time the skeleton god general appeared in front of him. The thunder monster suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyu and collided with the skeleton god general who had just appeared. Boom! The thunder exploded, and the skeleton god general was blown away in response, and countless lightning invaded the skeleton god general's body. The skeleton god general who was blown away was paralyzed all over and fell to the ground and couldn't move. The thunder explosion sounded continuously, and a large number of skeleton god generals were blown away and fell into a paralyzed state, making it difficult to bounce. The thunder monster's attack is suicidal, and each thunder monster can only launch one attack. Lin Moyu can feel that these skeleton god generals are bound by the power of the Great Dao, and paralyzing the opponent is one of the main abilities of the Thunder Great Dao. If this secret treasure was created by humans, then this person is good at Thunder Road, and there may be related inheritance here. If it was formed naturally, there must be a magic weapon belonging to Thunder Road here. Either way, this secret treasure becomes extremely valuable. Lin Moyu hopes that this will be the inheritance place left by a certain star god, so that there will be the inheritance of the star god, and his 1,000-star road can also make up the last link. However, he also knows that this possibility is very small. In the secret treasure, he did not feel the power of the star god. Please give me flowers. A wave of thunder monsters made hundreds of skeleton gods lose their ability to move, but Lin Moyu did not care. These skeleton gods were just temporarily unable to move and would recover after a while. Nothing else, the skeleton gods are enough. Summon a large number of skeleton gods again and continue to open the way ahead. Walking through the ground hit by thunder, the ground has been completely cracked, revealing many pits. Suddenly Lin Moyu stopped, and in one of the pits, Lin Moyu saw a stone. The stone was covered by lightning. With a thought, a general went over and picked up the stone. The lightning on the stone did not cause any harm to the skeleton god. Lin Moyu took the stone, and the lightning flowed on his palm like water, posing no threat to his palm. Thunderstone. Lin Moyu knew that this thing was the Thunderstone. Once attacked by a thunder monster and paralyzed, the Thunderstone could take him away. It was a hidden life-saving artifact. Lin Moyu looked at the Thunderstone, a life-saving artifact. Can it really only be used to save lives? Looking at the Thunderstone in the palm of his hand, he had a vague feeling that the Thunderstone's role was not limited to this. The soul power moved and wrapped around the Thunderstone, and the Thunderstone turned into a lightning and drilled into the palm of his hand. A tingling feeling came from the palm of his hand. There was nothing else normal. The Thunderstone needs to be refined before it can work, otherwise it is no different from an ordinary stone. And the Thunderstone is not available everywhere, it depends on luck. Lin Moyu's luck has always been good. His luck has exceeded the range that the explosive luck technique can check, and it is always above 100. In this case, everything will go smoothly. He continued to move towards the center of the storm. After walking less than a kilometer, there were lightning and thunder in the sky again, and countless lightning fell. Another group of thunder monsters appeared, and the number was almost doubled compared to the previous wave. The strength did not increase, and it was still at the level of high-level Tianzuan. In this situation, it is very troublesome for Tianzuan to deal with it, but Daozuan has no pressure at all. There are many ways to deal with thunder monsters. The simplest one is to use magic weapons to block them. Daozuan can also easily block thunder monsters with his own avenue. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the immortal golden body flowed, facing the thunder monster directly. The thunder monster turned into lightning and scattered. Some rushed towards the skeleton god, and some rushed towards Lin Moyu. The thunder exploded, and Lin Moyu was constantly repelled, but the power of thunder was firmly blocked by the immortal golden body and did not affect the physical body. The next breath, Lin Moyu removed his undead body, and refused to let the undead legion share the damage, and he started to seek death again. Suppressing the immortal golden body by force, Lin Moyu used his pure flesh to fight against the lightning. Although the immortal golden body is strong, it is also a secret method. Secret methods have flaws, and there will always be times when they are targeted. Even if the probability is small, there is a possibility. Only when one's flesh is really strong, there will be no flaws. Moreover, the flesh is the foundation. The stronger the flesh, the stronger the immortal golden body will be. The Dao pattern radiates the power of the great Dao, and it is the flesh that is strengthened, not the immortal golden body. It was also from the Dao pattern that Lin Moyu realized that he had ignored the essence. He thought of the time in the big world, when he had risked his flesh again and again, endured heavy pressure, and tried every means to strengthen it. Now it is the same. In his opinion, the Thunder Monster is a good opportunity to strengthen the flesh. The Thunder Monster hit the flesh and launched a suicide attack. The thunder exploded, and the great 1, 2, 3 Dao power contained in the thunder pierced into the flesh like countless sharp needles, and the tingling and numbness invaded at the same time. Lin Moyu's body was surging, his blood was boiling, and he was constantly fighting against the thunder. The thunder contained the power of the great Dao, and it was extremely difficult to fight against the power of the great Dao with the body. But Lin Moyu wanted to do this. The difficulty of strengthening the body was much greater than the realm improvement, but the more difficult it was, the more he had to do it. He was constantly blown back, the numbness became stronger and stronger, and his movements became stiff and slow. If the body was completely paralyzed, the heavenly Dao and the thunder would invade the soul world. At that time, the thunderstone would be activated and send him out. The blood was constantly surging, and the muscles of the whole body were undulating, making bursts of roaring sounds. Relying on the power of the body, he was fighting against the thunder with great difficulty. The body was strengthening at an extremely slow speed during the confrontation. This kind of thing could not be fast, and could only be done step by step. Gradually, the body began to adapt to the thunder, and the numbness subsided slightly. The body that had been completely paralyzed slowly began to move. First the fingers could move, and then the wrist could move. In this confrontation, Lin Moyu defeated the thunder with his perseverance. But it was also thanks to the fact that there was only one wave of thunder monsters. If the thunder monsters came one after another, he would not be able to bear it. To cultivate the body, you need to control the strength, not too weak or too strong. Weak is useless, and strong is unbearable. After a few minutes, the numbness completely subsided, and Lin Moyu felt that his body was a little stronger than before. Although not much, it was good to have an effect. Lin Moyu continued to move forward to the storm. After passing the area bombarded by thunder, Lin Moyu checked every pit. No thunderstone appeared in this wave. After walking about a kilometer, the third wave of thunder fell in the lightning and thunder. This time, the number of thunder monsters did not increase, but the power of the thunder monsters increased, surpassing the high-level Tianzuan and reaching the level of the peak Tianzuan. Lin Moyu's eyes became solemn. Although there was only a small realm difference, the difference was actually quite huge. I wonder if my body can handle it. Thinking in his heart, he was still prepared. Several skeleton generals were right behind him, ready to block the knife for him at any time. The rest of the skeleton generals slashed out sword energy at the same time to attack the monsters. There were hundreds of thunder monsters, and Lin Moyu couldn't bear it alone. He had to share it with the skeleton generals. The thunder monsters turned into lightning and launched a suicide attack. Most of them hit the skeleton generals, and the skeleton generals fell into paralysis instantly. This time, it was not only paralysis, but also a lot of cracks appeared on the white bones. The thunder monsters of the peak heaven were enough to cause damage to the skeleton generals. Lin Moyu was ready and continued to meet the impact with his body. Boom! He was blown away on the spot, lightning spread all over his body, and a strong sense of numbness penetrated into his body. He lost control of his body again. The blood kept boiling, fighting against the thunder. With the previous attempt, Lin Moyu already had some experience, from a beginner to a skilled worker. Thunder monsters rushed over one after another, and Lin Moyu lay motionless on the ground, accepting everything. The numbness became stronger and stronger, but he was not panicked at all, and continued to fight. The body became stronger again in the continuous confrontation, gradually changing from defense to offense, until the power of thunder was all over the area. Lin Moyu slowly got up, exhaled a long breath, and his body became stronger again. The body is indeed getting stronger, and the double path pattern radiation is much faster, but if I continue to walk, the power of the thunder monsters will continue to increase, and I may not be able to bear it. It would be great if I could brush a few more waves. Lin Moyu was talking to himself, and he looked back unconsciously. Hey, the place where the thunder monster appeared before has recovered again. He accidentally saw that the place where the second wave of thunder monsters appeared, which was originally blasted into potholes by thunder, had recovered unconsciously. Lin Moyu thought for a while, turned around, stopped moving forward, and chose to return the same way. Just when he returned to the place where the thunder monster appeared before, thunder fell all over the sky, and a large number of thunder monsters appeared again. The number exceeded 1,000, and the strength was high-level Tianzuan, exactly the same as before. It works. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and the situation in front of him was exactly what he thought. In this secret treasure, a wave of thunder monsters will appear every 1,000 meters. The closer to the storm, the bigger the monster. The location where the thunder monster appears is fixed. When you pass through and return, the thunder monster will appear again. This rule is very similar to some copies in the small world before. Lin Moyu discovered this rule based on his experience in brushing copies. In this way, you can use this rule to continuously use thunder monsters to strengthen your body. Copies, big and small secret realms, and secret treasures of the origin, more or less have something in common. Lin Moyu smiled, opened his arms, and hugged the thunder monster that was punching the machine head-on, just like hugging a loved one. In the following time, people walked back and forth within this kilometer range, constantly using the thunder monster to cultivate their bodies. Each time the strength of the body can be improved a little bit, and the body becomes stronger and stronger after accumulation. Half a day later, Lin Moyu can already ignore the thunder monster of the high-level Tianzuan. Without relying on any secret method, and without using the immortal golden body, he can ignore the opponent with his own body. Until then, Lin Moyu continued to move forward 2.7 steps. In addition to the harvest of the body, during this period, Lin Moyu also harvested a lot of thunderstones. Thunderstones do not appear every time. About every 3 times, a thunderstone will appear. In half a day, Lin Moyu has harvested dozens of thunderstones and refined them all. Gradually, Lin Moyu found that an illusory Dao pattern appeared in the palm of his hand. Lin Moyu confirmed his guess that the thunderstone must have other uses besides saving his life. The high-level Tianzuan's thunder monster lost its effect, so Lin Moyu continued to move forward, tossing back and forth in the place where the peak Tianzuan thunder monster appeared. At this moment, the blood in his body was boiling and contained amazing power. After half a day, Lin Moyu felt that his body was more than twice as strong as before. There are still many thunder monsters ahead. If this continues, my body can enter the realm of Daozuan. The third place where thunder monsters appeared, thunder monsters reached the peak of the Heavenly Master, and the number was about 300. The fourth place was also the peak of the Heavenly Master, and the number reached 1,000. The fifth place was the same, but the number was even greater, reaching 3,000. The power of thunder monsters did not change in the 3 places where thunder monsters appeared in succession. The only difference was the number. The thunder monsters were more and more, and it was not easy for ordinary practitioners to deal with them. Especially the 5th place where thunder monsters appeared, there were a full 3,000 thunder monsters. Even Dao Zun had to work hard. Lin Moyu couldn't count how many times he came here. He was too lazy to remember. He only knew that he walked back and forth many times between the 4th and 5th places where thunder monsters appeared. Half a day later, his body had completely adapted to the impact of the thunder monsters of the peak Heavenly Master. He let the thunder monsters hit him, and the thunder exploded, but his flesh didn't feel anything. The thunder monsters of the peak Heavenly Master have lost their effect. Lin Moyu passed through the 5th refresh point and picked up a thunderstone by the way. 25 refined the thunderstone, and the Dao pattern on the palm became clearer. Looking at the storm ahead, he had advanced 5 kilometers since entering the secret storage and was not far from the storm. To be precise, he had already arrived at the edge of the storm. The thunder monster of the Daozuan realm will appear in front. Those Daozuan only walked to the edge and failed to walk into the storm. A powerful Daozuan once went in, but never came out again. At the edge of the storm, there is a plant called thunder sword grass, and the Daozuan came for the thunder sword grass. This is what the information obtained before recorded. This was not the first time the 5 people came here, and their purpose was not to go to the center of the storm, because they could not get in at all. They entered the thunder secret storage for the thunder sword grass growing on the edge of the storm. Thunder sword grass is a material of the Daozuan realm, and it has a good effect whether it is used for alchemy or refining. Thunder sword grass will only grow in areas full of thunder. In the territory of the demon race, there is an area covered by thunder all year round. There are many thunder sword chapters there. In the human race area, thunder sword grass is rare, so the value of thunder sword grass is very high, especially the high-grade thunder sword grass, which is even more valuable. After entering the secret collection, Lin Moyu already knew that there was no Star Lord inheritance in the Thunder secret collection. At that time, he was also in the mentality of making the best of it, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise because he became stronger under the attack of the Thunder monster. Now even if you want to drive Lin Moyu away, he won't leave. Walked another kilometer and came to the edge of the storm, with a constant roar in his ears. Thunder fell endlessly, bombarding the earth, bombarding holes one by one. The earth was constantly broken and quickly recovered. The thunder didn't know how many years it had been bombarded, and the earth still existed. A perfect balance was formed between breaking and recovery. In Lin Moyu's view, this balance is a manifestation of virtual and real yin and yang. Lin Moyu did not go in, but stood outside to watch. He saw thunderstones appear on the ground shattered by thunder. But such an area is very small. Often, a thunderstone will appear in tens of thousands of thunders and tens of thousands of pits. The location and time of the thunderstone are very random. After it appears, it will disappear as the earth recovers. At the same time, Lin Moyu also saw the thunder sword grass. The thunder sword grass stood tall and proud in the thunder. It was about half a meter high, with sharpness all over its body, and its shape was like an inverted dagger. The thunder sword grass constantly absorbed the power of thunder and turned it into its own nutrients. There were many thunder sword grasses, but they were very scattered, and each plant was separated by a distance. Lin Moyu looked into the depths of the thunder, where the thunder was densely concentrated, and dense lightning fell, blocking the view. Faintly, Lin Moyu saw the shadow of the thunder sword grass. The thunder sword grass in the depths is of higher quality, but it is also more difficult to obtain. The closer you are to the center of the storm, the stronger the power of thunder. Once you are trapped in it, if you don't have a thunder stone, you can only wait for death. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the preciousness of thunderstone is even higher than that of thunder gang grass. There are no thunder monsters here. Only after entering, thunder monsters will appear. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu raised his foot and walked in. A thunder exploded beside him, the earth exploded, and a thunder monster appeared. The thunder monster in the Daozuan realm is much more powerful than the previous thunder monster, exuding amazing power. After the thunder monster appeared, it quickly locked onto Lin Moyu and directly launched a suicide attack. Lin Moyu gave up the immortal golden body, suppressed the damage transfer, and took it hard with his flesh. A strong sense of numbness spread throughout his body, and his flesh suddenly became difficult to move. The blood and chi surged, roaring like thunder, fighting against the numbness. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. He already had enough experience, using blood and chi to promote the strength of his flesh and wash away the numbness. Although the thunder monsters of Dao Zun level are much stronger, I can still bear it. I don't know how strong the thunder monsters in the center of the storm will be in the end, but I hope they can be stronger, so that my physical body can be improved a little more. Boom! There was another thunder explosion around him, and a thunder monster hit Lin Moyu. The lightning exploded, and Lin Moyu just shook a few times and took it. The numbness that had just receded strengthened again, and Lin Moyu was still unable to move. The roar of blood and chi became more intense, even overshadowing the thunder. The power of the physical body was stimulated to the extreme, and a series of confrontations unfolded in Lin Moyu's body. Gradually, Lin Moyu's fingers were able to move, and his physical body was faintly shining, and the whole flesh and blood was like jade and emerald. After Lin Moyu stood still for a whole day, a strong blood and chi rose from his physical body and rushed straight into the sky. The storm in the sky was shaken by the impact of blood and chi for 780 times, and the radar around Lin Moyu within 100 meters was extinguished. The blood and chi erupted like a volcano, rushing straight into the sky, making a roar that was more violent than thunder, and it was endless. After a full minute, the blood and chi fell back and returned to Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu's body was shining with charming light, and at the same time exuding the breath of the Tao. At this moment, it seemed as if Lin Moyu was the Tao itself. It turns out that the physical body also has its own Tao. The Tao of power, breaking through all laws. This is an illusory Tao, more illusory than illusion, seemingly existing, but not existing. I didn't expect that the physical body breaking through the Tao Zun would bring the sixth Tao. The Tao of power is also an illusory Tao. It does not have the magical effect of the Tao of luck. Its illusion lies in its power nature. In front of the Tao of power, anything can be broken by force. As long as the power is strong enough, space, time, magic, secret method, and even soul attack can break everything. The Tao of power is an extremely powerful Tao. Lin Moyu didn't expect that when he was improving his physical realm, he would accidentally get the avenue of power. And the biggest advantage of the avenue of power is that you don't need to comprehend it. As long as you continue to improve your physical body and your own realm, this is a special avenue that is very simple to improve, but extremely difficult. In the Thunder Treasure, on the edge of the storm, thunders fell densely. The roars were endless and resounding. If the Supreme came here, the roar of thunder alone would be enough to make him feel. Especially at the location of the Thunder Sword Grass, the thunders were even more dense and shocking. A Taoist master was moving towards a thunder sword grass, with thunders constantly exploding around him, and thunder monsters rushed out of the thunder and hit him. He was covered with a treasure of light, which was like flowing water, forming a tough protection to block the impact of the thunder monsters. But some of the power of thunder still leaked in, and every collision would slow his movements by half a beat. In the collisions, he slowly moved closer to the thunder sword grass. The closer he got to the thunder sword grass, the more thunders there were, and the more thunder monsters there were, and his speed was slowly decreasing. The treasure light gradually weakened in the collisions, and it was obvious that he had a hard time walking. The thunder sword grass was right in front of him, and he was about to get it. This thunder sword grass is of good quality and can be sold at a good price, enough to exchange for a large number of origin crystals. Not every Dao Zun is rich. Many Dao Zun from 5-star forces are not wealthy. His movements are getting slower and slower, and the treasure light is gradually weakening. Fortunately, he is only one step away from the thunder sword grass. Suddenly, he saw an incredible picture, and the whole person froze there, as if he had lost the ability to think. A person was walking out of the thunder. One thunder monster after another hit him, but he was not affected at all. He did not use magic weapons, did not use secret spells, and did not use anything. He simply blocked it with his flesh. Can you still play like this? Is this still a human? What level of physical body can achieve this? In the light of thunder, he saw the person coming. It was the fierce Qinzuan who killed 5 demon clan Daozuan in one move. He is so strong, how could he be so fishy? The thunder monster that he had to use magic weapons and try his best to resist was like a child's play in front of him. Shocked, his mind was in a mess, and he really couldn't understand it. Lin Moyu walked in the thunder, suddenly bent down as if to pick up something, and then continued to walk. He is picking up thunderstones? Why is he picking up thunderstones? In doubt, the treasure light on his body suddenly shattered. Oops! His face changed drastically. He was distracted for a moment and actually broke the magic weapon for protection. Without the magic weapon for protection, the monster hit him directly. The thunder monster would not give him a chance. Before he could react, he had already hit him. Boom! The thunder light exploded, and he fell into a state of paralysis. Seeing the thunder sword grass right in front of him, he couldn't move at all. The thunder fell, and another thunder monster hit him, and the numbness became stronger and stronger. In just 2 seconds, he couldn't move, and nothing could move except a pair of eyes. Although he knew he wouldn't die, the thunder sword grass that was so close to him was gone. The numbness spread throughout his body and quickly spread to the soul world. He knew that the thunderstone would be activated soon and send him out of the secret treasure. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and the thunder monster that hit him was blocked by someone. The terrible Qinzuan suddenly appeared in front of him, looking at him with a gentle smile. "Senior, what a pity, just a little bit. Since we are destined to meet, I will help you once." The Qinzuan still spoke gently, and then she reached out to pick the thunder sword grass and put it in her hand. The thunder monster rushed over, and the paralysis spread to the soul world, and the thunderstone was activated. Lin Moyu watched him being sent out of the secret treasure, as if he had done something insignificant, and turned around to continue doing his own thing. The thunder monster on the edge of the storm had no effect on him, and Lin Moyu was now collecting thunderstones. The Dao pattern in the palm of his hand became more and more obvious, and was gradually becoming complete. Lin Moyu didn't know what was going on inside the storm, so he didn't go in first, and collected enough thunderstones outside first. There was no rush for this secret treasure, and he explored it slowly. He met the other Daozuns again, and when they saw Lin Moyu, they all looked horrified. They moved forward with difficulty in the thunder. For a few thunder sword grass, they had to use magic weapons and other means, and even take risks, but Lin Moyu walked so casually, like strolling in the back garden. If Lin Moyu went to the depths of the storm, wouldn't the high-grade thunder sword grass in the deepest part be within easy reach? Several people were very envious. They only dared to dream about the high-grade thunder sword grass in the deep. Lin Moyu walked around the edge of the storm and picked up a lot of thunderstones. He found that there were fewer and fewer thunderstones, and the efficiency was declining sharply. It seems that this is guiding me to go inside. Well, I've almost picked enough, and it's time to go inside. At this time, the Dao pattern in the palm of the hand has been completed by about 80%. Lin Moyu was about to walk towards the depths, and suddenly a voice came from behind. "Dao Yu, there is danger inside." Lin Moyu paused and turned to look. One of the 5 Daozuan who came in was waving at him. He was protected by the precious light, standing in an area where thunder was relatively sparse. They had been here several times and had some experience. Lin Moyu quickly came to him and said in a gentle voice, "Senior, can you tell me in detail?" Lin Moyu called him senior openly, which scared the Taoist master. No, don't call me senior, just call me Taoist friend. My surname is Jiang, and my name is Jiang Ruobai." "Jiang Ruobai." Lin Moyu murmured, looking at his appearance. Yiping and Jiang Ruoxue are somewhat similar. Not only is he somewhat similar to Jiang Ruoxue, the appearance of the 5 of them is also somewhat similar. They should be from the same family. Jiang Ruobai was very uncomfortable with Lin Moyu's look, and couldn't help asking, "Dao Yu, is there anything wrong with Jiang?" Lin Moyu asked, "Dao Yu Jiang is from the Fufang Yuqing Jiang family?" Jiang Ruobai nodded instinctively. "Dao Yu, how did you know?" Lin Moyu said, I once met Miss Jiang Ruoxue. I think you look a bit similar, and you both have the surname Jiang. Jiang Ruobi suddenly realized, so that's it, I didn't expect it was Ruoxue's friend. Lin Moyu smiled. Dao Yu Jiang said that there is danger inside, can you tell me in detail? Jiang Ruobi immediately said, we have seen several, Nuo Ma Zhao, Dao Zun 4 realms and above seniors, who entered the deepest part, but they did not come out. Not only the human race, but also the demon race, and the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, and even they did not come out. Although the Taoist fellow is powerful, but Lin Moyu continued to speak for him, after all, I am only a heavenly venerable, right? Jiang Ruobi said repeatedly, Taoist fellow, don't blame me, I'm just a suggestion. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's okay, is there anything else? Jiang Ruobi said, there are some more. When the Dao Zun 4 realm senior of the human race went in, a big battle broke out. We heard the roar of the spirit beast. The roar was a bit strange, not like lions and tigers, very sharp, and went straight into the soul. Lin Moyu thought for a while, I understand, thank you Taoist fellow Jiang, after you 5 leave the secret treasure, if you have nothing to do, you can wait outside. If I can come back safely, I'll bring you some thunder sword grass. After saying that, Lin Moyu turned around and walked deeper. Gradually walking towards the inside of the storm, thunder filled the sky, and Lin Moyu found that the thunder monster disappeared. After he left the edge of the storm, the thunder monster disappeared. The more terrifying thunder replaced the thunder monster. The thunder directly bombarded the body without any warning, the impact was stronger, and the numbness of the shit became more intense. The power of the avenue in the thunder was extremely strong, and its power was far greater than that of the thunder monster. From the formation to the attack of the thunder monster, there was at least a process, which gave people time to prepare, but now the thunder, no one knows when it will fall, and there is no preparation time at all. Every time the thunder bombarded, Lin Moyu stopped for a few seconds. The blood pushed the power avenue, quickly digested the numbness brought by the thunder avenue, and then continued to move forward. The power of the power avenue is gradually showing its head. The mysterious power brought by the strength avenue, combined with the luck, is silently digesting the thunder that invaded the body. One force breaks all methods, not only when attacking, but also now. Any magic, any attribute of power, will be cracked and weakened when facing the avenue of power. The avenue of power is not a simple offensive avenue, it is an integrated offense and defense, and has almost no shortcomings. The avenue of power does not only look at physical strength, it also gathers various powers such as realm, magic, etc. As long as the power is strong enough, one force can break all laws, and it is not just a casual talk. Lin Moyu continued to adapt to the thunder, moving forward in circles, while collecting thunder stones, and when 427 encountered thunder sword grass, he would pick it up. Although the thunder sword grass is of no use to him, it is fragrant to take it for free. In the process of adaptation again and again, the level of the physical body continued to increase, gradually moving towards the second realm of Tao Zun. Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to the center of the storm, and the thunder became more and more dense. Unknowingly, the level of the physical body reached the second realm of Tao Zun and began to move towards the third realm of Tao Zun. The speed of progress began to slow down, no longer as brave as before. The method of improving the avenue of power is very simple, and it is also very difficult. The difficulty is that in the later stage, it will be slower and slower. When the same stimulation occurs more often, it will produce an effect similar to immunity. This is what Lin Moyu is like now. After his physical body reaches the second level of Dao Zun, he is no longer sensitive to thunder. Even if the thunder becomes stronger, the physical body has become accustomed to it and can play less and less role. Lin Moyu also knows that relying on the thunder in the secret collection alone can no longer help him push his physical body to the third level. Although it is useless, Lin Moyu is still walking in the thunder and does not rush directly into the center of the storm. The thunderstones have not been completely collected, and the completeness of the Dao pattern in the palm has exceeded 90%, but it is still a little short. There are more than 900 thunderstones. It seems that we need to get a full 1,000 thunderstones to make the Dao pattern complete. What is the use of this Dao pattern? The role of the Dao pattern is endless. What is its use? Only the creator of the Dao pattern knows. Just like the Dao pattern condensed by Lin Moyu, he can combine the Dao pattern with any kind of magic weapon, or even formation, and the final Dao pattern effect is completely different. Just looking at the surface of the Dao pattern, there is no clue. Lin Moyu collected thunderstones in the thunder and refined them. He had completely ignored the thunder. When the thunder fell on his body, it was just like rain hitting his body. He didn't feel anything at all. Finally, 1,000 thunderstones were collected, and the Dao pattern in the palm was completely formed. Lin Moyu looked at it and felt a little strange power from the Dao pattern, but this power was not strong. The Dao pattern in the palm released a weak power, flying towards the center of the storm, as if pointing the way for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu followed it and walked towards the center of the storm. After a while, the thunder in front suddenly became sparse and less. Lin Moyu knew that he should have entered the eye of the storm. There was no thunder in the center of the storm, but it was filled with a strong sense of heavenly power. The power of the storm came from here. Roar. A roar came from the eye of the storm, like a warning, with cruelty. Just as Jiang Ruobai said, there was a spirit beast in the center of the storm. Amid the roar, Lin Moyu felt a strong disgust in his heart. It came from the soul level, from the disgust of heavenly power. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Outer heavenly God? This kind of disgust, at present, is only directed at the outer heavenly God. The spirit beast in the center of the storm is actually related to the outer heavenly God. Another divine pet? Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and walked in. In the eye of the storm, the wind was calm, and there was no thunder except for the power of the avenue that was everywhere. Lin Moyu walked for a while, followed the path in the palm of his hand, and finally saw the source of disgust. A divine pet, tied up by a huge thunder chain, stared at him coldly. The thunder spread in the chain, turning into a cage, trapping it tightly. I didn't expect that there was a divine pet locked in the center of the thunder treasure. No, not one, but half. Lin Moyu saw that the body of the divine pet was cut off, with only half of it exposed. The divine pet looked a bit like a lizard, and should have 4 legs, but now it only has 2 legs, and the other half of the body is missing. Looking past the divine pet, after seeing the divine pet, there is a hazy space, flickering like a curtain. In the hazy space, a Dao pattern flickered. Seeing this, Lin Moyu finally understood, and his previous doubts were suddenly cleared up at this moment. The Dao pattern obtained through the thunderstone is indeed a key to open the real secret treasure. The Jinglei secret treasure is divided into 2 layers, the inner and outer layers. What he sees now is only the outer layer. To enter the inner layer, 2 conditions must be met. One is to collect enough thunderstones to condense a complete Dao pattern. The second condition is to kill the half of the divine pet in front of you. This divine pet, with only half of its body left, has become the gatekeeper of the secret treasure. Only by killing it can you really enter the secret treasure. It can be imagined that the real Jinglei secret treasure should be very dangerous. If you can't even kill this half of the divine pet, then don't go. It's also a death sentence. Judging from the aura of this half of the divine pet, it is only about the 4th realm of Dao Zun. But divine pets have different characteristics. For example, the one killed last time needs to be eliminated with the void calendar. I don't know how to kill this one in front of me. Lin Moyu looked at the pet carefully, not missing any details. The thunder chain locked it tightly, and from time to time thunder rushed out of the chain and exploded on it. Every time the thunder exploded, its movement would stagnate, obviously affected by the thunder, and that situation was very similar to when he was paralyzed by thunder. The thunder power was very strong, at least reaching the 4th level of Dao Zun, but it failed to cause any damage to the pet, which was enough to show that the pet had strong defense. The pit was covered with fine scales, which flashed silver light, and the tips of the scales were very sharp, like sharp arrows. Lin Moyu realized that this might be the pet's attack method. The pet's eyes were full of venom, staring at Lin Moyu. If it hadn't been locked by the chain, it would have rushed over to kill him. Let's try it first. After watching for a while, he didn't find its weakness, so he could only try. As soon as the thought came, the giant sword Dao Zun appeared beside him and chopped it down with a sword. The giant sword Dao Zun was a real Dao Zun 6-realm strongman, especially after becoming a resurrected person. From the perspective of strength alone, he stood at the first line level of the Dao Zun 6 realm. His attack, even if it was not full force, was far beyond the Dao Zun 4 realm. The divine pet looked at the sharp sword that was chopped down on its head with a sinister look, and there was actually a hint of disdain in its eyes. It lay there motionless, seemingly casually enduring the attack of the giant sword Dao Zun. Bang! With a loud bang, the sword force condensed by the giant sword Dao Zun was broken on the spot. The divine pet looked at Lin Moyu, and in his disdainful eyes, there seemed to be a bit more ridiculing Lin Moyu's overestimation of his own ability. The attack of the Dao Zun 6 realm can't hurt it. It seems that this guy's defense is indeed very strong. In this case, let's see if the Void's Past works. Lin Moyu used the method he used to deal with the divine pet before to condense the Sword of Luck. The avenue of luck emerged, and the hazy power of the void spread around. The divine pet, which was lying there with disdain, suddenly had its hair all over its body, and its fine scales stood up. Lin Moyu smiled. It seems that you are also afraid of the power of emptiness. Roar! The divine pet roared, and the roar turned into sound waves that stirred the space, sweeping over like waves. The sound wave attack was extremely strong. Even a strong man in the 4th realm of Dao Zun would be injured. The giant sword Dao Zun took a step forward and blocked Lin Moyu in front of him to block the sound waves for Lin Moyu. At this time, the thunder chain suddenly erupted, and the lightning exploded. The roar of the divine pet stopped abruptly. It was paralyzed by the explosion and froze there for a moment. The Sword of Luck also flew out at this moment, silently landing on the divine pet, piercing into it like stabbing tofu. Half a second later, screams rang out. The divine pet, which recovered from the paralysis, roared again and stared at Lin Moyu fiercely with a pair of eyes, full of murderous intent. The Sword of Luck hurt it. Although it was not a real injury, it made it very uncomfortable. Lin Moyu didn't care about that. He controlled the Sword of Luck and swung 2 more swords. The divine pet roared continuously, looking very angry. But Lin Moyu completely ignored it. No matter how loud you yell, it's useless. A huge force emerged from the divine pet, and the scales stood up and burst violently. The scales were extremely sharp, like a storm and rain. The giant sword Taoist swung his hands, and 6 giant swords formed, turning into sword shields to block the scales. The scales hit the sword shield, making a harsh collision sound. The giant sword condensed by the giant sword Taoist continued to crack under the impact of the scales. Lin Moyu saw it. The attack power is close to the 7th realm of the Taoist, limited to the smell. Half of the divine pet was seriously injured, and its strength was greatly weakened. The aura was the 4th realm of the Taoist, but it could exert an attack power close to the 7th realm of the Taoist. Obviously, in its heyday, its power must have exceeded that of the 7th level of Dao Zun. The outer gods are very strong, and the divine pets are not weak either. And this one who can trap the divine pet and use it as a gatekeeper is naturally more powerful. It is quite strong. No wonder the 4th level of Dao Zun came in before and died here. However, the divine pet is chained. If those Dao Zun don't want to fight, they should be able to leave. Why didn't they leave? Is it the disgust of the great Dao that makes them choose to fight to the death? Lin Moyu thinks this is unlikely. In this case, this divine pet must have other tricks. The scale attack of the divine pet was blocked by the giant sword Dao Zun, but the scales did not disappear. It was glowing all over, and the roar continued. The sound has changed. The roar suddenly changed, forming a strange rhythm, ups and downs, as if forming a song. The soul world suddenly vibrated, and the soul was affected by some kind of power, and it even had the idea of getting close to the divine pet. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal roared, instantly restoring the soul to normal. Bewitched. Lin Moyu was startled, and the roar was transmitted to the soul world, bewitching the soul. This situation is somewhat similar to the salvation of the Buddha clan. However, in his soul world, there are 10-colored dragon soul crystals and world trees, so ordinary bewitching techniques have no effect on him. No wonder those Daozuan didn't escape. It turns out that they were bewitched. This guy couldn't rush over, but he let others pass. Bewitched plus scales are indeed enough to kill practitioners below the 6th level of Daozuan. Try it, the power of the avenue can break all laws. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and his blood was ignited in an instant. The blood made a roaring sound, and the huge blood gushed out like a fountain, rolling up the wind and clouds, making a whistling sound. In an instant, the roar of the divine pet was completely offset. The blood contains the power of the avenue, and the power of the avenue can break all laws with one force. With the power of the avenue, the bewitching technique of the divine pet was blocked. The power of the avenue at this time is not very high, because the body is only the 2nd level of Daozuan. But even so, it can still resist the bewitching of the divine pet and break all laws with one force, which is very powerful. Please give flowers. Seeing that Lin Moyu is not affected by the bewitching, the divine pet is a little puzzled. Lin Moyu is not affected, and the giant sword Daozuan will not be affected. The giant sword Daozuan only obeys Lin at this moment. Moyu, all the spells of bewitching are useless to it. Lin Moyu sneered, and the sword of luck condensed again, and 3 swords were hit in a row. The 3 swords made the pet scream. Then he condensed the sword of luck again, and 3 swords were hit again. 9 swords in a row greatly weakened the luck of the pet. The pet seemed to be uninjured, but in fact, its luck had been greatly weakened. Then the 4th sword of luck condensed, and the sword of luck turned into a poisonous sword. The black and inky poisonous sword fell on the pet, and its already weakened luck became even weaker. As the luck weakened, Lin Moyu could feel that its power was also decreasing. The scales could no longer pose a threat to the giant sword Taoist, and the attack power had dropped to about the 5th level of Taoist. Once the luck is weak, nothing can be done properly, and everything will be affected. The pit was locked by the thunder chain and could not move, so it could only roar there in anger. Lin Moyu sensed the luck of the divine pet, and after a few seconds, he felt that its luck had fallen to the lowest point. The explosive luck technique suddenly started, and the divine pet suddenly exploded. The explosion came from the body, and countless blood holes were blown out of the body, and blood rushed out. The divine pet's breath rapidly weakened, and it suddenly fell to the 2nd level of Daozuan. At this time, the giant sword Daozuan swung another sword, and the divine pet cried out weakly, and all the scales returned instantly and returned to its body. At the same time, its head shrank, without dodging, and used scales to resist the attack. Clang! The giant sword slashed on the scales, making a crisp and loud sound. The divine pet just trembled slightly and was not injured. The scales were too strong, and the giant sword Daozuan's attack did not work. The divine pet's body glowed with light, and its breath was recovering rapidly. Lin Moyu realized that the divine pet had amazing recovery ability. Although he had injured it, it was not fatal. As long as it was given a little time, it would recover. The explosive luck technique could not kill the enemy, and the explosive luck technique could not be used continuously. There was a certain time interval between each use. It's a bit troublesome. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. He could injure the divine pet, but he could not kill it. The divine pet shrank and roared from time to time. Its breath was recovering at an amazing speed. Can injure, but not kill. Lin Moyu had a headache. He thought of several ways that might solve the current problem. For example, use the Dao Immortal Pill to forcibly improve his strength to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th realm of Dao Zun. Then cooperate with the explosive luck technique once, and while the divine pet is injured, it might be possible to kill it. This is just like Han Jiaxingjun couldn't injure the divine pet at all before, but later the divine pet was seriously injured and its realm dropped sharply, so it could be killed by Han Jiaxingjun. There are many ways to kill the divine pet, and a large enough realm gap is one of the ways to kill them. Void power is also a way to kill them. In addition, there must be other ways, but Lin Moyu doesn't know for the time being. However, Lin Moyu doesn't want to use the Dao Immortal Pill. He only has 3 in total, and it's not worth using it on this thing. Unless there is no other way, Lin Moyu doesn't want to use the Dao Immortal Pill. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while, his eyes glowed slightly, maybe it can be done this way. He retreated to the edge of the Eye of the Storm and summoned Zhao Dongxing. Let the giant sword Dao Zuan and Zhao Dongxing protect him together. He sat cross-legged, and his mind entered the soul world. In the soul body, 6 Dao patterns shone. One of the Dao patterns has become a fortune deduction symbol, which is different from the other 5 Dao patterns. Lin Moyu thought about the details of the explosive luck technique. He wanted to sublimate the explosive luck technique and integrate it into the Dao pattern so that it can detonate the luck. Before, it was just detonating luck. Although both belonged to the power of emptiness, there was only a difference between luck and luck. But this one-word difference made the level of the explosive luck technique fall behind by a large margin. He had thought about sublimating the explosive luck technique before, and now he can try it. If the sublimation is successful and the Dao pattern is integrated, the explosive luck technique can detonate the luck, and the power will be greatly improved. In this way, the practicality of the avenue of luck will be taken to a higher level. The avenue of luck is very mysterious and powerful. Now I have only seen the tip of the iceberg. I need to continue to explore it to truly play the role of the avenue of luck. Lin Moyu continues to comprehend the explosive luck technique, disassembles the explosive luck technique, and verifies it with the avenue of luck that he has mastered. Analyze step by step to achieve the sublimation and transformation of the explosive luck technique. Lin Moyu is very patient. He is not in a hurry and does it step by step. He knows that he will succeed. As for whether he can kill the god pet after success, it is hard to say. In any case, you have to try it. Just 1 hour later, the god pet recovered to its peak state again with its amazing recovery ability. It opened its eyes and looked at Lin Moyu in the distance, with a little puzzlement in its eyes, as if saying, "What is this guy doing?" Lin Moyu sat there motionless, and the 2 guys guarding him also did not move. The divine pet let out a sharp roar, which turned into sound waves, but before it rushed to Lin Moyu, it was blocked. Lin Moyu remained motionless. The sharp scales flew out again, rushing over like a storm. The great sword Dao Zuan and Zhao Dongxing worked together to block it, but it still did not affect Lin Moyu. After trying several times, the divine pet seemed to be tired. In doubt, the divine pet lay down again. The whole scene became weird. Except for the sound of thunder, the Eye of the Storm became extremely quiet. Lin Moyu did not multitask this time. He went all out to sublimate the explosion luck technique. Without any special understanding, he just relied on his understanding of the great Dao to forcibly raise the explosion spell to a higher level. The soul raised his hand and began to draw runes. He used the great Dao of luck as ink and interpreted the explosion luck technique in the form of runes. He gave up the function of checking the luck value in the explosion luck technique and only retained the function of detonating the luck to simplify it. But even so, this rune is still extremely complex, with several layers of structure inside and outside, one inside the other. Lin Moyu drew very slowly and carefully. In his opinion, the difficulty of this rune was no less than that of a 7th-order formation, and even more difficult than a 7th-order formation. The entire drawing process lasted for 3 hours, and it was the most complicated rune that Lin Moyu had ever drawn. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's amazing control over runes, it would have been impossible to draw it. The rune was looming in the soul world, as if it was telling the world that it was made of the power of the void, extremely noble. After drawing the rune, the soul took a deep breath and sucked it in. A Dao pattern was ready long ago, and it took the initiative to meet it and merged with the rune. The Dao pattern shone, and the avenue of luck naturally emerged, and the ministers of the infinite avenue who had entered the Dao pattern in the past. The patterns of the Dao pattern became more complex and more mysterious, and the power contained in it was also rapidly increasing. The 6 Dao patterns shone, resonated, and connected with each other, increasing their power. Lin Moyu sensed the Dao pattern and knew that his idea had come true. The explosive luck technique had been sublimated and integrated with the Dao pattern. He only needed to activate the Dao pattern to perform the explosive luck technique, and what was detonated was no longer luck, but destiny. Needless to say, the power must have been greatly increased. The soul felt the change of time and knew that a full 30 hours had passed. His speed was fast enough, but it still took a lot of time. After more than a day, Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the divine pet again. The divine pet suddenly felt a creepy feeling, and Lin Moyu's eyes made it feel uneasy. Lin Moyu smiled, and a sword of destiny condensed and formed. Following the same method, the sword of destiny was 3 consecutive swords, weakening the destiny of the divine pet. Although the divine pet was unhappy this time, it did not react. It had come once before, and the result was that it was injured by the explosion, but it recovered. If you come again, the result will be the same. What's the use? At worst, you can recover again. Lin Moyu found that the luck poison didn't work well on the divine pet. It was like this last time, and it was still like this time. It was better to use the luck sword to cut a few times. He didn't go into it too much. After cutting 9 times in a row, he activated the explosive luck technique. After the explosive luck technique was activated, Lin Moyu felt his luck rising wildly, and bursts of dragon roars sounded. The explosive luck technique raised his luck to the extreme, and tried his best to widen the gap with the opponent's luck, so that the power of the explosive luck technique could be greater. For a moment, the divine pet felt that there was some danger coming, but it couldn't see where the danger was. It let out a low roar uneasily and stared at Lin Moyu vigilantly. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the divine pet exploded violently, breaking into pieces and exploding into countless fragments. The divine pet was blown to death, and died very cleanly. Lin Moyu was also stunned for a moment. Is it so powerful? He didn't expect that the explosive luck technique would be so powerful after being sublimated. It actually killed the divine pet directly, and the effect was better than expected. If this method doesn't work again, Lin Moyu plans to use the Great Dao Immortal Pill. Now it seems that one Great Dao Immortal Pill is saved. The Eye of the Undead swept around and confirmed that the divine pet was really dead, and Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder chain lost its target and fell to the ground motionless. The flesh and blood that were blown to pieces were turning into black smoke and disappearing. The divine pets are hated by the Great Dao, and their bodies cannot be left here. They will be purified. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Dao reward, it's time to come. After waiting for a while, the power of the avenue fell, and avenues emerged one by one. Immortal Avenue, Time Avenue, Space Avenue, Thousand Star Avenue, Luck Avenue, Power Avenue. 6 avenues appeared at the same time. Among them, the Immortal Avenue and the Thousand Star Avenue belong to the real stream. Luck Avenue and Power Avenue belong to the illusory category. The 2 avenues of time and space are between the real and the unreal. This time he killed the divine pet alone. Even if it was only half, he opened it alone. The avenue rewards do not need to be rich. One person can get all the rewards, and the scale of the rewards should be larger than before. I don't know what the avenue rewards will be this time. The last avenue rewards were all perceptions, but now his situation is a bit special, and the Thousand Star Avenue is still a little short, and he doesn't want to abandon the Thousand Star Avenue and promote to Dao Zun. Although it can be made up afterwards, Lin Moyu has a feeling that this is not good. It would be better if some Star Lord inheritance items could be directly rewarded. Lin Moyu felt that his idea was a bit whimsical and obviously unrealistic. 25 And there is no choice in the rewards of the avenue, you can only passively accept it, take whatever is given. So, everything depends on luck. Luck? Lin Moyu suddenly realized that if he improved his luck, could he affect the rewards of the avenue? Although he knew that the possibility was not great, it would not hurt to try. Anyway, there would be no loss. While the rewards of the avenue had not yet arrived, Lin Moyu silently used the avenue of luck to improve his luck. Luck is higher than luck, the stronger the luck, the stronger the luck. After Lin Moyu did all this, the rewards of the avenue came with a bang. Lin Moyu's eyes blurred and he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was pitch black all around, and there seemed to be nothing. There was no perception either, and Lin Moyu was a little confused. What exactly would the reward be this time? It seemed very mysterious. Then, a light spot appeared in his sight. In the dark world, a light spot suddenly appeared, and Lin Moyu's attention was naturally attracted to it. This light spot was very far away, as if it was separated by billions of miles. With Lin Moyu's eyesight, he could only barely see it clearly. Lin Moyu recognized the true identity of the light spot at a glance. It was a star. Then, the second light spot, and the third light spot. The light spots appeared one after another, and each light spot was a star. The light spots were strong and weak, bright and dark, but without exception, they were all very old. Although they were infinitely far apart, the ancient and vast breath still came over without any hindrance. Lin Moyu comprehended the avenue of time, and he was very sensitive to this breathful of time. The antiquity of these stars far exceeded the scope that could be traced back, and far exceeded the historical records of the origin continent. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea. These stars are all prehistoric. He had the honor of seeing the star world on the origin continent, the avenue, and the stars. None of those stars gave him this feeling of confusion. This means that the appearance of stars also has a time sequence. Thousands of stars appeared in sight, and then these stars enlarged in sight. Lin Moyu realized that it was not that the stars became bigger, but that the distance between him and the stars was closer. As he got closer to the stars, a strange aura rushed over. Each star has a different aura. They have their own unique properties and powers. Each star is an independent individual, but they are all in the same space. Lin Moyu suddenly realized where he was. He was inside the Thousand Star Avenue. Lin Moyu never thought that this time, the reward from the avenue would bring his consciousness to the interior of the Thousand Stars Avenue. At this time, a hazy figure appeared in front of Lin Yu. He could not see the figure clearly, but only a hazy light. But this hazy light shocked Lin Moyu. The light ball exuded an amazing noble aura, and it was the most noble existence among those Lin Moyu had ever seen. It seemed to be high above, looking down on all living beings. In front of him, all living beings would feel their own insignificance. Could it be the master of the planetary avenue? Lin Moyu was thinking wildly in his heart, and could not guess the other party's identity for a while. A low humming sounded in the light ball, and the voice was low, as if someone was talking. The low humming sounded as if it came from a distant time and space, ethereal and ethereal. Then the low humming sounded in his ears, and Lin Moyu heard the other party's voice very clearly. The Star-Lord has fallen, and the Thousand Stars Avenue is asleep. The avenue is revived, choose the Star-Lord. Lin Moyu was suddenly startled, and he understood what was going on. In the battle that year, most of the Star-Lords in the Thousand Star Avenue fell, and even the Thousand Star Avenue fell into a deep sleep. After the death of the Star-Lord, most of the stars returned to the Thousand Star Avenue and fell into a deep sleep with the Thousand Star Avenue. There are only a few stars whose Star-Lords are still alive and are still continuing the Star-Lord inheritance. Unfortunately, without the support of the Avenue, the strongest Star-Lord is only comparable to the ninth realm of Dao Zun, and no Star-Lord can enter the Avenue realm. The number of stars in the Thousand Star Avenue is not 1 or 2,000, but endless. Those stars that fell asleep with the Thousand-Star Avenue in the past also revived with the Thousand-Star Avenue. They will shine again and shine again. As the person who awakened the Thousand-Star Avenue, he has now become the only owner of the Thousand-Star Avenue. He is qualified to awaken those stars sleeping in the Thousand-Star Avenue, select suitable inheritors for them, and regain the position of Star Lord. But to awaken them, it takes huge power, and it is not something that can be done by talking. Now, with the help of the Avenue Reward, Lin Moyu has the opportunity to awaken them. Lin Moyu realized that he had been wrong before after he understood everything. He didn't need to ask for the inheritance of the Star Lord outside, he just needed to look for it in the Great Dao. There were countless stars shining in front of him, he could choose a few of them and revive them now. Then he would find suitable inheritors for them and make them become Star Lords again. As for the Star Lords who were not asleep in those days, they only accounted for a very small part and were dispensable. If there were Star Lords who wanted to truly enter the Great Dao realm now, they had to ask him and obtain his consent. Although he was not yet a Dao Lord, he already had some of the authority of a Dao Lord. The stars in front of him flickered, some were strong and some were weak. Lin Moyu didn't know how many stars he could revive. But he knew that the stronger the revived star was, the more rewards from the Great Dao would be consumed. After carefully sensing it, Lin Moyu chose one of the stars. This star was very strong, ancient and vast, and it was one of the best among all the stars. As Lin Moyu's consciousness came, a ray of light came out of nowhere and landed on the star. The originally dormant star was suddenly activated and burst into a strong light. As the star revived, Lin Moyu got the information of the star. Zhan Wangxingjuan, I am the third. This star is called Zhan Wangxingjuan, and it ranks third among all the Star Lords. Lin Moyu thought to himself, I wonder which one is stronger or weaker than the current 28 Star Lords. The Zhan Wang star shone brighter and brighter, and the light enveloped the entire field of vision, and then exploded. Lin Moyu's eyes were blank, and the light occupied the entire field of vision. It was bright, but not dazzling. Lin Moyu even felt a little familiar, just like his own child, expressing intimacy to him. Lin Moyu had experienced this feeling more than once, the World Tree, Infinite Fusion, and even the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, it was a feeling. When his vision was restored, Lin Moyu found that he had returned. The 6 avenues that originally surrounded him also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. His experience just now was like a dream. Is the Avenue Reward over? Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he summoned the Thousand-Star Avenue. On the Thousand-Star Avenue, 10 stars were shining. The stars of the Falling Star Lord, the Cold 9 Star Lord, and the Second Wind Star Lord were all there, and the remaining 6 stars were also shining. Now there is one more, the War King Star Lord. The star of the War King Star Lord is obviously brighter and larger than the other stars, and the position is also higher. This means that the War King Star Lord is stronger. The Thousand-Star Avenue also has clear levels, with War King Star Lord at the top, and 3 stars such as Falling Star Lord in a row, and the other 6 stars are lower. Levels exist no matter where they are. Lin Moyu reached out and took out an item from War King Star Lord. It was an armor, which was only as big as a palm and extremely delicate. War King Star armor is the inheritance of War King Star Lord. When Lin Moyu finds a suitable inheritor, he can give the War King Star armor to the other party, and the other party can get the inheritance of War King Star Lord, and may eventually inherit the position of Star Lord. Practicing the inheritance of Star Lord and becoming a Star Lord is a shortcut, but it is also a restriction. It limits the final achievement. Once you become a Star Lord, you can never think of becoming a Taoist. Victory is also Star Lord, defeat is also Star Lord. Among the practitioners, how many people can really walk to the upper way? Looking at the current situation of each holy land, we can know that with the concentration of massive resources and infinite luck, there are only a few people who can finally reach the 9th level of Dao Zone and have information to glimpse the Great Dao. And their path is still crooked, and what they pursue is nothing more than immortality. Even if they enter the great Dao realm, the final achievement is only equivalent to the weakest Star Lord. So the path of Star Lord is a smooth road for most practitioners. He already has an idea in his mind that in the future, most of these Star Lord positions will be given to his own people. His own power can be developed into a Star Lord power. As long as he is given enough time, Yudao City will definitely become a terrible force, far beyond those strange places. Looking at the 1,000-star avenue, there are already 10 stars flashing on it, and the perception obtained is enough. Now that the door to Dao Zun has been opened, Lin Moyu can become Dao Zun at any time if he wants. Everything is ready, only the Dao pattern is missing. Everything is there, only the number of Dao patterns is not enough. 6 Dao patterns are not Lin what Moyu wanted. He wanted to reach the limit, or even break through the limit. He walked over the position of the previous pet. The pet was dead, leaving only the empty thunder chain. When he came to the entrance of the inner layer of the secret treasure, Lin Moyu raised his hand, and the Dao pattern in his palm suddenly shone, reflecting the Dao pattern at the entrance. The Dao pattern in his palm flew out automatically, growing larger and merging with the Dao pattern at the entrance. Accompanied by a roar, the entrance suddenly changed, rippling like a water curtain, and a strong breath rushed out of it. Several skeleton gods appeared around Lin Moyu, and the skeleton gods ran in first. As soon as they entered, the skeleton gods were shaken away and fell heavily to the ground. The skeleton gods were covered with lightning and could not move. The skeleton gods could not get in. Lin Moyu knew that only he was qualified to enter. He walked in with some helplessness. Inside the entrance was a thunder passage. Wherever Lin Moyu went, the thunder automatically avoided him. The passage was not long. Lin Moyu reached the end after walking for a while. After passing through the passage, he finally saw the situation inside the secret treasure. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. Countless thunders fell from the sky, forming 8 avenue chains, hanging a strange creature in midair. When he saw that creature, a strong sense of disgust immediately arose in his soul. This sense of disgust was much stronger than when he saw the divine pet. Outland God. Lin Moyu was shocked. He was here and saw an outland god with his own eyes. The most important thing is that this outland god, locked here by thunder, seems to have lost consciousness. But it is not dead, it is still alive. Through the eye of the dead, you can see that the soul flame of this outland god still exists. Lin Moyu looked at this outer god. Although he was unconscious, his aura was still so strong that it made people tremble. Just the natural aura, Lin Moyu had the illusion that he was about to be crushed. So strong. He knew that the outer god was very strong, comparable to the Dao realm, but Lin Moyu had no idea about the Dao realm. He didn't have it before, but now he has a little idea. If this outer god was still conscious and wanted to kill him, he didn't need to do it, just relying on his aura would be enough. He had no means, he couldn't stop it at all. The Dao realm and the Dao Zun realm are completely different concepts. Fortunately, he was unconscious now and was locked here, so he had the opportunity to see him clearly. His 4 legs and appearance were 70% similar to those of the human race. There were some strange patterns on his face, body, and arms. They were not Dao patterns, nor did they look like runes, nor were they any totems that Lin Moyu knew. On the back of his hand and on his heel, there was an inverted curved horn. There is a pair of wings on his back. The wings should have feathers, but now they are gone. Most likely, they were struck by thunder, leaving only a bare skeleton. 8 thunder chains fell, locking the hands, feet, neck, waist, and a pair of wings on his back. The terrifying thunder continued to fall on him along the chains, keeping him in a coma. Lin Moyu didn't know how many years he had been imprisoned here, but it must have been long. Over the years, the aura of the outer god, Nuo Wang Zhao, was still intact, and there was almost no injury on his body except for the feathers on his wings. If I kill him, can I get more rewards from the avenue? Before, I only killed half of a divine pet, and the reward I got was enough to revive a star. If I can kill this extraterritorial god, I should be able to revive a few stars. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, but he knew that he was a little fanciful. How could the extraterritorial god be so easy to kill? If it was easy to kill, these thunderbolts would have killed him long ago. Lin Moyu could feel that these thunderbolts were very powerful and had reached the 8th or even 9th realm of the Taoist master. If he couldn't kill it even like this, how could he kill it? Or should he use the avenue of luck and the explosive luck technique? Lin Moyu was not sure. Little guy, did you kill the divine pet outside? The voice sounded in his ears, and Lin Moyu immediately turned his head and saw a blond old man looking at him. Lin Moyu had no idea when the blond old man appeared. His spiritual sense had no reaction, which could only mean that the other party had no ill will towards him, or that the other party was too strong, beyond the limit of spiritual sense. Lin Moyu could not feel the other party's realm at all, and the more so, the more terrifying it was. He clasped his fists and saluted, "Junior Lin Moyu, meet the senior." The old man smiled gently, "Little guy, I have a question for you." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, that half of the divine pet was killed by me." The old man said, "How did you kill it? Tell me in detail." Facing this unknown existence, Lin Moyu did not hide it. "I used the avenue of luck to first cut off its luck, and finally attacked with my own luck to kill the other party." The old man did not speak, as if he was thinking about what Lin Moyu said. After a moment, he suddenly sighed, "It's indeed a good idea, what a pity." Lin Moyu asked, "What a pity?" The old man said, "It's a pity that your realm is still a little short, and your understanding of the Tao is not enough, so you can't kill that guy." The guy he pointed to was the extraterritorial god hanging in the air. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, can you tell me what's going on?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "Of course you can. You are the first person to come here in nearly 1,000 years. And you are the first 157 to kill the gatekeeper pet, so you must have some privileges. In that case, then I will tell you what's going on." Lin Moyu pricked up his ears. He knew he was about to hear some secrets. The Thunder secret treasure, it is both a secret and not completely a secret. Its existence can be traced back to prehistoric times, the era of the God-slaying sect. Back then, a Tao realm powerhouse fought with an outer heavenly god here, and both sides were seriously injured. The outer heavenly god had a very strong recovery ability. The Tao realm powerhouse knew that if he dragged it out to the end, he would be the only one to die. He used his own life as a price to activate the eternal shackles and lock the outer heavenly god here. The eternal shackles not only locked the outer heavenly god's body, but also locked the outer heavenly god's soul, and even his pets were not spared. The Tao realm powerhouse had a chance to reincarnate, but he was afraid that the outer heavenly god would escape after a long time. After all, the eternal shackles are only called eternal, but not truly eternal. Just like the Tao realm powerhouse claims to be immortal, but not truly immortal. He simply gave up the opportunity to reincarnate, sacrificed himself, and formed this space. The Tao realm powerhouse could not kill the outer heavenly god, so he could only imprison him forever. As for the secret treasure outside, it was not built by the Tao realm powerhouse, but was formed naturally after the Tao power leaked out later. The Tao realm expert who imprisoned the extraterritorial gods was, needless to say, the old man in front of him. Now, only his residual soul remains, and he himself has long since fallen. This is the Tao realm. Even if it is a residual soul, it can live for a very long time, or even immortality. However, this immortality is no different from death. The Jinglei secret treasure was originally hidden in another layer of space and had no connection with the real world. As time passed, the endless moon flowed away, and more than 3,000 years ago, the Jinglei secret treasure appeared on the land of Dongzhou. After the Jinglei secret treasure appeared, some people came in. Some people came to the center of the storm, saw the divine pet, and even entered the inside. There are many smart people in this world, and Lin Moyu is definitely not the only one. Among the people who came in, the strongest one was a Dao Zun 9 realm strongman. He also collected thunderstones at that time, but did not kill the divine pet, because he could not kill it, but the divine pet could not kill him, let alone stop him. He came here and saw the outer territorial gods, but he also could not kill them. In the end, he could only leave the secret storage. Later, 2 more people came in, 2 Dao Zun 8-realm strongmen, 1 human and 1 demon. They could not do anything to the outer territorial gods, so they had to leave. The old man's tone was very calm from beginning to end. The first Dao Zun 9 realm who came back later and brought some things from the Thunder Road. Although it didn't help much, it was not in time. It's a pity that after so many years, this guy can't be killed. I don't know how many years this place can last. Lin Moyu looked at the outer territorial gods hanging in the sky. At present, the situation seems to be stable. The old man shook his head. You only see the surface, not the essence. Even if he can remain stable for hundreds of thousands or millions of years, as long as he doesn't die, he will be able to break free sooner or later. When the time comes. But at that time, we don't know what the world will be like. Maybe the war will start again. Lin Moyu wanted to ask what the war was, but the old man shook his head gently. No need to ask. Your current realm is still far away. Lin Moyu asked, Senior locked up the outer god back then. In all these years, have you ever thought of a calendar that can kill him? The old man said, if you could have thought of it, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Lin Moyu said, Junior killed another divine pet, but at that time there was a Star King who took action. Junior used the Avenue of Luck to severely injure the divine pet, and the Star King killed it. If Junior used the Avenue of Luck to attack it, could Senior kill it? The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. Divine pets are completely different from outer gods. Divine pets are like a blade of grass. Although it can be bent by stepping on, it can stand up again. If you use more force, you can still step on it to death. Outer gods are like a tree. You can't kill it by just stepping on it. You must use other methods. Lin Moyu said, Senior, can you tell me how to kill the outer heavenly god? Although this senior couldn't kill the outer heavenly god, he definitely knew how to kill him, but he just couldn't do it. As I said at the beginning, if I were at a higher level, I might be able to kill the outer heavenly god. The old man said, it's not that difficult to kill the outer heavenly god. One is to crush him with the great Tao. Of course, your great Tao must be strong enough. I am at the same level as him, and my heavenly Tao cannot break his divine body. Lin Moyu heard another word, divine body. One of the differences between the outer gods and divine pets is the divine body. Divine pets only have a little bit of the divine body, which is already so difficult to kill. And the outer gods have complete divine bodies, and the divine body's defense is so strong that it is outrageous. The divine body not only protects the flesh, but also the soul, and has almost no weaknesses. It is difficult for the Tao realm to break the divine body of the same realm even if the Tao realm uses the power of the Tao, let alone the Dao Zun realm. The Dao Zun realm only borrows part of the power of the Tao, and cannot be compared with the Tao realm at all. However, Lin Moyu thinks that the Tao also depends on what kind of Tao it is. If it is the original Tao, it may be another matter. The old man continued, the second method is also the Tao, but it is the Tao of Void. The Tao of Void has an advantage when dealing with the outer gods. Even if it is 1 or 2 realms lower, it can break their divine bodies. Lin Moyu expressed his understanding. He had tried it and it worked. The old man said, if you have reached the 9th level of Dao Zun now, perhaps your luck and destiny can break his divine body. Why don't you go back and practice for a while, and come back when you reach the 9th level of Dao Zun? What the old man said was indeed a method, and he could wait. But Lin Moyu didn't want to wait. The outer territorial gods were right in front of him, watching him, and this was a large amount of avenue rewards. If he could get it, the benefits would be great. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, if you kill him, will the avenue reward you get be better than killing the god pet map? The old man shook his head. It's different. The avenue reward you get from killing the god pet is not selectable. Killing the outer territorial gods, you can choose the reward. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up. What kind of reward can it be? The old man said, a lot, basically everything you can think of. Lin Moyu said, what if I want to condense Dao patterns? The old man understood Lin Moyu's thoughts. You can, but you can't exceed your limit, at least not too much. The Dao reward can help you reach the real limit. Reach the real limit. Lin Moyu can fully understand the meaning of this sentence. Every cultivator has his limit, which is composed of various reasons such as state of mind, soul, body, and Dao comprehension. Under normal circumstances, no one knows where their real limit is, and it is also difficult to truly reach their own limit. If this limit exceeds 7 Dao patterns and is still a little short of 8 Dao patterns. If you condense it yourself, basically 7 Dao patterns will be the limit. But if you cooperate with the Dao reward, you can condense 8 Dao patterns, because 8 Dao patterns are the real limit. Slightly exceeding it will not be anything. Once you have laid a solid enough foundation, your achievements will become stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu can now rush into Dao Zun at any time. His foundation is already solid enough, and 6 Dao patterns are not bad even in that era. Lin Moyu said, if I can kill him, I can ask for the Dao reward to condense Dao patterns. I wonder how many Dao patterns I can condense. The old man narrowed his eyes. If you can really kill him, you can condense all your Dao patterns at your current level. Someone has done this before, and he condensed from 6 Dao patterns to 8. Lin Moyu asked, is 8 Dao patterns the limit? The old man shook his head. No, 9 is the limit. But there are very few people who can condense 9, and those people have become Dao people. Do you want to become a Dao master? But this depends on your qualifications and fate. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Lin Moyu said, I have condensed 6 Dao patterns now, and I feel I still have some strength left. Maybe I can give it a try. The old man nodded. You can try. I can see that you have extraordinary talent, and you are young, so you have enough time to try. It doesn't matter if you fail, it won't have any impact. Remember, when you reach the 9th level of Dao Zun, come back and help me kill him. Lin Moyu said, I want to kill him now. The old man thought Lin Moyu was joking. I want to, but I can't. Lin Moyu said, I want to try. As he said that, Lin Moyu flew towards the outer heavenly god. The old man did not stop him, but just watched silently. When he was still 100 meters away from the outer heavenly god, he was blocked by an invisible force and he couldn't get through. The outer heavenly god was glowing, and invisible forces rushed out, blocking Lin Moyu firmly outside. The old man's voice came, this is its body-protecting divine light. Without the 7th level of Dao Zun, it cannot be broken. Lin Moyu said, can you help me? The old man shook his head. I can only trap it, make it unconscious and unable to move. I can't do anything else. Even if you use the avenue of luck, you can't kill him. The difference between you is too big. What he meant was, if you can't even get close, don't even think about killing him. The old man felt that Lin Moyu's idea was a little unrealistic. Lin Moyu had his own ideas. After trying a few times and making sure he couldn't get through, he took a deep breath. His eyes became firm, and Lin Moyu took out a Dao Budai Dan and threw it into his mouth. The old man watched Lin Moyu taking drugs and didn't say anything. His eyes were like watching a play. Dao Immortal Pill. I didn't expect that there are still people who can refine the Dao Immortal Pill nowadays. It should be that guy who refined it. After countless years, he no longer knew what it meant to be anxious. The old man didn't know why Lin Moyu wanted to take the Dao Immortal Pill. The Dao Immortal Pill could only guarantee immortality within a certain period of time, but it was useless other than that. The next second, a strange feeling surged from Lin Moyu's body. The old man was finally moved, and his previous calmness disappeared. Original magic. I didn't expect the little guy to master the original magic. Those who can master the original magic in this world eventually become Taoist masters. It seems that the little guy will achieve unlimited success in the future. Original magic. Concentrate. The huge power of the Undead Legion concentrated on Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's aura increased sharply, almost instantly breaking through the barrier between Tianzuan and Daozuan. Lin Moyu entered the Daozuan realm, as natural as drinking water and eating. Then the aura continued to increase rapidly, Daozuan's second realm, third realm, climbing all the way, as if there was no limit. The old man was moved, and muttered to himself, what a powerful origin technique, it can actually improve the realm so much. But this method of improvement, the body and soul can't bear it, no wonder he needs to eat the immortal pill of the great Tao. But just improving the realm is useless, even if it is improved to the 9th realm of the Tao Master, it is useless, the understanding of the great Tao will not improve with the improvement of the realm. With his eyesight, he could see that although Lin Moyu's realm had improved, his Tao level had not improved. Lin Moyu was forcing things to grow, and simply improved his realm. In this way, although his strength would be improved, it was far inferior to that of a Tao master who had truly cultivated step by step. Even if Lin Moyu had reached the 9th level of Tao master, his actual combat power might not be as good as that of the 7th level of Tao master. The Tao of Luck would not improve along with the realm, and he could not use the Tao of Luck to kill the outer heavenly god. The same was true for the Tao of Strength. Lin Moyu naturally knew this, and no matter how much his realm improved, no matter how much his combat power improved, he could not rely on his own strength to kill the outer heavenly god. But what he wanted was the realm. With enough realm, he could break through the protective divine light of the outer heavenly god and come to him. The realm continued to improve, and the tens of billions of undead legions gave Lin Moyu enough power. The realm broke through layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu's realm has reached the 6th realm of Daozun. The last time he fought Zhao Dongxing, he also used the Dao Immortal Pill, but he only broke through to the 6th realm of Daozun. But that day is different from today. Today he is the peak of Tianzuan, much stronger than then. The undead army is also much stronger, and can provide more powerful power. After pausing for a few seconds at the 6th realm of Daozun, with a muffled sound, Lin Moyu's breath suddenly rose and rushed into the 7th realm of Daozun. The 6th realm and the 7th realm are only one realm apart, but there is a world of difference. After rushing into the 7th realm, the power of the origin of magic has reached its limit and can no longer be used to kill. Lin Moyu tried to rush towards the outer god, and a huge force surged out of his body, turning into a sharp sword to cut through the thorns for himself. The protective divine light that had blocked him from advancing before finally could no longer block Lin Moyu. Although the forward speed was very slow, at least he could get close to the grate. The protective divine light was like a quagmire. Lin Moyu encountered great resistance and moved forward very slowly. The 7th level of Daozun was only able to break through the bottom line of the protective divine light of the outer gods. In the final analysis, it was still not strong enough. Lin Moyu was a little anxious. The effect of the Dao Immortal Pill was only 10 minutes, and he had to rush through it within 10 minutes. Once the effect of the Dao Immortal Pill was over, he would collapse at the first time, and all his efforts would be in vain. Lin Moyu used all his strength to cut through the thorns. Qi and blood roared, turning into a column of smoke that rushed straight into the sky. Lin Moyu punched out one punch after another, and the power of the Dao merged into the Qi and blood, and Lin Moyu opened the way. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at this scene. The surprise in his eyes could no longer be concealed. All the points shown by Lin Moyu shocked him extremely. Original magic, destiny, and power. Anyone who gets one of them has the opportunity to become a Taoist master, live forever in heaven and earth, and be proud of the universe. These things are concentrated in one person, and his life can actually withstand it. Could it be that, is he the reincarnation of a Taoist master? Any good thing, even if you can get it, you must have a life to bear it. If your life is not big enough, even if you get a good thing, you will encounter bad luck. Fate is something that no one can tell except a few people. But seeing that Lin Moyu has so many good things and lives so well, the old man knows that Lin Moyu's life is extraordinary. But he still doesn't know why Lin Moyu is trying his best to get close to the outer gods. Now he can only watch, and he can't help at all. What he said to Lin Moyu was the truth. In order to trap the outer gods, he has used all his strength and can't divide any more strength. In his eyes, Lin Moyu doesn't need to fight so hard. Mastering the origin of the art and the avenue of power and luck. As long as Lin Moyu cultivates to the 8th level of Dao Zun, he will have a chance to kill the outer heavenly god. When he reaches the 9th level of Dao Zun, he can kill him 100%. He can't afford to wait for this little time. Time passed by minute, and Lin Moyu moved forward with difficulty. The distance of 100 meters was like a natural moat. After 9 minutes, he finally came to the outer heavenly god. At this time, he could see the divine light flowing on the body of the outer heavenly god. The divine light gave him an illusion of indestructibility. Under the divine light was the divine body of the outer heavenly god, which could resist the avenue of the avenue and was indestructible. Lin Moyu could sense the opponent's strength just by looking at him from a close distance. Time was running out, and Lin Moyu didn't look at it for long, and surrounded the Calamity Scepter. The Eye of the Dead opened and found the location of the opponent's soul. A soul flame was beating in the chest of the outer heavenly god. The location of the soul of the outer gods is different from that of humans. It is not in the center of the forehead, but in the chest. Although the soul is in another world, the body is also the container of the soul, and there is a connection between them. It's up to you. Lin Moyu raised the Calamity Scepter and slammed it down fiercely. The Calamity Scepter is indestructible. He believes that the Calamity Scepter can definitely smash the body of the outer gods. At the moment when Lin Moyu raised the Calamity Scepter, the old man finally knew what Lin Moyu was going to do. His eyes were fixed on the Calamity Scepter. I seem to have seen this scepter somewhere. Where is it? Why can't I remember it? The old man was sure that he had seen this scepter before, and there was an impression in his memory, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling was very strange. As a strong man in the Dao realm, there were things that he couldn't remember. The Calamity Scepter hit the chest of the outer god heavily, making a crisp sound. The body of the outer god suddenly lit up, and then countless cracks appeared like broken glass. The divine light was shining, as if it wanted to repair the damage, but Lin Moyu would never give him a chance. The second time it hit hard. The divine body shattered, and the Calamity Scepter touched the flesh of the outer god. The flesh was torn and exploded on the spot. Some of the flesh and blood touched the Calamity Scepter, and the soul gem on the Calamity Scepter suddenly glowed, and a terrible force rushed out, like a sharp blade piercing into the soul of the outer god. Lin Moyu heard a sharp scream, a scream from the soul. Under the Eye of the Undead, the soul flame of the outer god was rapidly deformed, and a large amount of soul power was drawn out. The soul gem is like a pump, sucking away the soul power of the outer realm god. The soul gem extracts the soul of the outer realm god to replenish itself. Lin Moyu was shocked. Does it mean that the soul gem needs to absorb the soul power of the outer realm god? No, the soul gem does not want the soul power of the outer realm god, it wants the soul of the Dao realm. Not only the outer realm god, it can also absorb the soul power of other Dao realm. The ability to absorb the soul power of the Dao realm is enough to show that the soul gem is of a high level. It is at least a treasure of the Dao realm. The scream from the soul of the outer heavenly god was extremely miserable. As the soul gem continued to extract soul power, the scream was gradually weakening. In just a few seconds, the scream had become extremely weak. The breath of the outer heavenly god was extremely weak. He had become an empty shell. Although he was not dead, he was not much different from death. At this time, the elemental gem that had never moved suddenly moved. It emitted a ball of purple gold flame and directly ignited the body of the outer heavenly god. The powerful body of the outer heavenly god quickly vaporized in the purple gold flame, leaving no ash. Lin Moyu noticed that the body of the outer heavenly god seemed to have no ash left, but in fact, when it was burned, the essence of the body had been absorbed by the elemental gem. The soul gem and the elemental gem, one extracting the soul and the other absorbing the essence of the body, cooperated perfectly. And just 2 times, the outer heavenly god, who was difficult to kill even in the Dao realm, was gone so easily. Lin Moyu could not help but have a new understanding of the Calamity Scepter. He thought he would have to hit it a few more times before, but he didn't expect it to be hit twice, and it was very easy. The old man standing on the ground was very uneasy at this moment. He didn't remember the origin of the Calamity Scepter, but he recognized the purple gold flame. Purple gold Dao fire, the fire of burning Dao. How can there be a fire of burning Dao? What on earth is this? In his mind, it was like 1,000 horses galloping, and it was difficult to calm down. 4.7 At this time, Lin Moyu's body exploded with a bang, and exploded into a ball of blood mist. Dead? The old man was stunned again on the spot, and the 1,000 horses galloping in his mind instantly increased by hundreds of times, turning into billions of horses galloping. After using various methods, he finally killed the extraterritorial gods, and then he died like this? What is this game? Is it a game of mutual destruction? Could it be that he is waiting for the reward of the avenue to revive himself? Such a big game? In the countless years of the old man's life, he has never been so messy as this moment. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't say anything. But in less than a second, the blood mist suddenly gathered automatically, and then accompanied by a purple light, Lin Moyu reappeared in sight. After the resurrection, Lin Moyu's aura had returned to its peak, as if nothing had happened before. The old man's eyes widened. He is alive again. The outer god died, not even ashes were left. The 8 thunder chains lost their target and hung in the air motionless. Lin Moyu returned to the old man, Senior. It was finally solved. The old man's eyes were complicated, and his thoughts were not in a mess at the moment. Lin Moyu felt strange. The outer god died. The Senior should be happy. Why did he look unhappy? The old man looked at Lin Moyu. Are you the reincarnation of the Taoist master? Lin Moyu showed a puzzled look. Why do you say that? The old man waved his hand. Nothing, just asking casually, what magic weapon did you use just now? Lin Moyu said, the Calamity Scepter. The old man thought about the Calamity Scepter and shook his head slightly, making sure that he had never heard of this name. Although he couldn't figure it out, the old man was still curious. Where did you get the Calamity Scepter? Lin Moyu said, it's in a small world. I want to ask you about this question. The old man in front of him was once a real Dao realm expert, and he must know a lot of things. I finally ran into him, and I would be sorry if I didn't take the opportunity to ask him. The old man said, don't worry, wait until the Dao reward comes, we still have time. The Dao reward came, and the Dao reward obtained by killing the outer gods and killing the divine pets was completely different. After killing the gods in the divine domain, the Dao reward can be selected. The cultivator only needs to communicate with the Dao with his mind to get the corresponding reward. Moyu didn't know what reward the old man wanted. He knew very well what he wanted. When the Dao came, an invisible force enveloped him, and a vague murmur came from his ears, as if asking Lin Moyu what reward he wanted. Lin Moyu chose to condense the Dao pattern without hesitation. The next second after he made the choice, the power of the Dao officially came. The power of the great Dao is extremely noble, and contains an ethereal power that is beyond people's reach. This power of the great Dao seems to contain the power of all the great Daos. All the infinite great Daos can be found here, whether it is an illusory great Dao or a real great Dao, they are all included in it. This power guides Lin Moyu, and his consciousness sinks into the soul world. The power of the great Dao turns into a ray of light in the soul world and falls on the soul. 6 Dao patterns in the soul are shining, and the 7th Dao pattern has just shown a little outline, and it is still far from being truly formed. If Lin Moyu is allowed to condense it himself, it is estimated that it will take thousands of days. But under the cover of the light of the great Dao, the 7th Dao pattern quickly condensed and formed. The Dao pattern condensed so fast that Lin Moyu, the owner, was a little caught off guard. Fast, it's really too fast. Lin Moyu has a feeling that his soul has entered a very special state and is extremely close to the heavenly Dao. All the comprehension, whether conscious or subconscious, including the Dao perception that has settled in the deepest part of the soul, is called up at this moment. Dao patterns are condensed by one's own comprehension. Whether or not one can condense Dao patterns is not determined by external forces, but by oneself. If one's comprehension is not enough, Dao rewards cannot help. Therefore, Dao rewards can only help oneself condense Dao patterns, not condense Dao patterns for oneself. Dao rewards can gather all the details, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moyu has 6 Daos, and even he himself cannot figure out how deep his perception of the Dao is. In short, any of the 6 Daos is enough to support him to enter Dao Zun. In just less than 2 minutes, the 7th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. Then, the outline of the 8th Dao pattern appeared in the soul body. This time, the condensation speed is still fast, completely ignoring the rule that the more Dao patterns there are, the slower the condensation speed. All rules are formulated under the Dao and do not work on the Dao. 3 minutes later, the 8th Dao pattern condensed. The 8 Dao patterns shone brightly in the soul, connected into one, and the power of each Dao pattern was greatly enhanced. The more Dao patterns there are, the more they resonate and amplify each other, and the power of each Dao pattern will become stronger. The same Dao pattern, with only one and with multiple, has completely different power. Then, the outline of the 9th Dao pattern appeared. At this moment, the condensation of Dao patterns is no longer under Lin Moyu's control. The Dao reward mobilized all his perceptions and pushed him to the limit. In this state, Lin Moyu has no idea where his limit is. It may still be far away, or it may be over in a bang. Lin Moyu can only passively accept this. Although the Dao reward can be freely chosen, it still remains strong. When Lin Moyu condensed the Dao pattern, the old man on the side had already accepted the Dao reward and was looking at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's reward continued, and the old man was very patient. His eyes were a little sharper than before. It took a full 4 minutes to condense the 9th Dao pattern. The 7th took 2 minutes, the 8th took 3 minutes, and the 9th took 4 minutes. Although it was slower each time, it was smooth every time. After the 9th Dao pattern was successfully condensed, the Dao reward was still not over. Only 2 seconds later, the outline of the 1st Dao pattern was formed. Lin Moyu was surprised. There is actually a 10th Dao pattern. The senior said that those who can condense 9 Dao patterns will eventually become Dao masters. 9 Dao patterns should be the limit, but I have condensed the 10th Dao pattern here. What am I? The Dao reward does not care whether Lin Moyu is shocked or not. The Dao pattern should be condensed, and it will not stop until it reaches Lin Moyu's limit. 5 minutes later, the 10th Dao pattern was successfully condensed. 10 Dao patterns, it can be regarded as truly beyond the limit. Lin Moyu's thought just rose, and the outline of the 11th Dao pattern suddenly appeared. There is more. The thought was shattered on the spot, and Lin Moyu looked at it blankly. He had estimated himself before, and he thought that more than 8 Dao patterns should not be a problem. He has been breaking the limit all the way. Later, I heard that the real limit of 627 is 9 Dao patterns. Lin Moyu felt that he could do it, and even reach 10 Dao patterns. In fact, he did reach 10 Dao patterns. But he never thought that there was an 11th Dao pattern. At this point, Lin Moyu was too lazy to care. Whatever the Dao reward wanted to do, it was up to you. He regarded himself as a bystander, watching the Dao reward do whatever it wanted to him. It took 6 minutes for the 11th Dao pattern to condense successfully. Then, the 12th Dao pattern appeared. Lin Moyu watched the show quietly, but it was a pity that there were no melon seeds in his hand, otherwise he could have eaten a pound or half a pound. 7 minutes, the 12th Dao pattern condensed successfully. The 12 Dao patterns connected into one, roaring with each other. Lin Moyu felt that the power of the Dao pattern increased by at least 3 times. The same technique, he integrated into the Dao pattern and performed it. Compared with those who only had one Dao pattern, it was at least 3 times more powerful. This gap is already extremely terrifying. He can easily crush the practitioners of the same realm. Then, the 13th Dao pattern appeared. In the secret collection, the old man waited for a long time. Qianzhong could not wait for Lin Moyu to finish. Lin Moyu was covered by a ball of Dao light. This ball of light was not only a reward from the Dao, but also a protection for Lin Moyu. After waiting for a long time, the Dao light on Lin Moyu finally faded. It's finally done. The old man snapped his fingers at the same time, and 8 thunder chains fell like lightning, trapping Lin Moyu tightly. The thunder chain fell instantly, locking Lin Moyu's hands, feet, and neck at the same time. The 8 thunder chains became 5, the number became less, but the total strength did not change at all. Then the thunder chain was pulled up suddenly, and Lin Moyu was hung in the air. Lin Moyu woke up and looked at the old man with a serious look. "Senior, what are you doing?" he asked knowingly. When the old man locked himself with the thunder chain, there was no need to ask him what he was going to do. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the old man had become his mortal enemy. His thinking logic was very simple. If you want to harm me, even if you only harm me a little, I will kill you. If you help me a little, I will also repay you with 10%. At this moment, the old man suddenly locked himself, obviously not to help himself. Lin Moyu felt the dangerous breath from the old man, and his spiritual sense kept sending warnings. The old man's voice was still as gentle as before. "Little guy, do you know what reward I asked for from the Dao?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't know, or you can tell me." As he spoke, Lin Moyu's thoughts turned rapidly, looking for a way to escape. There are ways to escape. For example, he can directly self-destruct. After self-destruction and rebirth, he can naturally escape. But there is no point in doing so. This is a secret treasure, the territory of the old man in the Dao realm in front of him. As strong as the gods from the outer domain, they can only be locked up here, locked for countless years. Even if he escapes now, he will still be locked up in the next second. There is no need to do useless things. But apart from this method, Lin Moyu did not find any good way. If the old man wants to kill him, then the mark left by Tianlai Taoist will be activated. Tianlai Taoist is a Dao Zun 9th realm, and the mark he left must be inferior to his original body. Judging from the current situation, even if Tianlai Taoist's original body comes here, it may not be the opponent of this old guy. The old guy was once in the Dao realm. Even though he died and only his soul remained, his strength was still strong. Moreover, no one knew what reward he asked for from the Dao. Facing the crisis, Lin Moyu remained calm, hoping to get more information from the other party. The old man smiled. "Originally, I wanted the Dao to help me reincarnate. With my identity and strength, if I reincarnate again, there is a great probability that I will be able to glimpse the Dao again and return to the Dao realm. But that will take a long time, and no one can guarantee any accidents during the cultivation. Besides, the current origin continent is no longer the origin continent of the past. The origin spiritual veins are scarce, and it is much more difficult to become a Dao realm again than it was back then. So after thinking it over again, I decided to use a simpler method to borrow your body." Lin Moyu seemed to be stunned for a moment. "How do you want to borrow it?" "How to borrow it? How else can it be borrowed?" "Nothing more than taking over the body and occupying the magpie's nest." Lin Moyu thought of the answer immediately. The old man smiled and said, "You are very smart. You must have guessed that I want to possess someone else's body, but ordinary possession won't work. If the soul and body don't match, you can't rush into the avenue. So I will use the Thunder Avenue to wipe out your intelligence and live another life with your soul as the shell. You have the origin of magic, you have the power of the avenue, the luck of the avenue, these things, I will help you inherit." Lin Moyu asked, "What did you ask the avenue for?" The old man said, "You haven't guessed it yet? Or you guessed it but dare not say it?" Lin Moyu said, "It has come to this point. What is there to be afraid of? I guess you used to be very powerful, but all your strength has been used to lock the gods outside the domain. That is to say, you should not have killed to do anything else. And you have fallen, and your residual soul should have no other ability except to manipulate these thunder chains. You should ask the Avenue to restore your power. Only in this way can you erase the Junior's intelligence and make the Junior's soul into a shell. Pa pa pa. The old man suddenly clapped his hands. You are really smart, and you guessed it right. Lin Moyu continued, Junior, let me continue to guess. Your strength was too strong when you were alive. Although the Dao reward is good, it can't restore you to your former peak. At most, you can restore 2 or 3 points. Moreover, the time of recovery is also limited. The old man suddenly laughed. You guessed right again. It is true that only 1 point of strength has been restored, but 1 point of my strength is also stronger than the 9th realm of Dao Zun. Little guy, you don't know the gap between the Dao realm and the Dao Zun. Lin Moyu did not doubt the old man's words at all. 1 point of strength in the Dao realm must be stronger than the 9th realm of Dao Zun. The old man continued, okay, time is almost up. Do you have anything else to say? Maybe I can help you do it in the future. But it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Although I will erase your intelligence, I will not erase your memory. At that time, everything you know will belong to me. Lin Moyu's expression did not change, and he continued to ask, Senior, I have 2 more questions. The old man said, Ask. Lin Moyu said, I want to know your name. Although I am going to die, I can't not know who killed me. That would be too pitiful. The old man laughed. Your thoughts are indeed different from those of ordinary people. It's okay to tell you. My name is Jean Lei, and people call me Thunderlock Taoist. Now that you know my name, you should be able to rest in peace. Tell me your last question. Lin Moyu said, so it's Senior Jean. My last question is, why did you fight with the outer gods back then? With your character, you shouldn't have made such a choice. I don't understand. Jean Lei's face changed slightly. Lin Moyu's question was just scolding him for his poor character. At his level, he attaches great importance to face. He was very unhappy to be criticized by Lin Moyu in this way. Jean Lei sneered, since you are about to die, I will tolerate your scolding. Let me tell you what happened back then. When fighting with the outer gods, there were only 2 choices. One was to kill the other party, and the other was to be killed by the other party. If the goodly dares to escape, the great Dao will punish him. This kind of punishment is simply unbearable. Since you are so knowledgeable, I will tell you one more thing. We are all ants under the great Dao. Don't think that you can be immortal after entering the great Dao realm. Even the Dao Master is just a bigger ant. All people under the great Dao are ants. As soon as the voice fell, Jean Lei rushed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, the thunder chain burst out with powerful force, and the terrifying thunder power exploded through the chain. Just like the time when the outer gods were locked up, the thunder power penetrated everywhere, paralyzing the body and soul, and could make the soul fall into a state similar to coma. It was in this state that the outer gods were killed by Lin Moyu with the Calamity Scepter. But this time, the thunder chain only paralyzed Lin Moyu's body, not his soul. Because the Golden Thunder wanted to wipe out Lin Moyu's intelligence and occupy Lin Moyu's soul. So he did not paralyze Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu is not without a solution now. He has the token given by the 3rd ancestor and can summon the 3rd ancestor at any time. Although he does not know the true strength of the 3rd ancestor, Lin Moyu feels that there will be no problem for the 3rd ancestor to save him. However, Lin Moyu does not want to use this method. He feels that he can still save himself. The thunder chain is not as terrible as he imagined. Although the body feels a little numb, it is not completely immobile. Before, the body has been accustomed to the thunder in the secret treasure and has a strong immunity to the paralysis ability attached to the thunder. Although the paralysis of the thunder in the chain is stronger now, it is still within the tolerable range. As long as he activates the blood and chi, relying on the avenue of power, he can get rid of the paralysis in a short time. Similarly, this paralysis ability is ineffective for the body and the soul. The resistance of his soul is much stronger than that of the body. Jean Lei wants to take over the body, and it is not a normal possession. He wants to erase his spiritual wisdom, but he cannot hurt his soul, which gives him an opportunity. In your own soul world, in your own territory, even if you are in the Dao realm, you must be obedient. Moreover, you have set your sights on my soul, and I have set my sights on your soul as well. Countless thoughts, like a huge explosion, burst in an instant. Lin Moyu was already ruthless in his heart. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. 030. In the soul world, Jean Lei was already stunned. Your soul world. How could it be like this? Lin Moyu's soul body slowly stood up. Welcome Senior Jean Lei to my soul world. Jean Lei was already frightened by Lin Moyu's soul world. He had never seen such a soul world. His eyes swept everywhere, and he kept talking to himself. 2 origin magic stars, and what level of magic is that? Why is it more powerful than the origin magic? Why is your soul world divided into 3 layers? You actually integrated the world of the Sea of Boundaries into your own rule world. You are a lunatic. What kind of tree is this? Why is it so big? Even the Dragon God tree is not so big. 10-color Dragon Soul Crystal, the legendary 10-color Dragon Soul Crystal. What's wrong with your soul? Why is there a terrible sword energy? Jean Lei felt that he was going crazy. He saw something he had never seen in his life in Lin Moyu's soul world. The origin technique is so rare, but Lin Moyu actually has 2. There is also a guy who is more powerful than the origin technique, but I don't know what it is. 10-color Dragon Soul Crystal, something that has never appeared in Legends, actually appeared here. If the Dragon Clan knew about it, they would definitely go crazy. Especially the World Tree. He has never seen such a tree, which is worse than the Dragon God. Although not as powerful as the Dragon God tree, he can see that this tree still has very terrifying potential and can grow. In the end, it may surpass the Dragon God tree. Lin Moyu didn't care about his mumbling, and his soul patted it lightly, whispering, block. The branches of the world tree stretched wildly, and a large number of branches emerged wildly in the soul world, blocking the entire soul world. Lin Moyu's rule world is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower, and the soul world is located in the middle layer. The world tree blocked the soul world, just to prevent Jean Lei from escaping to other places. Lin Moyu said, Senior Jean Lei, although you are very strong, this is my territory. I'm afraid it's not so easy for you to take over my body. Jean Lei gradually calmed down, and he looked at Lin Moyu's soul. At a glance, the emotions that had just calmed down exploded again, and he cried out, how can you have so many Dao patterns? This is impossible, this is impossible. If what he saw before was just surprising to him, then what he saw now overturned all his cognition. In Lin Moyu's soul body, a total of 18 Dao patterns were arranged in a special way, shining. In his understanding, even a Dao master, at the peak of the heavenly venerable, can only condense 9 Dao patterns. What are the 18 Dao patterns that Lin Moyu condensed? Looking at himself again, when he was at that level, the 6 Dao patterns that he condensed were nothing? Lin Moyu smiled and said, nothing is impossible. This world is magical, and the magic is far beyond our imagination. Senior Jean, you made a wrong choice and lost the chance to be reborn. This time you will really die. But everyone has to pay the price for their choice, and so do you. 1. Lin Moyu didn't talk nonsense with Jean Lei anymore. With a thought, the world tree launched an attack. The branches turned into vines and whipped over like a whip. Jean Lei also reacted from the shock. He emitted golden light all over his body and turned into boundless thunder, which blasted away everything. The thunder exploded, and the attack of the world tree could not get close to him at all. Jean Lei said in a deep voice, your soul world is indeed surprising to me. Maybe you will be very strong in the future, but you are not strong enough now. But the future has nothing to do with you. Everything about you is God's. Lin Moyu shook his head. That's not necessarily true. As he spoke, the vines of the world tree whipped him again. Jean Lei snorted coldly. Your strength is too weak, it's useless. Lin Moyu sighed. I said, this is not necessarily true. Two avenues came down with a bang. The avenue of time and the avenue of space appeared at the same time, intertwined with each other, forming the fifth of time and space. The time and space in the entire soul world suddenly became chaotic. This was an extreme chaos. The soul world was divided into countless areas, each with a diameter of only half a meter, and the time and space of each area were staggered. In his own soul world, Lin Moyu can develop the power of the avenue he mastered to the extreme. The chaos of time and space is like cutting the entire soul world. Jean Lei was in different time and space, and fell into a state of chaos for a while, and it was difficult to adapt. The avenue of time, the avenue of space. Jean Lei could never have imagined that Lin Moyu actually mastered the two avenues of time and space. His body shrank suddenly, and he had to get out of the multiple time chaos. Otherwise, what the brain thought and the reaction of the body would be completely out of sync. At this time, the branches of the world tree whipped again. Jean Lei had already seen that although the world tree looked scary, its realm was not high. Even if he stood still and was whipped, he would not be injured. Now the important thing is to get out of the chaotic time and space first. The branches of the world tree whipped over, and there was a touch of gold in the branches. The gold hit Jean Lei, and Jean Lei screamed immediately, and the whole person was whipped away. The soul body was almost whipped to pieces and was already injured. Jean Lei looked at the world tree with horror, and he finally saw clearly what the world tree used to whip him. He exclaimed, "Why is Shinjo Ding all here?" Lin Moyu laughed. "Guess." The world tree waved its branches again and whipped Shinjo Ding as a weapon. Jean Lei did not dare to collide with Shinjo Ding head-on, and thunder exploded. The soul space vibrated, and a large area was shattered. Lin Moyu could not help but groan. If the soul world was damaged, he, the master, would also be injured. The world tree danced Shinjo Ding with a whirring wind, and Shinjo Ding smashed the thunder with amazing momentum, forcibly drawing a passage. Jean Lei used thunder crazily and roared, "Little guy, you angered me, you don't understand how powerful the Dao realm is." A Dao emerged with a bang, and thunder fell from the sky. The soul world seemed to usher in the end of the world. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. He knew that Jean Lei did not dare to destroy his soul world, and he did not want to take over his body. And his soul world could not be destroyed just because he wanted to. The luck in his palm condensed and gathered into the sword of luck. The sword of luck flashed and stabbed Jean Lei. 3 swords in a flash, Jean Lei roared, "Asshole, you dare to cut my luck." His luck was weakened, and his strength was greatly reduced. Lin Moyu sneered, "We are fighting to the death, do we still need to follow the rules?" Jean Lei roared, "Get out of here." Jean Lei's body exploded, merged with the thunder avenue, turned into boundless thunder, and chains of thunder rushed out of the thunder and rushed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, Lin Yu lost the lock on Jean Lei. Lin Moyu took a step forward and retreated far away. The space avenue vibrated, and the space of the soul world was compressed and expanded rapidly. He was the master here, occupying an absolute advantage. Although Jean Lei was very strong and far superior to Lin Moyu was already in the third realm of Dao Zone at the soul level, and he was not without a battle experience. Jean Lei manipulated the thunder avenue and crushed Lin Moyu with a crazy momentum. A wild laugh sounded. The Dao realm can transform itself into the Dao and crush others with the Dao. You have no chance of winning. Jean Lei hid in the Dao, and the ordinary calendar method could not block it. The body that transforms into the Dao is stronger and more difficult to deal with than the real Dao. Dealing with him is like dealing with the entire Dao. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a strand of the Dao of luck was separated and silently attached to the metal Dao. The power of the Dao of Luck was too illusory, even the Thunder Dao did not react. In an instant, Lin Moyu locked Jin Lei again. The Sword of Luck condensed and then turned into a poisonous sword and then flashed. A scream sounded, "You actually poisoned my luck." After all, he is a strong man in the Dao realm, and he still has some knowledge to know that his luck has been poisoned. Thunder roared, and he used the power of the Dao to wipe out the poison of the Qi method. Lin Moyu snorted coldly and condensed the Sword of Luck again. Jin Lei was furious in the Dao. "Impossible, how could you lock me?" The next second, he shouted frantically, "You know the Great Dao locked the enemy, how can you lock the Great Dao?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You said I'm so smart, it's normal for me to lock the enemy with the Great Dao. You can also cut off the Great Dao, don't tell me you can't." Lin Moyu has guessed that Jin Lei can't cut off the Great Dao at all. If he can cut off the Great Dao, he would have cut it long ago, and he wouldn't be so angry. Swish, swish, swish. The Sword of Luck hit Jin Lei 3 more times, and Jin Lei's breath weakened again. But after all, he is also in the Great Dao realm. Under the huge realm gap, the effect of the Sword of Luck is not good. The poison of luck was also wiped out by him using the Thunder Great Dao. The Thunder Great Dao still rushed towards Lin Moyu, and the place it passed turned into a sea of thunder. The soul world was destroyed, and Lin Moyu was not feeling well. Jin Lei has made up his mind to get rid of Lin Moyu first to complete the possession, and then find a way to repair the soul world. As a strong man in the Great Dao realm, repairing a soul world is still a piece of cake. Lin Moyu guessed Jin Lei's intention, so he naturally wouldn't fight him head-on. Jin Lei was able to recover some of his strength because of the Avenue reward. And the Avenue reward must have a time limit, so he just had to hold it back. When he asked Jin Lei at that time, he didn't say it. The more so, the more Lin Moyu knew that the time limit would not be too long. The avenue of time vibrated, and the time in the soul world suddenly became faster. Time was accelerated 10 times, and 1 second passed in the outside world, and 10 seconds had passed in the soul world. However, Jin Lei's body was transformed into the avenue at this moment, and with the protection of the avenue, the effect of Lin Moyu's avenue of time was weakened. The time belonging to Jin Lei was only accelerated by 2 times, not that much. Even so, Jin Lei also felt the sense of urgency. He really didn't have much time. He became more and more crazy. No matter the cost, he must kill Lin Moyu first. It doesn't matter if Lin Moyu's soul is seriously injured, it can be made up afterwards. Feeling Jin Lei's madness, Lin Moyu sneered, "The crazier you are, the better. The more you lose your mind, the easier it is to deal with." Jin Lei didn't know at all that Lin Moyu was not afraid of his soul world being destroyed. He only needed a new life, and his soul world could be restored instantly. It can be said that he had no bottom line than Jin Lei. The two chased and fled, and the World Tree waved the Shinjo Ding and kept hitting it on the Thunder Road. The Shinjo Ding was very strong, but it was a pity that the World Tree was not strong enough, and the attack effect was not good. Lin Moyu condensed the Sword of Luck 5 times in a row, and the effect was average. However, Lin Moyu didn't care too much. The Dao pattern of the explosive luck technique was shining, and his luck went straight to the sky. Boom! The luck exploded, and Jin Lei screamed. Although the explosive luck technique is also affected by the realm, the impact is not great. The most important thing is the difference in luck. His luck is far inferior to Lin Moyu, and he was immediately hurt by the explosive luck technique. Lin Moyu could feel that Jin Lei's power was damaged again, and it seemed that he had fallen to the edge of the Dao realm. If he fell further, he would fall to the Dao realm and become a Dao master again. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Although his realm fell, he was still Dao Master 9 realm, still powerful. But Jin Lei felt a deep chill. Lin Moyu was too difficult to deal with. The soul world had been beaten to pieces, and if it continued, the soul world would collapse. Once the soul world collapsed, Lin Moyu, the master, would be crippled. Jin Lei couldn't understand why Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. The area available for Lin Moyu to dodge was getting smaller and smaller, and the Sea of Thunder was about to swallow Lin Moyu. At this time, Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and in the distortion of space, the skeleton hell came here from the deepest layer, covering Jean Lei and the entire avenue. The Eye of Hell swept over with a powerful soul attack. Although it was not enough to hurt Jean Lei, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. 0. The skeleton hell was not very powerful, but the appearance of the skeleton hell scared Jean Lei to death. The moment he saw the gate of hell, Jean Lei screamed, "The gate of hell, impossible, this is impossible." Lin Moyu sneered, and the hell evil spirit had already pounced on it. No matter whether it was useful or not, he would bite it first. The hell evil spirit gnawed the Thunder Avenue, which was really beyond its ability, and was immediately torn into pieces by the avenue. Jean Lei was obviously crazy. He screamed and almost instinctively burst out with terrifying power, tearing the skeleton hell into pieces. The terrifying power burst through the skeleton hell, and it became the last straw that broke the camel's back in the soul world. The soul world collapsed, and Lin Moyu's rule world collapsed from the middle layer. The entire rule world collapsed completely. At this time, a purple light flashed, carrying an indescribable magical power, and the soul world that had just collapsed instantly returned to normal. Everything was as if nothing had happened, except that Jean Lei's breath and power were far less than before, and everything returned to the way it was when Jean Lei just came in. Jean Lei was close to collapse, and he now regretted why he made such a choice. Now thinking back, it was greed that was at work. Lin Moyu's life was so powerful that he could withstand such a treasure as the Calamity Scepter, and had 2 illusory roads and the origin of magic. How could such a life be easily taken over by him? Greed caused the current result, regret, resentment. Jean Lei completely fell into madness. The Thunder Road exploded with its madness, evolving into a sea of thunder, and countless thunder giants rushed out of the sea of thunder, killing in all directions. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he realized Jean Lei was crazy. Countless thunder giants rushed out of the thundering sea on the avenue, killing in all directions. The World Tree still blocks the Soul World, but the power of the World Tree is still a little inferior to the Thunder Giant. The World Tree shrouds the entire Soul World, but the Thunder Giant can easily tear the branches apart and cannot stop it. The Thunder Giants are all in the Dao Zun 7th realm and are very powerful. But these Thunder Giants looked unstable, as if they would collapse at any time. If this technique is used when Jean Lei is at its peak, there will be no problem. But now, Jean Lei himself is about to fall into the Dao realm, and his power comes from the Dao rewards, and his strength and time are limited. In addition, Jean Lei died early, leaving only the remnant soul. Although these Thunder Giants are powerful, they will not last long for various reasons. And he already knew what Jean Lei was thinking. Jean Lei wanted to tear his soul world apart. But Jean Lei forgot that his soul world can be restored. I have already recovered once. If I were not crazy, I would not do the same meaningless thing again. Why did the good guy suddenly go crazy? Too much stimulation? Why is this happening? Lin Moyu didn't have time to think too much, as he had to solve the immediate problem. With a thought in his heart, the undead army moved out en masse. Although the undead army is not strong, fortunately, there are enough in number. They all rush forward as human shields and can block for a while. At the same time, Lin Moyu himself rushed towards Jean Lei. If Jean Lei wants to tear apart his own world of rules, he will also tear apart his soul body. His soul is far inferior to Jean Lei in strength, but he has the natural disaster scepter. The original spell was activated, and Lin Moyu's soul improved sharply, from the 3rd realm of Dao Zun to the 6th realm instantly. The realm of the soul has been improved, and the physical body has not moved at all. Without using the Dao Immortal Pill, the 6th realm of Dao Zun is already the limit the soul can reach. The strength was much stronger than before, threatening Lin Moyu's confidence. Lin Moyu used Space Avenue to rush into Thunder Avenue, where Jean Lei was. Dao locked enemies to guide Lin Moyu, the first Dao pattern sparkled, and the luck deduction talisman was activated. The luck talisman deduced what would happen in the future and thunderstruck head-on, but Gu Huai silently avoided it in advance. Lin Moyu is naturally not as fast as thunder, but he can predict what will happen in the next few seconds, enough for him to dodge. The future kept changing, and Lin Moyu kept deducing it, dodging attacks repeatedly. Finally, he saw Jean Lei. At this time, Jean Lei's aura fluctuated violently, as if he would fall from the great Dao realm any time. Jean Lei's eyes were a little distracted, and his soul distorted. He had indeed gone crazy and lost his due sanity. A being in the great Dao realm is crazy. Who would believe it if he told it? How strong is the Dao heart in the Dao realm? How can it be possible to go crazy? What kind of stimulation is needed to make the Dao realm go crazy? But now was not the time to think about these things. Lin Moyu had already rushed before Jean Lei and struck him with the scepter of natural disaster. Boom! A bolt of thunder exploded, and Lin Moyu was blown away. Most of his soul was almost blown away, and he immediately activated his new life. This change is not included in the luck deduction talisman. This did not happen during previous deductions. Thunder came from thunder. Lin Moyu probably understood what was going on. Jean Lei should have sensed the danger and reacted instinctively. The sense of danger in the Dao realm is very strong, and it is not easy for Lin Moyu to get close. Lin Moyu flicked his finger, and the world-burning fire appeared out of thin air, covering the remaining soul of Jean Lei. The remnant soul of the Golden Thunder screamed as if stimulated, and Thunder Avenue exploded at the same time. Countless thunderbolts shot out from the avenue and fell on Jean Lei. The thunderbolts wiped out the fire of burning the world. The world-burning fire that can burn the soul of a beloved god cannot burn the remaining soul of the Golden Thunder. You can use the Great Dao to destroy the world in the Great Dao realm. Even the fire that burned the world couldn't do anything, and Lin Moyu was in trouble. At this time, the soul gem on the natural disaster scepter suddenly burst into light, and the earth-yellow light poured out like running water, flowing through Lin Moyu's entire soul. The soul's fresh injury is healed in an instant. Lin Moyu understood the meaning of the soul gem. It sensed Jean Lei's soul. This guy, who usually wouldn't move at all, was greedy. Lin Moyu rushed over again and raised the natural disaster scepter. Jean Lei reacted again, and a bolt of thunder warmed his fat face. The soul gem on the natural disaster scepter sparkled, protecting Lin Moyu's soul. Thunder struck the soul, and the earthy yellow light formed by the soul gem kept counteracting the thunder. The earthy yellow light is very strong and can block the thunder of the heavenly Dao realm. However, the powerful impact of the thunder still made it difficult for Lin Moyu to get close. The balanced stone, which had never moved, suddenly glowed. Lin Moyu didn't know what the balance gem was used for, and it was hard to guess from the name. This time, the balance gem suddenly moved. The soul gem pulled it along. The balance gem released invisible power, shrouding Lin Moyu and also shrouding Jean Lei. In an instant, Moyu felt that the thunder that warmed his body had become weaker. Not only had the thunder become weaker, but so had the Golden Thunder. Jean Lei's power quickly fell below the Dao realm and continued to decline. Only the Dao Zun sixth realm was left in the blink of an eye. The sixth realm of Dao Zun was the realm Lin Moyu was currently in. Jean Lei's current state is very strange. He is still in the Dao realm, but his attacks are only in the Dao Zun sixth realm. Lin Moyu finally understood the function of the balance gem, just like its name, balance. Balance the enemy's strength with your realm. If the enemy's strength is higher than your level, the enemy's strength will be weakened and will always be equal to your own. The balance gem is so incredible. With a secret sigh in his heart, Lin Moyu held up Qingqing's scepter against the thunder. The natural disaster scepter hit Jean Lei's soul, and he screamed. At this moment, his originally chaotic consciousness was restored. Like a flashback, before dying, his consciousness returned to clarity. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea and wanted to ask him if hepatitis C could be stimulated to madness. But it was too late. The soul gem was activated and sucked out its soul. Lin Moyu couldn't stop the soul gem at all. Jean Lei seemed to know that he was going to die, and he murmured repeatedly, "This is impossible, this is impossible." 2 seconds later, Jean Lei's soul was drained, and his body died. The Thunder Avenue disappeared, and the Thunder Giants collapsed one after another. A great battle finally came to an end. In less than half a minute, most of the undead army collapsed, resulting in tens of billions of casualties. It's not that you can be resurrected after death, it's real death, and even the chance of being undead has been exhausted. Facing the Thunder Giant, the undead army was vulnerable. This is the gap in the realm, and it is completely overwhelming. Lin Moyu summoned a skeleton god general and linked his spells, allowing them to replenish themselves. His consciousness returned to reality. The thunder chain and the secret vault had disappeared, and the entire vault was shaking and gradually collapsing. Lin Moyu remained motionless, with thoughts in his eyes about the whole process of Xia just now. You don't want to fight with the foreign gods, and you know clearly that you can't kill the opponent, but because you are afraid of the punishment of the Great Avenue, you use your power to trap the foreign gods for countless years forcefully. First, I was waiting for someone to come and save me. Second, I was afraid that the gods from outside the territory would kill me. I didn't expect. Jean Lei, a Dao realm expert, never expected that no one would come to save him for countless years. He was already a done deal, and there was no way to reverse it. For the last glimmer of hope, he could only hold on. Here, it's quiet and lonely. If he hadn't fallen, he could have comprehended the Dao, and it didn't matter how many years it took. But now, all his strength is used to deal with the gods from outside the domain. After holding on year after year, the pressure he endured became greater and greater. In this situation, many people would go crazy. As time went by, the secret treasure finally revealed itself to the world. Someone came and brought a glimmer of hope. But after hope, there was greater disappointment. Jean Lei learned about the changes in the outside world from the entrance, and knew what the origin continent had become. Hope turned into despair. He knew that no one would come to help him again. Countless years of persistence collapsed, and cracks began to appear in his Dao heart, and it was out of control. When people are in a state of collapse, they will look for all ways to survive, even those in the Dao realm are no exception. This is instinct. Jean Lei finally found a possibility. If someone can kill the outer gods, he can get the Dao reward together. Through the Dao reward, he can reincarnate again. With his Dao realm strength, if he reincarnates again, although the memory of this life will be erased, he can seal the memory through some methods. Maybe at some point, he can still find his memory and return to the Dao. Although he has caught a glimmer of hope, this hope is still bleak. Sometimes, seeing hope but never getting it is more despairing than seeing no hope at all. Jean Lei is like this. After seeing a glimmer of hope, he still can't get hope, and he keeps collapsing. Later, someone else came in, but still couldn't bring hope. Until now, I came. The hope that Jean Lei saw suddenly appeared in front of him. As long as I wait until I reach the 9th realm of Dao Zone, I can completely kill the outer gods. Even if I can't get there, I can take the news out. Maybe he could find a powerful Daoist master who had comprehended the illusory Dao to come and kill the outer territorial god. But he never expected that he would do it now and kill the outer territorial god just like that. Happiness came too suddenly, but after seeing his magic weapon, talent, magic, and Dao, Jean Lei became greedy. So he changed his original idea and wanted to take over the body. With the help of the Dao reward, he recovered some of his former strength. He was blinded by greed and underestimated himself again and made a wrong decision. If he recovered his strength and attacked himself in the real world, he would have no resistance. But he entered his own soul world, which gave him a chance to fight back. In the battle, Jean Lei was restrained step by step and could not gain any advantage. The Dao realm had no way to deal with a small Tianzuan, which almost collapsed Jean Lei's belief. Later, Jean Lei was stimulated again, and the pressure accumulated over countless years broke out at this moment. His Dao heart collapsed, he went crazy, and really lost his mind. Lin Moyu reviewed the entire battle and finally figured out the real reason why Jean Lei, a great Dao realm, went crazy. The collapse of Dao heart is the accumulation of long years. After repeated disappointments, Dao heart has been riddled with holes. And he finally increased the stakes, which stimulated him again, and finally collapsed. Whether it is the 2 original magics in his soul world, the world tree, the 10-color dragon soul crystal, and the 18 Dao patterns in his soul, they are all factors. And the last straw that broke his back was the hell gate in the skeleton hell. Now thinking back, Jean Lei's incredible and horrified expression when he saw the hell gate is intriguing. Until the end, when he was in his last moments, he was still shouting, "This is impossible." These 4 words impossible became his last obsession. After reviewing the game, Lin Moyu realized that his skeleton hells seemed unusual. As a Dao realm powerhouse and an extremely ancient existence, Jean Lei must know a lot of things. The gate of hell gave him such a serious shock, which was not an ordinary thing. There is a big secret in the gate of hell. What happened in that war? The origin continent changed from 9 continents to 4 continents, and the Shinjo Ding was lost together. Is it because of that war? Lin Moyu unraveled the mystery and looked for the answer. Finally, he found that his strength was not enough and he could not reach that level. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. In the end, it still depends on strength. Lin Moyu sighed lightly and threw away the thoughts that he shouldn't have. Now the Dao patterns in the soul have all been condensed successfully, and a full 18 Dao patterns are shining. He can enter the Dao Zun realm at any time. The wind blew over, moist and soft. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the origin continent and knew that he had returned from the secret collection. He opened his eyes and saw the 4 Dao Zun of the Jiang family standing not far away. They were full of breath and turned their backs to him, as if they were protecting him. Farther away, someone was confronting them. From the Demon Clan. The 6 Demon Clan Dao Zuns confronted the Jiang family Dao Zuns. 4 of them were Dao Zuns of the first realm, and 2 were Dao Zuns of the second realm. The 6 Demon Clan Dao Zuns looked almost the same and came from the same clan. Lin Moyu had read the information about the Demon Clan and knew that they belonged to the Silver-Striped Snake Rabbit Clan. Now thinking back, the 5 Dao Zuns he killed when the Thunder Secret Treasure first appeared were from the Silver-Striped Snake Rabbit Clan. At that time, he just killed them casually and didn't care who they were at all. Lin Moyu knew that he had left the secret treasure when he reviewed the situation. The Jiang family Dao Zuns did act as his protectors. 147 Lin Moyu walked over. "Thank you 4 Dao friends for protecting me." He didn't call him senior. Although he was still a peak Tianzuan, it was only a matter of a thought to become a Dao Zuns, so it was not an exaggeration to call him Dao friends. Even if he called him senior, the 4 Jiang family members probably wouldn't dare to accept it. "Dao Yu is awake," Jiang Robiai said immediately. He seemed relieved when Lin Moyu woke up. He knew Lin Moyu's strength. As long as Lin Moyu woke up, it should not be difficult to deal with the few demon denizens in front of him. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "What are they going to do?" Jiang Robiai said, "They sensed that their fellows were dead, so they came here." The demons have many secret techniques, and it is not strange to be able to sense the death of their own people. At this time, a Daozuan of the second realm from the Silver Snake Rabbit Clan shouted, "Did you kill our people?" Lin Moyu replied directly, "I killed them." After the voice fell, he lightly tapped his fingers. The space twisted, and the skeleton hell emerged instantly, covering the 6 Silver Snake Rabbit Clan denizens. They never thought that Lin Moyu would take action as soon as he said it, and it was too late when they reacted. The eye of hell swept over, and the 6 people screamed at the same time, and the magma rolled up the fire wave and rolled them up. In the river of magma and fire, the evil spirits of hell had long been crying for food. In the blink of an eye, the 6 people had disappeared and became the nutrients of the Hell of Bones. Lin Moyu said casually, "No need to talk so much nonsense." Lin Moyu raised his hand to kill, and his movements were crisp and swift, leaving no opportunity for the Demon Clan to react. Not only the Demon Clan but also the 4 Taoist masters of the Jiang family could react, and the battle was over. The 4 of them looked at each other. This was not a battle. It was just a massacre. When did it become so easy to kill Dao Zun? After all, this is a Taoist. Taoism is not that easy to kill. He possesses great principles, various spells, secret techniques, and a large number of magic weapons. In their understanding, if they want to kill a Taoist, unless they are strong enough to crush him, at least 2 or 3 people of the same level must surround him and kill him. If Dao Zun wanted to escape, it would be even harder to kill him. However, for Lin Moyu, the pinnacle heavenly master, killing the Dao master was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Lin Moyu took out 4 high-quality thunder sword grasses and said, "Thank you for your support. For thunder sword grasses are disrespectful, so please accept them." The 4 of them looked at the thunder sword grass in Lin Moyu's hand and couldn't help but breathe slightly. The quality of thunder sword grass varies greatly. The thunder sword grass in Lin Moyu's hands is of top quality, much better than what they collected. Jiang Ruobi said instinctively, "This is too precious." Lin Mo said, "Yes, I had a chance encounter with Miss Jiang Ruoxue. Please give me a message when the 4 of you go back. After this period of time, I will go to Yu Zhan's house." After saying this, Lin Moyu sent the thunder sword grass to Jiang Ruobi's hand, and at the same time took out the origin shuttle. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, there will be no more thunder secrets in the future. You guys should leave quickly, just in case someone from the Demon Clan comes again." The origin shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. For people, you look at me, I look at you, it feels a little unreal. Suddenly, someone said, "What is this Taoist friend's name?" The other one shook his head, "I don't know, I never said it from beginning to end. Go back and ask Ruoxue, girl. Ruoxue girl will definitely know. I wonder why he came to the Jiang family. Could it be because of Ruoxue girl?" Jiang Ruobi said, "No matter what, let's go back first. If someone from the Demon Clan comes again, there will be trouble." The 4 people discussed for a while, then immediately took out the flying boat and left, disappearing without a trace. What was once a city was turned into ruins because of the Thunder Secrets. Now, the earth is barren, and even Thunder Secret Gu no longer exists. The world evolves with countless surprises that no one can predict. The origin shuttle is moving rapidly towards Yudao City, and Lin Moyu wants to return to Yudao City and become a Taoist. He can now achieve Dao Zun, but when he achieves Dao Zun, he will be able to heal the energy wave group. The Dao Zun is connected to the avenue, and the Dao Zun will bring luck. If the Dao Zun is achieved in Yudao City will also benefit. If someone else achieves Dao Zun, the benefits may not be too great. But Lin Moyu knew that he was different. He had 6 avenues, 18 lines, and a solid front. The commotion caused by becoming a Taoist himself will be very large, and Yudao City will also benefit a lot. In fact, due to the combination of luck, Yudao City has benefited a lot. As Lin Moyu's destiny becomes stronger and stronger, the destiny of Yudao City will also become stronger rapidly, and the cultivators and doctors inside will be affected subtly. The Thunder Vault is not close to Yudao City, and the origin shuttle has to fly for more than 10 days. For more than 10 days, Lin Moyu continued to polish his foundation and at the same time studied how to distribute the 18 Dao patterns. Which spells are combined with the 18 Dao patterns, and how much glue is combined with each spell? There are particularities to this. Each spell can be fused with more than 1 Dao pattern. The more Dao patterns that are fused, the stronger the spell is. Lin Moyu has many techniques, so he naturally needs to study them carefully. This matter was indeed mentioned in the information obtained from the Tushan sect. It's just that it's not detailed, it's only mentioned roughly, and it's to maintain balance. Maintaining balance, these 4 words have many meanings, and how to maintain it requires Lin Moyu's own research. Lin Moyu has been thinking about this issue these days and guessing various possibilities. Based on the feelings of the first and second Dao patterns, you may be able to find the correct method. However, Lin Moyu also considered it, even if his choice was not completely correct, it didn't matter. There will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Every time the Taoist realm is promoted to a higher level, the number of Tao marks will increase, and there will be opportunities to correct them. After all, he has many Dao marks and many opportunities for correction, unlike some people who only have 1 Dao mark. In the mall, the voice of the third ancestor slowly sounded, "Has the Thunder secret treasure disappeared?" Lu Lian's voice then sounded, "It disappeared, and the alien gods inside were also killed." The third patriarch said, unexpectedly, "The brat really did it." Lu Liandao said, "When we sold him the secret treasure information, we already analyzed that the secret treasure he was most likely to go to was the Thunder Vault. I didn't expect that he would really get rid of the alien gods inside. This is beyond my expectation." At that time, Lu Lian analyzed Moyu as the most likely to close the Thunder secret treasure. But she failed to analyze that Lin Moyu could kill the alien gods. According to her information, Lin Moyu could not kill the alien gods no matter what method he used. Obviously, Lin Moyu also had hidden methods. The third ancestor chuckled and said, "This kid can always create miracles. I wonder where that old guy Jean Lei has gone or whether he has been reincarnated. 3 Star Lords have already been reincarnated. Now, if we add an old guy like Jean Lei, it will be fun in the future. I don't know if anyone will reincarnate following the sacrifice. The Origin continent has been silent for so many years. He doesn't know if he can rekindle the destruction of the Tao." Lu Lian said, "Maybe." The third patriarch said, "I didn't believe it before, but now, with this kid, maybe it really is possible." "Where is he now?" Lu Lian said, "After he left the Thunder clan, he killed several Demon clan Taoist masters, and now he has left. In all likelihood, he has returned to his own power, and he should be promoted to Taoist master." The third patriarch thought for a moment, "His progress is faster than I thought. If he becomes a Taoist, I will give him a gift and see how powerful he is." Lu Lian nodded, "Do you have any requirements?" The third patriarch said, "It's up to you." The original shuttle crossed a large wasteland, and the Dumbling Empire seemed to have done a lot after one action. Along the way, Lin Moyu found a large number of Dao Zun realm spirit beasts. Most of them were in the first and second realms of Dao Zun, and some were in the fourth realm. But they were all peaceful, and none of them came to provoke Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a safe journey and returned to Yue Wei and I. He did not enter the city directly, but returned to his hut. The part of the original spiritual vein that was contaminated by the fragments of hell seems to have become a little stronger during this time. It's not that it has become stronger, but that the original spiritual vein has become stronger. As the master of the original spiritual veins, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the original spiritual veins of Yudao City had increased by at least 30%. The 7th level original spiritual vein cannot be improved easily, and the master himself is not here. The improvement of the original spiritual vein cannot be separated from Shao San. The human emperor's voice rang in his ears, "Welcome Jiequang back." A slight smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. "Human emperor, tell me what fun things you have done during this time." But what surprised Lin Moyu the most was Xiaowu. Xiaowu, the laziest, was actually the first family in Yudao City to break through to the high-level Tianzuan. In fact, on weekdays, the human emperor would also report to Lin Moyu what happened in Yudao City. Lin Moyu basically waved his hand and let the emperor handle it on his own. "Now that you have decided to be a hands-off shopkeeper, do it thoroughly." This time, Lin Moyu finally took the initiative to ask, and the emperor immediately told Moyu everything that had happened in the recent period. In fact, there was nothing major. Yudao City was basically going smoothly. Today, the scale of Udali City has expanded several times compared to before. The number of people living in the city exceeds 1 million. A city with a population of millions can already be regarded as a medium-sized city. The human emperor continues to adjust his strategy to allow more people to be born in Udao City, which is actually born in the origin continent. In this way, they will be recognized by the continent of origin as soon as they are born, and their potential will be stronger. The number of Tianzuan in Udao City has also increased, and now the number of Tianzuan has increased by 30. The first ones to come out, Heo Tianzan and others, have already moved towards the high-level Tianzuan. Gu Qingxian is also about to break through to the Supreme Heavenly Lord. With Lin Moyu's blessing, her luck is affected and her cultivation speed is faster. The human emperor felt strange as to why Xiao Wu could practice so fast, even though she obviously didn't practice much at all. Even if you don't practice much, your realm can be improved unconsciously. Every day of practice is equivalent to several months of practice for others. Lin Moyu knew the reason. If anyone in Udao City had the closest relationship with him, it must be Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was transformed into a living being by his own hands, just like his own daughter. When his luck improves, Xiao Wan will also benefit from too. Moreover, Xiao Wu herself understands the avenue of luck, and she can make full use of every ounce of power of the avenue of luck, so her cultivation speed will naturally be faster. If something really happened in Udaking, it would be that Lin Feng was gone. Udao City followed Lin Moyu's plan in advance, and the area of Kuanyin too was set at 3 points. Although the number of people in the city is increasing, their territory is still enough for them to move around and practice. If someone wants to leave, as long as the conditions are met, the human emperor will not stop him. During this period of time, no one except Lin Feng has chosen to leave. There is the original spiritual vein in Udao City, and the help of the original spiritual vein in cultivation is unmatched by various resources. Because of Gu Qingxuan's relationship, Lin Feng also received special attention from the emperor. Lin Feng went to find Gu Qingxian several times and expressed his intentions, but was rejected by Gu Qingxian. Later, Lin Feng left here and disappeared. According to the human emperor's description, Lin Feng seemed to have some hostility toward Gu Qingxian out of love and hatred. Lin Moyu didn't care about this. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like a clown. There was no difference whether he was there or not. Generally speaking, Udao City is very peaceful and not interesting. Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance and smiled slightly. Lei Guang is here, I'll say hello. He sensed that the lightning was approaching rapidly and took the initiative to meet it. Before leaving, he asked Lei Guang to take care of Xiaoyu Daoqing. Lei Guang did not break his promise and always paid attention to Tuyu Daoqing. Sensing Lin Moyu's aura, it rushed over. Lin Moyu and Lei Guang met outside the city. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Lei Guang, for helping me take care of Udao City." Lei Guang said, "No need to be so polite. It would be best if you come back without incident." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I got a few thunder sword grasses this time. I wonder if Brother Lei Guang can use them?" Lei Guang's eyes shone fiercely. "It's useful. Such high-grade thunder sword grass is rare." Lin Moyu took out a few thunder sword grasses. The thunder sword grass contains the power of Thunder Avenue. In addition to being used as material, it can also be used as food for thunder spirit beasts. The thunder sword grass that Lin Moyu took out was of extremely high quality. If calculated by grade, it is almost equivalent to the materials of the 7th realm of Dao Zun and above. These thunder sword grasses are valuable and can be exchanged for many original crystals, but Lin Moyu is more willing to give them to Lei Suo. Sometimes, friendships like Lei Guang are priceless. Lin Moyu gave Lei Guang 10 thunder sword grasses, and Lei Guang accepted them without politeness. He has a straightforward personality and doesn't make any twists and turns. He still has some on hand, both high quality and ordinary. The rest can be thrown into the warehouse. After chatting with Lei Guang for a while, Lei Suotuan returned to his village. Lin Moyu has returned, so there is nothing left for him here. After Lin Moyu came back, he said to the human emperor, I am going to be promoted to Taoist master. When I am promoted, it may cause a big commotion. When fusing the Jixing bead, you may temporarily lose control of Yudao City and the entire world. Do you want to make some preparations? So I plan to help you integrate the wisdom heart bead first and increase your strength first so that everything can be taken care of. The human emperor said, okay, I'll tell Heo Tianzin and the others and let them manage Yudao City on their behalf. It doesn't matter over there in the big world. It's already on the right track. I'll just make an announcement. The human emperor's movements were very fast, and he was able to arrange the whole thing just by applying pressure. The pearl of wisdom has long been in his hands, and he has long been eager to fuse it with it. In his previous life, he was Xiao Zhantian's human emperor. After fighting for a lifetime, he always had an instinctive desire for power. Even if it is integrated with technological magic weapons, this instinct still exists. Lin Moyu felt the human emperor's slight emotion and smiled slightly. Let's get started. The power of the original spiritual veins was activated, and the power of the 7th level original spiritual veins was extremely powerful, and the current original spiritual veins were about 30% stronger than when Lin Moyu left. All this must be attributed to Xiaosan, and I am willing to pay back what Xiaosan did. The terrifying original power gathered in Lin Moyu's palm and then poured into the Jixing bead. Lin Moyu used the original power as his hand to firmly control the Jixing pearl. The wisdom bead is too strong, and it is not easy to control it even with Lin Moyu's own strength. If you want to control the Jixing pearl, you must at least have the power of Dao Zun 4th realm or above. But with the original spiritual veins present, controlling it is not a problem. The power of the original spiritual veins was continuously poured in, and the wisdom heart bead began to sparkle, and it began to activate. At the same time, a powerful aura was revealed, forming a whirlwind of energy that swept across the countryside. This extremely high-level technological magic weapon began to show its powerful side. Lin Moyu knew clearly that its core functions had not been activated. It was now like a powerful empty shell, with a sudden appearance. And this soul is the human emperor. After waiting for a while, the activation level of the Jixing pearl exceeded 70%. Lin Moyu shouted, go in. The human emperor had been preparing for a long time, and he instantly broke away from the technological magic weapon that he had parasitized before and entered the Qinzhuang of the intelligent heart. Lin Moyu's thoughts moved slightly, and the avenue of luck suddenly emerged. The avenue of luck falls like a waterfall, falling on the wisdom heart pearl and also on the human emperor. He enhanced the emperor's luck so that the emperor could integrate the wisdom and heart pearl more smoothly. The moment the human emperor entered the Jixing pearl, the human emperor's consciousness in the big world fell into silence. In Yudao City, many cultivators raised their heads at the same time. They felt that the human emperor seemed to have left, and many of them had panic expressions on their faces. They have long been accustomed to a world where the human emperor exists. Without the human emperor, they feel like something is missing. At this time, Heo Tianzin and others appeared in mid-air. Don't be impatient, the human emperor is ascending and will return soon. Yudao City, Xiaoye raised her head. I feel the breath of Master. Master is back. Lin Moyu mobilized the power of the origin spiritual vein and was felt by Xiaoye. Xiaosan also came out, stood on Xiaoye's head, looking into the distance, and it also sensed that Lin Moyu was back. The direction they were looking at was the direction where Lin Moyu was. Xiao Wu on the side said boredly, yes, the master has returned, but if he doesn't come to find me, I won't go to him. Bad master, stinky master, you left for so long, and you didn't know to come and see us. Xiao Wu pouted and angrily scolded Lin Moyu. Xiaoye smiled and said for Lin Moyu, master must have something wrong. I guess this time the sublimation of the human emperor must be related to the master. The human emperor didn't sublimate early or late, but waited until Lin Moyu came back to sublimate. Of course, it was related to Lin Moyu. Xiao Wu suddenly jumped up and looked at the direction of Lin Moyu in disbelief. The Great Way of Luck. The master has also learned the Great Way of Luck. Xiao Yu and Xiao San were both surprised. Xiao San certainly knew what the Great Way of Luck was, but it was an illusory great way, which was not easy to comprehend. Except for Xiao Wu, it had never seen anyone who could comprehend it. In its contact with Xiao Wu, it realized that Xiao Wu had comprehended it because of various opportunities, and others could not copy it. But Lin Moyu was different. If Lin Moyu could comprehend the Great Way of Luck, it would be a very scary thing. In its ancient blood memory, those who could comprehend the Great Way of Luck would have terrible achievements in the future. Xiao Yu is no longer a little kid who knows nothing. She already knows what the Great Way of Luck means. Xiao Yu clenched her fists and smiled like a flower. Master is really amazing. Wow! Xiao Wu suddenly screamed, and then tears fell. Xiaoya asked curiously, Master has realized the Way of Luck. Why are you crying? Xiao Wu cried and shouted, Master has learned the Way of Luck, so Xiao Wu is no longer needed. Xiao Wu will be thrown away. Xiao San turned his head silently. He felt that Xiao Wu's brain circuit was a bit strange and he couldn't keep up. Xiaoya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Xiao Wu, Master is not such a person. She comforted Xiao Wu. At this moment, she became Xiao Wu's sister. The Zixinzu flashed with light, and the light was beating with a strange rhythm. Lin Moyu seemed to hear a sound like an electronic start, and then he sensed a breath belonging to the avenue of space. The Zixinzu contains the avenue of space, which means that the space inside the Zixinzu may be very large. Lin Moyu had seen the body of the human emperor, and the body of the human emperor was very large. The Zixinzu is very small, but it has a much stronger function than the body of the human emperor. It is normal to use the avenue of space inside to form a huge space. Lin Moyu did not go to investigate internally. Now he only needed to do other auxiliary work and leave the rest to the emperor. He believed in the emperor and believed in the great existence that had protected the human race in the world for countless years. Lin Moyu always had respect for the emperor. The Jixing pearl was vibrating continuously, absorbing a large amount of origin power. Lin Moyu opened up the supply and gave as much as he wanted. Some of these origin powers were given to the Jixing pearl, and some were supplied to the emperor. The whole process lasted for 3 full days, and the vibration of the Jixing pearl finally calmed down. Lin Moyu could feel that the emperor had already established a firm foothold inside the Jixing pearl, and was now adapting to this new technological magic weapon. During this period, Lin Moyu did not stop supplying the origin power, and was very diligent in assisting. After waiting for another 3 days, the Jixing pearl suddenly stopped vibrating, and all the light disappeared at the same time. Then, a majestic breath rose from the Jixing pearl. A figure appeared in sight. The figure's appearance was exactly the same as Xiao Zhantian's, and it was exactly the same as the statue outside the Great World War God Temple. This was the body that the human emperor had evolved with powerful power, and the Jixing pearl was located in the heart of the body. Lin Moyu could feel that the human emperor had great power at this time, and this power also came from a certain avenue, but Lin Moyu did not know this avenue. Judging from the breath emitted by the human emperor, the power of the human emperor at this moment was not weaker than the 6th realm of Dao Zun. Jixing pearl was so powerful that it directly gave the human emperor power that was not weaker than the 6th realm of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu asked, "How do you feel?" The human emperor grinned and smiled. "It feels very good. The Jixing pearl is too strong. My power should be equivalent to the 6th realm of Dao Zun." Lin Moyu nodded. "It's about this level. Can you use the true body of the avenue?" The human emperor shook his head. "Not now, but later." "What do you mean?" Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows, not understanding what the human emperor said. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Please give me flowers midline horizontal ellipsis. The emperor said, "After I merged with the Zixinzu, I could comprehend a special avenue, called the Science and Technology Avenue. The Science and Technology Avenue is different from other avenues. It requires some special materials to exert its maximum power. My Avenue True Body is the same. It also requires some other materials. Can I get it? Lin Moyu said, what materials are needed? You make a list and I'll see if there is a Dao Master in the 6th realm. If there is a Dao True Body, the combat power will be a world of difference. Lin Moyu didn't know what the Science and Technology Avenue was, but when he heard about the Science and Technology Avenue, an idea suddenly came to his mind. In his previous life, that world had a very brilliant science and technology civilization, and all kinds of weapons were prevalent in the world. Although from his current perspective, those technological weapons are no longer in his eyes. Midline horizontal ellipsis, 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 midline. But once those technological weapons are related to the Avenue, perhaps their power is no longer the power in his memory. The origin continent is very magical. In a normal cultivation system, there shouldn't be any technological magic weapons, and magic weapons like those of the Heavenly God sect shouldn't exist. But it appeared, and it seems to have some rationality. In fact, there are many traces of technology. The human race warships in the big world have some technological elements. Of course, this situation occurred because of the influence of the human emperor. The human emperor quickly made a list and handed it to Lin Moyu. There is still a lot of information in the Jixin Pearl, and I haven't had time to sort it out. But looking at those materials, it seems that we can build a mechanical army through the avenue of science and technology. Lin Moyu was slightly startled and immediately asked, what level of mechanical army? Lin Moyu had seen the mechanical army and had fought with the mechanical army when he was in the world of the sea. At that time, the mechanical puppets, holding glowing swords, also had good combat power. After coming to the origin continent, he also obtained information in this regard and knew that many refiners were conducting research in this area. However, the combat power of mechanical puppets is generally not strong. There is no mechanical puppet of Dao Zun realm yet, which makes it not very practical. If the mechanical army of the Emperor is stronger. The Emperor said, it seems that the strongest one can reach the 3rd level of Dao Zun, but the requirements are quite strict. I still need to study it carefully. Lin Moyu was delighted. If he could reach the 3rd level of Dao Zun and mass produce it, then the safety of Yudao City would not be a problem. Corpse. Lin Moyu looked at the list listed by the human emperor. The items in it were very strange. He basically didn't recognize them. They were not things for normal cultivation. I don't know if I can find them. After I am promoted to Dao Zun, I will go to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce to ask. Lin Moyu put the list away. If anyone can get these strange things, it must be Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. This matter is not urgent for the time being. For Lin Moyu, it is more important to be promoted to Dao Zun. The human emperor successfully sublimated and achieved a gorgeous transformation. From then on, there was no human emperor who was a half-step supreme, and there was an additional human emperor who was a Dao Zun 6th realm. The span between them was so large that it was hard to imagine. This is also the power of technological magic weapons. As long as the magic weapon itself is strong enough, cultivation and the like can be omitted. After a few days, the human emperor returned and took charge of the great world and Yudao City again. With the power of the current emperor, only a small part of it is needed to easily 320 complete the previous management work. More often, data can be sorted and information can be analyzed. Analyzing information is the big deal. It is extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming to unravel the vast amount of information and find the truth that has been buried in history. Lin Moyu entered the secret room, sat cross-legged, and said to himself, next, it's my turn. I don't know what kind of movement will be caused by achieving the Dao Zun and the great Dao coming. After practicing for so long, I finally waited for the moment when I achieved the Dao Zun, and I couldn't help being a little excited. Letting his heart calm down, Lin Moyu's mind sank into the soul. 18 Dao patterns, 2 of which already have owners. After the Dao patterns are fused, they can no longer be separated, so his choice is extremely important. On the way back, Lin Moyu had already considered and decided which spells to merge the Dao patterns with. His first choice is his own summoning spell. Summon Skeleton God General, Summon Dragon Rider Core, Summon Skeleton King, Summon Elemental Lich, and Resurrect the Dead. Although the Summon Skeleton King already has a Dao pattern, this Dao pattern is natural to it and has nothing to do with its own Dao pattern. Lin Moyu does not think that integrating the Dao pattern will break the balance. Moreover, he believes that the other summoning techniques will automatically generate Dao patterns after being promoted to the Dao Zone realm and balance again. These techniques originally constitute a multi-star technique system, which is already interconnected and extremely powerful. Dao patterns contain the power of the Great Dao. After being integrated into the technique, the power of the technique can be further enhanced. This is the role of Dao patterns. The higher the realm of Dao Zone, the more Dao patterns there are. If multiple Dao patterns are given to a technique, the power of that technique can be multiplied. However, the information of the Tushan sect said that in order to maintain balance, the number of Dao patterns obtained by the same type of technique should be the same. Therefore, it is not possible to give all the Dao patterns to one magic. Lin Moyu listened to the advice very much. He knew that Tushan Zone must have a reason for saying so. For the 5 summoning magics, Lin Moyu planned to integrate 2 Dao patterns into each magic. Although summoning the Skeleton King would have an extra Dao pattern after he was promoted to Dao Zone, the other summoning magic stars might also have an extra Dao pattern. If there is no extra by then, he will see the situation and condense new Dao patterns in the future, and he can also make up for it. This is the advantage of having many Dao patterns. The more Dao patterns there are, the more room for operation. After making a decision, Lin Moyu no longer hesitated and took action immediately. 10 Dao patterns flew out at the same time and flew towards the 5 magic stars. The Dao patterns landed on the magic stars and successfully completed the fusion. On each magic star, there were 2 more Dao pattern marks, and only the Summoning Skeleton King had 3 Dao pattern marks. However, the Dao pattern it generated naturally was different from the 2 Dao patterns Lin Moyu sent over. There was a big difference. Lin Moyu felt that the Dao pattern generated by the magic star itself seemed to be more powerful. The 2 Dao patterns sent over seemed to be centered on it, on its left and right. After printing the Dao pattern, Lin Moyu could feel that these magic stars seemed to have changed. On the magic stars, Dao Yun appeared. The Dao pattern carried the power of the Great Dao, which increased the magic stars. It has become stronger, but my realm limits the magic stars. It seems that when I break through Dao Zone, there will be a qualitative change. Lin Moyu understood in his heart, and after carefully sensing it, he found that the 5 summoning magic stars still maintained a balance. The Dao pattern flew back to the soul after leaving the welcoming mark, and the Dao pattern after returning had changed. They each represent the stars they have merged, and their appearances are different. The only thing that remains unchanged is that there is still a connection between them, and they still increase each other. By using Dao patterns to cast spells, one can not only enjoy the power increase brought by the resonance of multiple Dao patterns, but also the increase of the multi-star magic system. Lin Moyu feels that when he becomes a Dao master, the combat power of the Undead Legion will definitely surprise him. The 12 Dao patterns have each been given their own masters, and there are still 6 left. 18 Dao patterns look like a lot, but when you really use them, it seems that they are not enough. Lin Moyu sighed lightly. One spell can fuse multiple Dao patterns, but no one knows how many it can fuse. The 5 stars of the summoning spell are balanced, and some spells must maintain a balance, such as the Wings of the Undead and the Skeleton Hell. The Skeleton Hell has been sublimated to the point that there is no explanation. How strong it is depends on Lin Moyu's own feeling. Lin Moyu threw 2 Dao patterns directly to it. The Skeleton Hell hummed, and the magma began to boil. The patterns on the gate of hell bloomed with a faint light, which seemed to become clearer, but the number did not increase. The rotation speed of the nether black pool became a little bit again, and a faint roar came from it, as if something dangerous was about to rush out. Other than that, there was no response. 2 Dao patterns flew back from the skeleton hell, and their shapes also changed. Lin Moyu slapped his head. Am I wrong? The skeleton hell is already too strong, and 2 Dao patterns alone are not enough to change it. But since we have already done it, we should do it to the end, otherwise even these 2 Dao patterns will be wasted. Lin Moyu's first thought was to give the Dao patterns to the summoning spells and the skeleton hell. If each Dao pattern is evenly distributed to each spell may increase a little, but it will definitely be 0.3, not too much. It is better to give the Dao patterns to the most important spells, perhaps this will have a better effect. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu decided to give the 16 Dao patterns to the summoning spells and the skeleton hell. These 2 spells are his main means of attack at present. The remaining 4 Dao patterns flew out and merged into the skeleton hell at the same time. On the spell star of the skeleton hell, 6 Dao patterns shone. It seems that the sufficient number has caused some qualitative changes. The patterns on the gate of hell are becoming clearer and the light is becoming brighter. Under the circle of light, the gate of hell has become more gloomy. The speed of the rotation of the nether black pool is much faster than before, and the roar is getting more and more intense. A strong and dark breath continues to leak out from the nether black pool, accompanied by a loud bang. A huge black dragon head poked out of the nether black pool. Roar! A black dragon head poked out from the netherworld black pool. The black dragon head looked extremely ferocious, roaring, revealing 2 rows of scarlet fangs, and constantly spitting out black gas from its nose. The black gas was highly corrosive and could corrode everything. Lin Moyu could feel that the corrosive ability of the black gas was the same as the power of death in the Undead Avenue, as if it came from the Undead Avenue. A pair of bloody giant eyes slowly opened, cold, brutal, and ruthless. All the information related to hell surged in Lin Moyu's heart. In the past hell, there was a bottomless deep pool, the netherworld black pool. In the netherworld black pool, there was a terrible creature, known as the netherworld black dragon. The netherworld black dragon can eat everything and has the same characteristics as the evil spirits of hell. It is extremely terrible and can even devour the avenue. It's a pity that there is very little information about hell, and even less about the netherworld black dragon. When hell collapsed, the netherworld black pool also collapsed. A part of the netherworld black chi did not completely dissipate and fell into the world. After many evolutions, it eventually became the netherworld clan. Now, the gate of hell reappeared in front of him, and the netherworld black pool also appeared again. At the same time, the skeleton hell also absorbed the fragments of hell. Lin Moyu had a hunch that if his skeleton hell continued to evolve, it might really bring hell back to the world. Jean Lei, who was in the Dao realm, collapsed on the spot when he saw the gate of hell. It can be seen that hell, now, has stimulated them for many days. 6 Dao patterns only made the patterns on the gate of hell brighter and made the black dragon in the netherworld black pool stick out ahead. Apart from that, there were no other changes. But Lin Moyu was extremely satisfied. The smaller the change, the greater the potential of the skeleton hell. 6 Dao patterns are definitely not a small number, which means that the skeleton hell has very high requirements for Dao patterns, and it shows that its foundation is extremely profound. 18 Dao patterns, which looks like a lot, were distributed in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. The road is long. Wait for me to climb to the peak step by step, break the heavenly venerable, and enter the Taoist venerable. Lin Moyu communicated with the great Tao. He wanted to break through the boundary of the heavenly venerable and step into the Taoist venerable level. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the great Tao emerged one after another. The great Tao of immortality, the great Tao of thousand stars, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of space, the great Tao of luck, and the great Tao of power. 6 great roads appeared around him at the same time, and Lin Moyu's figure slowly rose, gradually surpassing the great Tao, and the great Tao of time was under his feet. At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed to be above the Great Dao, more noble than the Great Dao. Lin Moyu's appearance was solemn, and he exuded an unspeakable majesty. It was not the kind of pressure from a high realm, but the majesty naturally revealed by a true superior. Even if it was the Great Dao, Shishu would crawl at Lin Moyu's feet. This situation happened unconsciously, and even Lin Moyu himself didn't know it. Similar things happened in the big world before. Other law galaxies are on top of his head, while Lin Moyu's law galaxy is directly stepped on by him. One up and one down, their identities and status are completely different. 6 avenues, at the same time, spewed out a huge amount of avenue power, which fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's aura rose sharply, soaring straight up, stepping on the 9 heavens, breaking the heavenly venerable, the heavenly Tao. In front of Lin Moyu, avenues appeared again. This is the picture that everyone will see when entering the avenue realm. From the moment when the heavenly venerable broke through the Tao venerable, everyone can get close to the real avenue. The avenues they usually summoned are just phantoms projected by the avenue, which are far from comparable to the real avenue. This is an opportunity to get close to the avenue and experience the avenue. This process is very precious. If a cultivator can understand something from it, it is a great opportunity. Very heaven. And the time that can stay in this state is long or short, depending on each person's talent and qualifications. Some people can stay for several years, even 20 years, or even 30 years, and fully understand the avenue. And some people can only stay for a year, or even shorter. There is a huge difference. But for Lin Moyu, there are 6 avenues in front of him. The 6 avenues circled around for him to choose and comprehend. Lin Moyu didn't know how long he could stay in this state. He didn't dare to waste a single minute and immediately began to comprehend the avenue. The first one he chose was the avenue of luck. The illusionary avenue is the most difficult to comprehend, so he must be the first. However, the avenue of power is an exception. This guy is an alien and doesn't need to comprehend it at all. As long as his realm and body are improved, the avenue of power will naturally improve. The avenue of power is difficult at both ends and easy in the middle. It is extremely difficult to get started, but it becomes easy after getting started, but it is extremely difficult to really reach the limit. Lin Moyu comprehended the mysteries of the avenue of luck and was completely unaware of the passage of time. When Lin Moyu broke through, the sky and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly became dark, and even the light of the sun's origin could not shine in. Heavy pressure descended from the sky, and the power of the avenue poured down, washing the world like a waterfall, and rushing in all directions like a rushing river. Above the earth, the origin spiritual veins rose a large amount of origin power, which was continuously sent to Lin Moyu, providing a strong boost for Lin Moyu's breakthrough. The endless strange phenomena of heaven and earth immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Yudao City. The workers stopped, and the practitioners sensed something, stopped practicing, and looked in the direction of Lin Moyu. They could feel that waves of extremely terrifying pressure were sweeping in from tens of thousands of miles away. Someone flew high, looked up, and saw a space shrouded in darkness. What happened there? What a terrible pressure! I feel there is an extremely powerful existence there. Not only is the pressure terrible, but the strange phenomena are also very terrible. I feel that the power leaked there, any trace of it can crush me. 623. Someone mustered up the courage to ask, do you want to go and see if there is any danger to our Yudao city? At this time, the voice of the human emperor suddenly sounded, the city lord is breaking through the Daozuan, don't panic. As soon as the human emperor spoke, everyone suddenly quieted down. Lin Moyu is a legend in Yudao City. This legend has been circulating since the big world until now. Especially before, Lin Moyu had taken action and personally arranged the formation to protect Yudao City. Yudao City was also established by Lin Moyu alone. All these things tell everyone that Lin Moyu has supreme authority here, and Lin Moyu is also everyone's idol. Now, this legendary figure, finally, he is going to break through to Daozun. Lin Moyu's breakthrough and the words of the Emperor of Humanity seem to have inspired countless people's desire to practice. Many people instinctively have the desire to practice. I want to practice. I also want to become Dao Zun. The lightning in the distance also sensed that Lin Moyu was breaking through. It turned into a lightning, left its nest, and flew towards Yudao City. Its idea was very simple. Lin Moyu broke through, and it wanted to protect the law. Dao Zun's breakthrough cannot be disturbed. It knows very well that in Yudao City, Lin Moyu is the strongest. If someone disturbs the strongest person's breakthrough, it will be bad. In a more distant place, a warship discovered the abnormality in Yudao City and quickly flew towards Yudao City. Lei Guan came to the outside of Yudao City and watched from a distance. It did not go in and stayed outside to protect Lin Moyu. The human emperor is fully aware of the arrival of Lei Guan. Now he is powerful, his perception of the outside world is very clear, and the scope of his control has also been greatly increased. As for the information given by Lin Moyu, it has been sorted out before, but now it needs to be sorted out again to see if there is anything missing. Currently, he is still sorting out the information, not only the information given by Lin Moyu, but also much of the information contained in the Jixin Pearl. The information in the Jixin bead is especially huge, enough for a person to sort it out for a while. The human emperor also protected Lin Moyu. Now that the thunderlight was coming, the human emperor could breathe a sigh of relief and focus more on organizing the data. Time passed day by day, and the vision continued without any sign of weakening. No one knew how long the whole process would last. Both the human emperor and Lei Guan knew that with Lin Moyu's talent and qualifications, the whole process was expected to last for decades. 12 days later, a breath came from afar. Still 60,000 kilometers away from Yudao City, it stopped. If you advance another 10,000 kilometers, you will enter the attack range of the thunder and fire array. Lei Guan was awakened, opened his eyes, and looked at the warship flying over. Monster Clan. Lei Guan murmured. During the Dumbling Empire's operations, it had many encounters with the Demon Clan, and it could be recognized at a glance that this warship belonged to the Demon Clan. The warship sparkled, the runes on the warship flowed, and the formation protected the warship. Lei Guan felt the aura coming out of the warship, the lightning in his eyes jumped, and his expression became alert. He felt that there seemed to be people above the fourth realm of Dao Zun in the warship. Dao Zun's 4 realms are not strong for him, but if he cooperates with the warship, it will be another story. This warship is an extremely powerful magic weapon with a strong combat history. If it is controlled by beings above the 4th realm of Dao Zun, the combat power that can be exerted will be very terrifying. Not to mention defeating yourself, it is not a problem to persist for a period of time under your own attack. The sound of fighting in the Dao Zun realm was loud, and it was likely to affect Lin Moyu. The demon warship sensed the existence of the thunder and fire formation, so it did not rush in. Suddenly, the formation on the warship was activated, power began to gather, and an attack would be launched at any time. Lei Guan's gaze was sharpened, and his whole body turned into lightning, slaughtering the warships and rushing to the hospital. It originally wanted to lead the warship to a farther place to fight, but now it seems that this is not possible. The Taoist demon race in the warship also noticed the lightning, and a Taoist demon race master rushed out of the warship. As soon as the demon clan Taoist rushed out, he transformed into his true body, and terrifying energy came out of his body. Dragon Elephant Clan, Dao Zun 5 Realms. Lei Guan recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. He was from the Dragon Elephant Clan among the Demon Clan. The Dragon Elephant Clan is said to have a trace of dragon blood, and this blood provides them with some dragon characteristics. The defense of the Dragon Elephant Clan is extremely strong. Although their attacks are average, they can easily block attacks from the same realm. Even if it were him, it would be very troublesome to kill the Dragon Elephant Clan in the 5th realm of Dao Zun. During the operations of the Dumbling Empire, he experienced many battles, and even Shurchen fought against the Panhao clan. The strong man from the Dragon Elephant Clan at that time was a being in the 4th realm of Taoism. As a result, he also spent a lot of effort to kill the opponent. Now that the Dragon Elephant clan has the cultivation level of the 5th realm of Tao Zun, it is obviously more difficult to kill. Lei Guang had a headache. The Dragon Elephant clan in front of him was enough to haunt him for a while. As soon as the Taoist master of the Dragon Elephant clan came out, he immediately transformed into his true form, and at the same time, the sky was filled with murderous aura. Kill. There is no nonsense. Sui Xia of the Pang family has already taken action. In the void, a total of 5 dragon elephants appeared. They were over 10,000 meters tall and extremely huge, covering the world. The dragon elephant tribe is not fighting against Lei Guang at all, but a fight to the death. Lei Guang was also a little puzzled. Do you need to fight so hard? Why are you so desperate when you know you are not your opponent? Lei Guang was blocked by the Taoist dragon elephant and could not rush past. After the warship's power was condensed, an attack crashed down. The attack power is very strong. It has reached the 4th realm of Dao Zun, and it may not be able to block it with the defensive power of the thunder and fire array. Lei Guang wanted to rush over, but the Taoist master of the dragon elephant tribe held it back. At this time, 3 phantoms appeared in front of the heavenly thunder fire formation. The human emperor appeared in front of the heavenly thunder fire formation, and with a wave of his hand, he easily dispersed the attack. Then the sky thunder and fire array behind the human emperor suddenly lit up, and in an instant, countless thunderbolts blasted towards the demon warship. The thunder was mixed with countless flames, and the thunder flames fell densely on the front of the warship. The demon clan seems to be very confident in its own warship. It does not dodge or evade and directly intercepts it. The Heavenly Thunder Fire Formation is a 6th level formation, and it is also a formation group composed of thousands of formations. It is powerful enough to kill Dao Zun in the 3rd realm and can also injure Dao Zun in the 4th realm. The key is that it is connected with the original spiritual vein, and its power is endless. It will not be easy to sleep if it is broken. No matter how powerful the demon warship is, if it is continuously attacked, it will eventually be unable to hold on. The warship resisted the attack and counterattacked at the same time. However, its counterattacks were all blocked by people. The power that the human emperor now possesses is stronger than that of Dao Zun in the 5th realm, but weaker than that of Dao Zun in the 6th realm. He has no problem blocking the attack of the warship. During the crazy attack, the original spiritual veins continue to provide power for the thunder and fire array, and the aura of the original spiritual veins was also exposed. There is an original spiritual vein, and it is a high-level original spiritual vein. Strengthen the attack and seize the original spiritual veins. A commanding voice sounded from the warship. The demon clan is also thirsty for the original spiritual vein, and once discovered, Johnson & Johnson will inevitably appear. Right now, this original spiritual vein is up to the 7th level. Once it is discovered, it will naturally be snatched away. The warship buzzed, and another demon clan Taoist flew out of it, killing the human emperor. There are 3 Dao Zuns taking action this time, all from the Dragon Elephant clan. One of them is in the 5th realm of Dao Zun, and the other 2 are in the 4th realm of Dao Zun. They spread out in the air. Dao Zun, the dragon elephant of the 5th realm of Dao Zun, was charging at the human emperor, while the other 2 were far away from each other, preparing to attack the formation from both sides. The warship also resisted the formation attack and flew towards the other side. I struggled all the way and broke through in 3 ways at the same time. Upon seeing this, Lei Guang exploded countless thunderbolts all over his body, trying to push back the dragon elephant Taoist in front of him and go over to support him. Lei Guang used his true form to transform into a 1,000-meter giant eagle, filling the sky with thunder. However, the defense of the dragon elephant clan was too strong. Although they were injured by thunder, the factory, Qianda, could not retreat. Lei Guang was anxious, and suddenly, the human emperor's voice sounded in his ears, "Don't worry, it's okay." The human emperor's voice was filled with magic, and Lei Guang's anxious mood suddenly calmed down. The human emperor waved his hand, and two people appeared next to him. Zhao Dongxing and Zhu Sword Dao Zun appeared beside him. The human emperor ordered them to kill them as quickly as possible. The people the human emperor was referring to were the two Dao masters of the fourth realm, Dragon Elephant. With the strength of Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword of Dao Zun, it is not difficult to kill the Dragon Elephant Dao Zun in the fourth realm of Dao Zun. At most, it will take a lot of effort. If you don't care about the cost, it will be faster to kill. As a resurrector, are you afraid of paying the price? Zhao Dongxing summoned the Avenue of All Spirits, evolved into the true form of the Avenue, and turned into a giant elephant to achieve his goal. The giant sword masters transformed into a giant sword, slashing and dragging it like lightning. While the human emperor was operating the heavenly thunder fire formation and entangled with the warships, he was also fighting against the opponent's Taoist master. The thunder exploded, and the power of the thunder exploded crazily. It took action without any scruples and fought extremely crazily. Dao Zun Longxiang, who was fighting with him, was beaten back and forth, and his injuries continued to worsen. But for some reason, its whole body was filled with murderous intent. Although it was defeated, it still wanted to kill Lei Guang. Lei Guang was also surprised by this, but it was not important. What was important was that he was willing to kill him. A moment later, two screams rang out. Zhao Dongxing and Dao Zun Jujian seriously injured their opponents, respectively. The two Taoist masters of the Dragon Elephant tribe fled back quickly and rushed into their warship. The warship also quickly retreated at this moment as if it wanted to escape from the battlefield. The Taoist priest who was fighting against the human emperor also retreated at this moment, paying the price of being injured by the human emperor and escaping back to the warship. Withdraw. With an angry shout, the warship started and flew towards the distance. The Taoist master of the Dragon Elephant clan, who was fighting with the thunder and light, obviously didn't want to leave, but a ray of light shot out from the warship and fell on it, trying to take it away forcefully. Lei Guang snorted coldly, "Just leave if you want. It's not that easy." Powerful thunder erupted all over its body, transforming into a sea of thunder and covering the warship. The whole body of the warship glowed, and all formations were activated at this moment. The warship is very strong. It inherits the strong defensive advantages of the Dragon Elephant clan. In Lei Haichen's case, Lei Guang chased after him, and suddenly, a Taoist master from the Dragon Elephant tribe appeared on the warship. When Lei Guang saw it, a sense of danger arose spontaneously. He stopped suddenly and did not continue the pursuit. He watched helplessly as the warship broke through his sea of thunder and flew into the distance. The Dragon Elephant clan came over aggressively, but after a beating, they left in despair without taking any advantage. Several Taoist masters of the Dragon Elephant clan were injured to varying degrees, which can be said to be a bit embarrassing. Lei Guang sighed, "The Dragon Elephant clan's defense is too strong, and Mo Ran couldn't leave even one behind." The human emperor said, "It's normal not to be able to stay. The Taoist master of the Dragon Elephant clan is not so easy to kill." Lei Guang was a little puzzled. It's really strange why the guy from the Dragon Elephant tribe was so desperate. The human emperor said, "There's nothing surprising. You must have killed people from the Dragon Elephant clan. They have the ability in their blood to tell who has killed their own clan." Lei Guang showed his original expression. "It turns out that among our spiritual beasts, some of them seem to have similar abilities." The human emperor said, "You stopped suddenly just now. Did you see something?" Lei Guang said, "On their warship, there is a guy with a strong Daoho sixth realm." The human emperor nodded. "No wonder you stopped suddenly. The Dragon Elephant Dao Zun in the sixth realm of Dao Zun is indeed difficult to deal with." Lei Guang was still surprised. "I don't understand again. Why doesn't that Taoist sixth realm person take action?" The emperor patiently explained, "There must be some problems, otherwise it would definitely be a big deal. And this time the Dragon Elephant clan came here. It seems that they are not targeting us. They should be charged with other tasks. It's not true this time, and it will be hard to tell next time when I come here." Lei Guang frowned. What should we do? What if they come here again? The human emperor shook his head. There is no good way at the moment. We can only take it one step at a time. If the realm master can successfully enter the Taoist realm, then they don't have to worry about it again. Lei Guang said, with Brother Lin's qualifications, this breakthrough to Dao Zun may take dozens or even hundreds of years. In such a long time, many accidents will happen. The human emperor said, if something unexpected happens, it actually doesn't matter. As long as Taoist Master's seventh realm doesn't come, it won't be a problem. Lin Moyu had already prepared some backups, but some of them were not very easy to use. For example, the Thunder and Purple Striped Tiger he left behind also has the combat power of Dao Zun's sixth realm. But once you do it in front of the Demon Clan, how do you explain it? Rumor has spread that the human race has turned the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger into a puppet and enslaved it. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger will mobilize the whole clan and kill them. You can hit and pick it up, but you can't hit it too much. Every clan has a bottom line. The human emperor had compiled a large amount of information and naturally knew this, so the only ones taking action this time were Zhao Dongxing and Dao Zun Jujian. At the same time, the human emperor never thought about keeping them all and killing them. That may also cause trouble. The Demon Clan has its own contact method. Before they die, they may reveal the information here, which will also cause endless trouble. So, the best way is to fight them off. Then continue to wait for Lin Moyu to successfully break through. The arrival of the Dragon Elephant Clan was like an interlude and did not cause any waves. Lin Moyu continued to maintain close contact with the avenue and understood it. He touched the avenue of luck, and a lot of insights poured into his heart, which Lin Moyu quickly digested. Until there was no more enlightenment coming from Qiluan Dao, Lin Moyu knew that he had reached the limit, so he changed his mind. The second avenue is the avenue of time. As an avenue between reality, and also extremely difficult to understand, Lin Moyu ranked it second. The third avenue is the avenue of space, followed by your own natal avenue, the avenue of immortality. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to put the avenue of immortality in fifth place. After all, it was his natal avenue, and it was the easiest to comprehend, so he could sense it later. But thinking about the cultivation method of Thousand Stars Avenue, it seems to have nothing to do with comprehension, so I put the avenue of immortality in fourth place. There are 6 avenues, 4 of which need to be understood, and the other 2 required different methods of cultivation. Time passed day by day, and it was 20 years in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu understood the avenue very quickly. 20 years later, he had already begun to understand the avenue of space. Within 20 years, the vision always existed, but no one came to disturb it. The area where Yudao City is located is relatively remote, and not many people usually pass by. Lei Guang remained motionless during these 20 years, always guarding the outside. It eats thunder sword grass, which is very useful to it. Thunderlight's aura has improved a lot in just 20 years. In the 30th year, Li Moyu began to understand the immortal way of heaven. At this time, the space was slightly distorted, and an invisible aura descended. This aura was hidden in the space and remained motionless after it arrived. Neither Lei Guang nor the human emperor noticed it. In the 40th year, Moyu finally understood the 4 avenues. He has been in contact with the avenues for more time than expected, and it is already good that he can successfully comprehend the 4 avenues. At least his foundation in the first realm of Dao Zun has been solid, and he can even attack the second realm of Dao Zun. Those who cannot fully comprehend a great path will have to slowly comprehend it after becoming a Taoist master, wasting a lot of time. The breakthrough from Tianzuan to Daozuan is an opportunity for cultivators. It depends on how much you can grasp it. Lin Moyu sank his consciousness into the Thousand Stars Avenue. The cultivation method of Thousand Stars Avenue was different from before. It did not require comprehension but strength. A faint light shines on the avenue of thousands of stars, and the silent words of the embryo point out the way. He entered a mysterious space and saw infinite stars. Every star means the position of a star king. The method of cultivating the Thousand Stars Avenue is to activate these stars and return them to their proper positions so that the Thousand Stars Avenue can be restored and become stronger. And activating the stars requires strong power. To activate the stars in the Thousand Star Avenue, you need extremely strong power. The stars in the avenue have different attributes, and the power required is also different. But there are two kinds of power that are universal. One is the power of the avenue, just like the power of the avenue that falls when the avenue is rewarded. This kind of power has no attributes and is the ultimate pure power. The other power is Lin Moyu's soul power. Soul power is the same as the power of the avenue, without attributes. The disadvantage is that soul power is not as pure as the power of the avenue, and the strength is not enough, and the total amount is limited. Even the soul power of the Dao Zun realm is also limited, and it recovers slowly. To revive a star, the soul power required is very huge. After understanding this, Lin Moyu was very happy. Other people's soul power is not pure enough, but his own soul power is very pure. Under the dual refining of the 10-colored dragon's soul crystal and the world tree, his soul power has been pure to the extreme. Perhaps not as good as the power of the great Dao, but compared to other Dao Zun, it is much better. Then there is the total amount of soul power. As long as he controls the speed of consumption, he does not need to worry about the problem of insufficient soul power. After all, he has a big backup. Lin Moyu chose a star, a not too powerful star, and injected soul power into it. The first star is not chosen to be too powerful, so as to increase the success rate and reduce the risk of failure. The soul power was smoothly injected into the star, and this star, which had been sleeping for an unknown period of time, shone again. The light was very weak, and as Lin Moyu continued to inject soul power, it was reviving. In the great Dao stars on the origin continent, in the originally empty space, a star suddenly appeared and began to jump with light, and at the same time, a stream of star power spread outward. In several great roads, someone slowly opened his eyes. The Star Lord in the Thousand Star Avenue has finally begun to revive. I'm looking forward to it. The Star Lord has returned. I wonder if a new Dao Lord will be born. I hope a Dao Lord will be born. I look forward to that day. Does the reappearance of the Thousand Star Avenue mean that they are coming again? Maybe. It's been so long. If they come again, it's normal. Get ready. It will be another big battle. Outside Yudao City, Lei Guang, who was digesting the thunder sword grass, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A warship was coming towards Yudao City. Before the warship arrived, a powerful aura had already swept over. Lei Guang whispered, "The Dragon Elephant Clan, they are here again." The human emperor also appeared beside Lei Guang, and with him appeared the giant sword Dao Zun and Zhao Dongxing. The human emperor swept his eyes over the warship. The previous guess was correct. They do have other things to do. There were many damages on the warship, and its power had been greatly weakened compared to the last time. Previously, the warships themselves could fight the Heavenly Thunder Fire formation on equal terms, but this time it might not be so easy. But the warships of the Dragon Elephant Clan were not the main force. The real main force was the Dragon Elephant Clan Daozuan in the warships. The warships stopped in the distance and did not approach, which also meant that the warships would not participate in this battle. A strong breath rose, and the Dragon Elephant Clan Daozuan flew out of the warships. There were 4 Daozuan in total, 1 Daozuan in the 4th realm, and 2 Daozuan in the 5th realm. These 3 were old acquaintances, and they had fought each other last time. The other person, who did not fight last time, had the cultivation of the 6th realm of Daozuan. Lei Guang narrowed his eyes. They all seemed to be injured. The human emperor nodded. Indeed, they were all injured, and there was one less person. The other Daozuan who had fought with them before, the guy in the 4th realm of Daozuan, is gone now. Judging from their injuries and the damage to the warship, the Daozuan was most likely dead. Obviously, what they were going to do was not safe. The human emperor said, "I'll leave that Daozuan in the sixth realm to you, okay?" Lei Guang agreed without hesitation. "Even if I can't kill him, he can't kill me." Lei Guang was confident in his own strength. The Dragon Elephant clan had strong defense and very ordinary attack power. If he fought with them, the other party would have no way to deal with him. The human emperor said, "Okay, I'll leave him to you and the other three to me. I'll come to help you after I kill them." Lei Guang nodded, "No problem." They discussed together, but strangely, these Dragon Elephant clan Daozuan did not take action. The Dragon Elephant Daozuan in the sixth realm looked at the human emperor. "Are you the master here?" He didn't take action, but chose to talk, which made the human emperor feel abnormal. The human emperor whispered, "If you have something to say, just say it." The Dragon Elephant Taoist still spoke in a low voice, "We want to borrow your origin spiritual veins." The human emperor immediately realized what they were going to do. They wanted to borrow the origin spiritual veins to heal their wounds. It seems that their injuries are more serious than they seem. It is possible that their souls were injured, otherwise the injuries to their bodies are nothing at all. They failed to rob the origin spiritual veins last time, and they wanted to borrow them this time. The human emperor flatly refused. Impossible, no room for negotiation. The Dragon Elephant Taoist continued, "Think about it again, we don't want to do it. Please give me flowers, 0. The human emperor said, "If you want to do it, just come, the origin spiritual veins will definitely not be lent." Several Dragon Elephant Taoists showed a tangled look. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the warship, "Don't talk nonsense, he is not the owner of the origin spiritual veins." The terrifying breath rose, and the strong pressure rushed towards him. Lei Guang's face changed greatly, Dao Zun Qijing. The lightning on his body was affected by the opponent's pressure and shrank back. There is a huge gap between Dao Zun Qijing and Dao Zun Lujing. This is a crushing force, which is difficult to resist. Accompanied by the terrible pressure, a Dragon Elephant tribe member flew over from the warship. He was seriously injured, and one leg and one arm were missing. The physical injury could not be healed, which meant that his real injury came from the soul, and the physical body was just the external manifestation of the soul injury. The emperor finally understood why the other party did not take action at the beginning. One is that he was injured and did not want to take action. The other is that he was afraid that he would be destroyed and explode the origin spirit vein. They wanted to use the origin spirit vein to heal their injuries, but they were afraid that they would explode the origin spirit vein, so they spoke so kindly. But when the existence of Dao Zun Qijing found that he was not the owner of the origin spirit vein, his attitude changed completely. After all, only the owner of the origin spirit vein can detonate the origin spirit vein, and he can't do it himself. This is very realistic, and it is also normal in the origin continent. If Lin Moyu was here, the first person to be killed must be Lin Moyu, and he will never give Lin Moyu the opportunity to detonate the origin spirit vein. Lei Guang gritted his teeth. "What should I do?" Renhuang said, "We can only fight hard and see how long we can hold out. We must not let them affect the realm master. They are seriously injured, and it is a soul injury. I don't know how much strength is left." Renhuang is ready to use all the backup plans prepared by Lin Moyu. There are still a few Dao Zun in the sixth realm, all of whom are resurrected Dao Zun of the demon clan. More or less, they can always hold out for a while. As for the consequences, he can no longer take care of them. Now he can only hope that the opponent's injuries are more serious and can be delayed until Lin Moyu completes the breakthrough. Lei Guang's eyes rose with a sharp light. Then fight. At worst, one will die. It is ready to die in battle. The aura of several Dao Zun of the Dragon Elephant clan is getting stronger and stronger, and they are ready to start. Especially the existence of the Dao Master of the seventh realm, whose pressure was like the sea, so strong that Lei Guang couldn't breathe, and even the space was distorted. Just as he was about to take action, a gust of wind suddenly blew from afar. The speed of the wind was so fast that it silently swept across the body of the Dragon Elephant Clan Dao Master. This gust of wind came suddenly and silently. Several Dao Masters of the Dragon Elephant Clan, including the 7th Realm Ancestor, were unable to react. They had just taken action, but suddenly they all stood there motionless. The pressure that had just risen up quickly subsided and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lei Guang and Ren Huang, who were just about to fight to the death, showed puzzled expressions. Lei Guang murmured in a low voice, "What happened?" Ren Huang shook his head, "I don't know." Lei Guang said, "That wind seems a little strange." Ren Huang also felt the sudden wind, but he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't even tell whether the sudden wind was an ordinary wind or there was another mystery. Then Lei Guang's eyes shrank suddenly, revealing a look of horror. In the sight of the two, the bodies of several Dao Zuns of the Dragon Elephant Clan gradually collapsed. 927 Their powerful bodies turned into countless smoke and dust, quickly collapsed, and flew in all directions. No matter which realm, the end is exactly the same. Then the warships in the distance also turned into smoke and dust. The whole process seemed very strange, silent, and without any movement. The powerful Dao Zun of the 7th Realm, the Dragon Elephant Clan, which is famous for its defense, and their warships died just like that. What magic weapons they had were also blown away by the wind. Lei Guang's eyes were filled with shock and horror. What on earth is going on? The human emperor looked around. There should be someone helping us. Lei Guang asked, "Who could it be? Can he have such strength?" The human emperor couldn't think of a candidate who could kill Dao Zun of the 7th Realm silently. Even if there was a Dao Zun of the 9th Realm, it is estimated that he would not have this ability. Moreover, this mysterious existence will help them in secret. The human emperor knew that it was not them who were being helped, but Lin Moyu. Only Lin Moyu could possibly know this kind of existence, and it was impossible for him to do so. After searching for a while, he did not find any traces, and the human emperor knew that the other party did not want to see him. He did not even say a word of thanks, and turned to Lei Guang and said, "No matter who it is, they have no intention of harming us." Lei Guang nodded, "That's natural. If this kind of existence wants to harm us, we can't stop it at all." The human emperor said, "In this case, don't worry about it, we just do our own thing." The two returned to their positions. Lei Guang still guarded outside, and the human emperor returned to the formation. In the 1,000-Star Avenue, Lin Moyu has revived 10 stars. 10 stars mean 10 Star Lords, and they are the Star Lords that can be comparable to the Dao realm. With the existence of the 1,000-Star Avenue, once the Star Lords are integrated with the Dao, even the weakest Star Lord can be on par with the Dao realm who has gone astray. In Lin Moyu's opinion, each star he revived was not too strong, but each star took a long time. 10 stars, each took 5 years on average, a total of 50 years. Every time a star is revived, Lin Moyu's understanding of the 1,000 Stars Avenue will be more, and his control over the 1,000 Stars Avenue will be improved. Now in the entire Origin continent, he is the only one who has comprehended the 1,000 Stars Avenue. He has almost become the master of the 1,000 Stars Avenue, and no one competes with him for the position of the Dao Master. After 10 stars, Lin Moyu feels that his understanding has reached the limit. With his current strength, he cannot revive those powerful stars, and can only choose the inferior stars for revival. And he feels that in deeper places, there may be more powerful stars that he has not discovered. His strength is far from enough. I have comprehended 5 of the 6 avenues to the limit, and I don't need to comprehend the avenue of power. I can feel that my power has reached its limit. I can't suppress it anymore. I must break through. Lin Moyu had a feeling that he had indeed reached his limit. His several avenues were urging him to break through. I have comprehended everything that should be comprehended. If I don't break through, what are I waiting for? Lin Moyu smiled. In that case, then break through. There are still things to do after the breakthrough. With a thought in his mind, he kneaded the comprehension of the past 90 years into a whole and exploded. The bottleneck between the heavenly venerable and the Tao venerable is like a fragile glass that can be easily broken. Lin Moyu's breath instantly broke through the heavenly venerable realm and reached a higher level. The breath rushed up to the sky, rushed out of the origin continent, and echoed with the avenue stars outside the origin continent. The power of the avenue poured down like a waterfall, as if congratulating Lin Moyu for breaking through the Tao venerable. The power of the great Tao poured into Lin Moyu's body crazily, and Lin Moyu felt that his power was getting stronger and stronger. The 18 Tao patterns sparkled and continuously absorbed the power of the great Tao. Tao patterns would not only become stronger as the number increased, but also become stronger as the realm improved. Lin Moyu had 18 Tao patterns. The higher his realm was, the greater the gap between him and others would be. He felt that his connection with the great Tao was closer, and he could mobilize more power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao was endless. When he was in the heavenly venerable realm, he could not mobilize much power of the great Tao. However, because he had comprehended the origin great Tao, the power he showed was still getting stronger. Even if he did not use the skeleton hell and other spells, his combat power could still be invincible in the same realm. If he used those spells, fighting across realms would be as easy as drinking water and eating. After entering the Tao venerable realm, the power of the great Tao that Lin Moyu could mobilize suddenly increased by 10 times. With a thought in his mind, the immortal Tao appeared under his feet, and a gray and white majestic force gushed out. Lin Moyu's body changed, and in the blink of an eye he became a gray and white giant. Gray means death, killing everything, corroding everything, and depriving all life. White represents vitality, giving life to all living things, and it is easy for dead trees to come back to life. Lin Moyu controls life and death. Life and death are all under my control. If I let you die, you have to die. If I let you live, you can't die. This wonderful feeling is stirring in Lin Moyu's soul world. He said with some excitement, Dao Zhenchen. I never thought that when I was in the first realm of Dao Zone, I could actually use the Dao Zhenchen. The Dao Zhenchen is the biggest difference between the fourth and third realms of Dao Zone. Once the Dao Zhenchen is used, the combat power will be greatly improved. The combat power of the fourth realm of Dao Zone is 1.8 far beyond the third realm of Dao Zone because of the Dao Zhenchen. Lin Moyu knew that he had created a miracle again. He sensed his Dao true body and murmured to himself, although I can use the Dao true body, it seems that this Dao true body still lacks a place to rest. The path I take is different from that of the cultivators in the origin continent. The Dao true body does not need a place to rest, but I do. Most cultivators of that era used Dao patterns to rest on the Dao true body, but some cultivators had limited Dao patterns and would use some powerful soul magic weapons to rest on the Dao true body. But no matter how powerful the magic weapon is, it is not as good as the Dao patterns that you condense. Dao patterns can be continuously strengthened as the realm and number increase, but soul magic weapons generally do not have this ability. For me, the best choice is to use Dao patterns to rest on the Dao true body. Lin Moyu has been promoted to Dao Zone, but he has not withdrawn from that wonderful promotion state. The Dao is still beside him, clearly visible. In this state, one can comprehend the great path very quickly. However, Lin Moyu did not understand the great road. He had already understood enough before, but he had not yet fully digested it. But such a good opportunity would not be wasted. Lin Moyu used the power of Dao to start condensing Dao. The 19th Dao pattern. The 6 avenues exerted force at the same time, and the power of the massive avenues surged in like waves, helping Lin Moyu condense the Dao patterns. The outline of a Dao pattern quickly took shape. With the help of the power of the Dao, the 19th Dao pattern took shape at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu roughly estimated that it would take almost a year for the 19th Dao pattern to be condensed and formed. 1 year is not a short time, and it is naturally much slower than the speed of condensation during Qingdao rewards. But Lin Moyu knew very well that it would be much faster than condensing the Dao patterns by himself. After all, I had only condensed the 6th Dao pattern at that time, and it already took 1,000 days. Now it is the 9th one. It is already very ideal to be able to achieve such a speed. Lin said silently and calmed down, constantly gathering the power of the avenue, gathering together throughout the whole journey. He didn't know how long the wonderful state brought about by promotion could last, and he couldn't waste any time. 1 year later, the 19th Dao pattern finally took shape. Lin Moyu didn't waste any time and began to gather the second school's wrestling skills. This time the speed dropped again, fully doubling. In 2 years' time, the 20th Dao pattern was successfully condensed, followed by the 21. When Lin Moyu felt that the time was going to double again, there was still a surprise. The 21st Dao pattern took 3 years, and then came the 22nd one. When he was promoted to Taoist Master in the Origin Continent, the highest record of maintaining this wonderful state was only 43 years. Not even the 5 kings could fall. The 22nd piece took 4 years to condense. 4 Dao patterns were condensed, and they were used up and down to suppress them. At this time, Lin Moyu was still in this wonderful state. He had been in this state for 100 years. In 100 years, it has already broken the highest record in the original continent. Lin Moyu has passed 100 years, more than double that. Continue to condense the 23rd Dao pattern. This time it took more time to condense the Dao pattern. It took a full 5 years. Lin Moyu didn't even know how long it would take him to condense a Dao pattern under normal conditions. This kind of opportunity must not be missed. 5 years later, the 23rd Dao pattern was successfully condensed. He continued to condense the 24th one without stopping. Normally, he has entered the realm of Dao Zun, and based on the foundation he laid before, he has a total of 18 Dao marks. Every time you advance to a higher realm, your Tao wrestling can be doubled. At the level of Dao Zun, he can condense 18 more Dao patterns, bringing the number of Dao patterns to 36. The deeper the foundation, the wider the gap will be until it becomes incomparable. Lin Moyu's foundation is so strong that it makes people despair. For more than 100 years, Lin Moyu's area, with a radius of 10,000 kilometers, has been shrouded in visions. People in Yudao City were shocked at first, then became accustomed to it, and even regarded it as a piece of scenery in the end. At this time, there is already a large amount of basic information on the origin continent in Yudao, including cultivation information. Of course, these cultivation materials are opened layer by layer. The information that everyone can learn is no more than 2 layers of their own realm. The human emperor keeps this information strictly confidential, knowing what kind of information is at any level. All the supremes in Yudao City are well aware of the visions that occur when they are promoted to Taoist masters. They knew that the longer the vision lasted, the more powerful their city lord would be. The stronger your city lord is, the safer you will be and the more benefits you will get. Under the human emperor's continuous teaching and propaganda, everyone in Yudao City knew that he wanted to be the one who set things right. Because they come from the big world, they must stay together. Outside the heavenly thunder fire formation, Lei Guang looked at the vision with shock in his eyes. Brother Lin has been here for more than 100 years. Why is the promotion not over yet? The human emperor appeared beside it. The realm lord has unlimited potential, and its foundation is solid and flat. Lei Guang said, "Indeed, when I was promoted to Taoist Master, it only lasted for more than 20 years. Was it 27 or 28 years? I don't remember. Compared with Brother Lin, it's really far behind." The human emperor said, 20 years and more years is already considered extremely outstanding. Among the records of the human race, the best ones only lived for more than 40 years. Lei Guang sighed, "Now that I've seen Brother Lin's abilities, I won't be surprised no matter what happens to him in the future." The human emperor shook his head slightly. There is really no need to be surprised. From the countless information in the audience, in the human emperor's opinion, no one can compare with Lin Moyu. Those dazzling geniuses in history all dimmed compared to Lin Moyu. In the 111th year, when Lin Moyu started to be promoted, the 24th school, Dao Wen Ning, succeeded. At this moment, Lin Moyu's soul heard a loud noise, the picture in front of him collapsed, and the vision disappeared in an instant. The vision disappeared, and Lin Moyu's promotion ended. Lin Moyu looked through the secret room, saw the situation outside, and saw Lei Suo protecting himself. His voice rang in Lei Guang's ears, "Thank you, Brother Lei, for protecting me. I'm fine. When I get out of seclusion, I'll come to you for a drink." Lei Guang heard Lin Moyu's voice and laughed loudly. "Congratulations to Brother Lin for breaking through to Taoism. I'll leave first and wait for you to bring the wine." "Definitely." Lin Moyu chuckled, and his consciousness sank into his own world of rules again. He appeared in front of the core of the big world. The core of the world was shining, and a large amount of light shrouded Lin Moyu as if welcoming his arrival. Although the big world was integrated into its own world of rules by Lin Moyu, it still existed independently. Moyu did not destroy the world of heaven. The world gem quickly merged with the world core, and powerful power emitted from the world core and quickly spread to the entire world. He also did not use the big world to promote himself to Taoism. Not only does he not destroy the world, he also wants to cultivate it. He took out a world gem and threw it to Yin Shiji. The big world has now reached the peak of the 6th level world, and only one world gem can be promoted to the 7th level. In the past, because my realm was not enough, I had not been able to advance to the big world. Now that he has become a Taoist master, he immediately realizes that the world of disgust has opened. The level of the big world began to rise from the 6th level to the 7th level. The whole world is sublimating, and a large number of stars emerge from the big world. The big world is originally a world with many stars. When promoted from the 6th level to the 7th level, the number of stars will increase at least several times. The resources in the stars will also increase accordingly, and it will be easier for the creatures in the big world to cultivate. Moreover, the cultivation qualifications of the creatures in the big world will also be improved. Not only the newly born creatures, but also the qualifications of every creature will be improved. This is the ability of the high-level world. The creatures of the positive world have huge potential. The 7th level world is enough to accommodate the Taoist master. Now the human emperor and Lin Moyu's strategy is to divide the great world and Yudao city into 2 parts to develop together. There are also many old people left in the big world. After being promoted to the big world, these old people will also have the opportunity to explore a higher realm. The promotion of the big world has an impact on the entire world in all aspects. In the past, Lin Moyu might have needed the human emperor to analyze everything one by one. But now, at his level, many things no longer need to be analyzed by the human emperor, they can be known by just a glance. Reaching the realm of Tao Zun, in many eyes, means you have become enlightened and enlightened. There are so many things, and you can understand why at just one glance. The power of the avenue is magical and can make people know everything. Lin Moyu has not yet truly become enlightened, but he already possesses similar abilities. This is the Taoist realm, a realm where one can truly come into contact with the mysteries of the Tao. As the master of the big world, Lin Moyu sees things more clearly. The look of the big world has become different. The look of the world has increased significantly. The avenue of luck of the origin continent has poured out a huge amount of luck towards the Qing world. The once heavy cause and effect was cut off, and blessed by luck, the original power of the world was strengthened. Under all circumstances, the big world has undergone drastic changes. Almost all cultivators in the world feel that their cultivation has become easier, and there are signs of breakthroughs in the realms where they were once stuck. Although the big world is still far inferior to the original continent, it can at least accommodate Dao Zun. As long as you continue to upgrade and raise the big world to the 9th level, maybe one day, the big world can really be comparable to the original continent. Lin Moyu sensed the whole world, and suddenly, his brows bulged slightly. He sensed a cause and effect. Shouldn't the cause and effect of the big world be cut off? Why is it still there? Lin Moyu clearly remembered that the cause and effect of world weariness had been completely severed at that time. all the races that have interacted with each other in the big world, and the creatures from all the sea worlds have been cleared away. Only a few races that once had good relations with the human race are still living quietly in the big world. At that time, even the cause and effect from the black blood world had been severed. But why? Now, there is cause and effect again. A line of cause and effect entwined in the big world. Lin Moyu sensed it carefully and found that this causal line should always exist. It's just that I wasn't mature enough at the time, so I didn't notice it. As the big world merges into its own world of rules, this line of cause and effect has actually been transferred to itself. This causal line is so secretive. Where does it come from? Could it be said that there is still cause and effect in the big world? Is it the cause and effect of the black blood world? The avenue of cause and effect is also an illusory avenue. If you want to deal with the avenue of cause and effect, you must also use the power of the illusory avenue. Lin Mo's tone of voice roared, the avenue of power emerged under his feet, and the history of heaven merged into the minister of qi and blood. Lin Moyu's palm flashed with light. At this moment, Lin Moyu's hand could touch illusory items. He reached out and pinched the thread of cause and effect wrapped around the world and pulled hard, but the thread of cause and effect did not move at all. Can't pull it? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised and felt that he had increased his strength. But no matter how much he increases his strength, he can't pull the line of cause and effect. The thread of cause and effect passes through the void of the soul and is directly entangled in the big world, which cannot be cured at all. Lin Moyu thought for a while and condensed the sword of luck in his hand. Swing the sword of luck and strike at the line of cause and effect, but the line of cause and effect remains motionless. There was no sound, no movement in the west. The line of cause and effect has not changed, and the same is true for the sword of luck. The characteristic of the sword of luck is that if it successfully attacks the enemy, it will weaken the enemy's luck while also weakening itself. Luck cancels each other out, so each person can only have 3 swords. But this time, it didn't have any loss, which means it didn't play any role. Lin Moyu tried several times, but found that it was useless and finally had to give up. Since there is cause and effect, there will definitely be bites in the bed. I'm really curious about what kind of cause and effect exists on the other side of the void of the soul. Lin Moyu is not worried. The world is no longer what it used to be. Under his control, whoever wants to do something must first ask himself whether he agrees or not. Lin Moyu exited the big world and entered the soul world to check his sleeping skills. After being promoted to Taoist master, all the techniques have undergone great changes. Then, we have to fuse the newly condensed 6 Dao patterns. Naturally, we need to merge the true body of the Dao. The 6 avenues and the 6 true bodies of the Dao must be integrated into the Dao patterns. Lin Moyu had just entered the soul world, and before he checked the spell changes, a deafening sound suddenly sounded in his ears. You brat, are you done yet? Lin Moyu trembled from his soul to his body at the same time and blurted out, Aunt Eris. This voice and tone were all too familiar to him. It was definitely Lingtaris. Antares' voice continued, You brat, I didn't expect you to have forgotten me yet. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Aren't you the same? Antares chuckled and said, I haven't seen you for many years, and you have finally become a Taoist. It's much faster than I thought. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Don't you know what my talent is like? I'm already too slow. The two haven't seen each other for many years, and they haven't seen each other yet, but when they talk, they are extremely familiar and don't feel strange at all. Antares chuckled, You are still as shameless as ever. Lin Moyu also smiled and said, Listening to your tone, it seems that you are calmer than before. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Antares' laughter changed and became a little treacherous. With your intelligence, you must have guessed. Why are you still pretending? Lin Moyu seemed to be able to imagine Antares' current expression, and he also smiled and said, Seeing may not necessarily be true, let alone guessing. But now I can be sure that the new emperor of the Dumpling Empire is you. Antares said, "It's me, but you can't come over now. I haven't finished handling the matters here yet." Lin Moyu asked, "How long do you want?" He hadn't seen Antares for so many years, and to be honest, he really wanted to see him at the factory. Antares said, "It's hard to say. The matter at hand is a bit troublesome. Do you still remember that you promised me that we would kill the dragon clan together?" Lin Moyu nodded. "You can do it any time." Antares said, "You have just become a Taoist. If you want to kill the dragon clan, it is far from enough. Besides, it's not just the dragons here that I want to kill. So you still need to continue practicing and raise your realm." Lin Moyu asked, "Then what state do I want to reach?" Antares fell into silence, and after a moment, he spoke, "At least you can compete with the Dao realm. I see that you are on the right path. This is good. You have a better chance than most people. So you don't need to inquire about my whereabouts. There are only a few people in this world who know where I am, and they won't tell you. Practice well, and when I finish handling the matter at hand, I'll treat you like shit." Lin Mo said, "Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll have something to tell you then, and you might be surprised." Antares laughed loudly. Okay, then I want to see if anything can surprise me." Antares' voice disappeared, and Lin Moyu knew that he had left. Looking at the colorful dragon soul crystals lying on the leaves of the world, Lin Moyu said to himself, "You will definitely be surprised." The sudden appearance of Antares slightly disrupted Lin Moyu's steps. After Antares left, Lin Moyu habitually pondered Antares' words. First of all, it is certain that Antares has a grudge against the Dragon Clan, and it is not an ordinary grudge, which may involve the secrets of the Dragon Clan. Secondly, Antares said that he was not going to deal with the Dragon Clan on the Origin Continent. In this world, in addition to the Dragon Clan on the Origin Continent, there are only the Dragon Clan on the Avenue Star. Lin Moyu's memory flows back to the moment when he became the son of Tyene. He was fortunate to see the Avenue Star and saw the avenues one by one. Most of the avenues have creatures. There are human races and monster races. On one of the avenues, there seems to be a figure of the Dragon Clan. I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now I think back, besides the dragons, there seemed to be insects on that avenue. Lin Moyu didn't know what was going on in the avenue. He felt that if his analysis was correct, Antares should be referring to the dragons in the avenue. And there was no Dao Master in that avenue. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu didn't feel a headache, but instead aroused a little interest. Antares is going to kill into the avenue and slaughter the dragons in the avenue. There is no Dao Master in that avenue. It seems that Antares still wants to compete for the position of Dao Master. When Antares got into trouble, he had hatred for the dragons. Was it because of the position of Dao Master? Lin Moyu thought far again in an instant, and thought a lot. However, his guess was not without basis, and there was a reason. And his guesses were often not wrong. In that case, when I enter the Dao realm, I will accompany you to fight. No, it is not necessary to enter the Dao realm. As long as I have the fighting power of the Dao realm, I will accompany you to fight. Lin Moyu knew his situation. The fighting power of the Dao realm does not have to be obtained by entering the Dao realm. If he could get a corpse of a Dao realm now, maybe he could kill many beings in the Dao realm. Retracting his unrealistic thoughts, Lin Moyu once again focused on his magic stars. After being promoted to Dao Zone, except for a few special guys, the other magic stars became more powerful. Among the summoning magics, except for the summoning of the Skeleton King, a new Dao pattern appeared on the other magic stars. 5 summoning magic stars now have 3 Dao patterns each, which is very balanced. Lin Moyu sensed the magic information of Summoning Skeleton God General. Summon Skeleton God General, origin level. The magic star will create a world of rules, leading to the Bloody White Bone Road. The Skeleton God General will be blessed by the Bloody White Bone Road and will be able to mobilize the power of the road to attack. The maximum number that can be owned, 100 billion. From the surface of the information of the Skeleton God General has not changed at all. But Lin Moyu can feel from the magic star that it has really become stronger. The magic star creates a world of rules, and the overall breadth of the Dao Zun realm is revealed. The specific degree of strength can only be known after it is summoned. With a thought, a brand new skeleton god general appeared in front of him. The breath of the Dao Zun realm came to his face, and the skeleton god general exuded a powerful pressure, telling the world, "I am the Dao Zun." Beside it, a bloody road emerged, the same bloody white bone road as the skeleton king. The bloody white bone road turned into blood mist and enveloped the skeleton god general, turning into bloody armor. The skeleton god general was shrouded in blood, revealing a touch of cruelty. The bloody bone avenue not only provided the skeleton god general with more attack power, but also improved its defense. This made the skeleton god general truly possess the power of the avenue, enough to compete with the Dao masters of the same realm. Lin Moyu received the specific information from the skeleton god general, and his heart skipped a beat. After being promoted to Dao master, the skeleton god general's magic also changed. Skeleton god general. Level, Dao master second realm. Dao magic, white bone blood sword. The white bone blood sword has the power of the bloody bone avenue, which can double strike the target's body and soul. The bone sword energy is gone, and it has become a Dao magic. The Dao magic will directly mobilize the power of the avenue to attack, and it is a double blow to the body and soul. The physical level is still, Jide, easy to defend, but the defense at the soul level is much more difficult, which also greatly improves the combat power of the skeleton god general. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that the realm of the skeleton god general had actually reached the second realm of Dao Zun, which was completely different from what he had expected. In the initial prediction, the skeleton god general should be at the middle level of the first realm of Dao Zun, not even at the advanced level. In the Dao Zun realm, the gap between each realm is very large. Although the skeleton god general's realm has always been higher than his own, it is difficult for him to reach the second realm of Dao Zun. In the expectation, the Dragon Rider Corps can reach the advanced level, and only those corps leaders can reach the second realm of Dao Zun. But he never expected that the skeleton god general would directly give a surprise, and it actually reached the second realm of Dao Zun. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu felt that it should be his own Dao pattern that brought the improvement. 3 Dao patterns enhanced the essence of the magic. Then his 24 Dao patterns resonated, which greatly improved the effect of the Dao pattern and led to the improvement of the magic. So in the end, the skeleton god general reached the second realm of Dao Zun and once again had the ability to fight across the border. Not only did the realm improve, but the number also surged to 100 billion. From 30 billion to 100 billion, this order of magnitude increase is extremely terrifying. Lin Moyu even had an impulse that he could sweep across the entire origin continent with 100 billion skeleton gods. Of course, this is just a thought. After experiencing the Thunder secret treasure, he knew that the gap in realms could not be made up by numbers. It only took a few Dao Zun 7 realms to kill his own army of hundreds of billions. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. It can even be said that all the Dao Zun 8 realms cultivators on the origin continent tied together are not enough to be killed by a Dao Zun 9 realms. At most, they can kill slowly, kill more, and eventually kill them all. Dao Zun realm, only when below Dao Zun 7 realm, there is still the possibility of fighting across realms. The higher the realm, the less likely it is to fight across realms. After the 7th realm, each small realm is equivalent to one or even several large realms before, and there is no fighting at all. At this time, in the soul world, summoning is continuing. After Lin Moyu summoned the first skeleton god general, the spell linkage was activated, and the summoning never stopped. Lin Moyu continued to check the spell information of the Dragon Rider Corps. Summon the Dragon Rider Corps, origin level based on the Bloody Bones Avenue, create a Bloody Bone world for the Dragon Riders to recuperate. All members of the Dragon Rider Corps will recover from their injuries at the fastest speed in the Bloody Bone world. The maximum number of Dragon Rider Corps, 10,000. The spells of the Dragon Rider Corps have also changed accordingly. The Spellstar has created a bone world for the dragon riders to recuperate. Although this is not very useful in Lin Moyu's opinion, not as good as the undead spirit, he believes that any change will not be useless and will definitely be useful. The number of Dragon Rider Corps has increased to 10,000. If the number that each Legion commander can command remains unchanged, the total number of Dragon Rider Corps will also reach 100 billion. Lin Moyu then turned his attention to the Dragon Rider Corps commander and checked the specific information. Seeing the changes in the Dragon Riders, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh that the Dao Zun realm was too strong. With the blessing of the power of the Great Dao and the Dao patterns, the changes in the magic techniques exceeded his imagination. Dragon Rider Legion. Members number, 10 million. Members combat power, Dao Zun level 2. Combat strength of the Legion commander, Dao Zun level 2. Legion abilities, Avenue Battle Formation, Bloody Charge, Bloody Breath. Leader's ability, Critical Hit, Resurrection. Dao Battle Formation, form a battle formation, add the power of the Dao, greatly improve the combat power of the Legion, can gather multiple legions, the more legions there are, the stronger the combat power. Bloody Charge, mobilize the power of the Avenue to charge. In the charging state, the speed will be increased 10 times, and the enemy will be violently impacted. Bloody Breath, mobilize the power of the Avenue to spit out bloody dragon breath, causing a double blow to the body and soul of the enemies within the dragon breath range. Critical Strike, Dragon Rider's unique technique, using the Bloody Bone Avenue as a link, gathers all the strength of the entire Legion to deliver a critical strike. Cooling time, 1 minute. Resurrection, the leader of the Dragoon Legion has a unique technique that uses immortal flames to resurrect the members of the Dragoon Legion. Each member will be resurrected every 10 minutes. There have been some changes in the magic techniques, and each magic technique is related to the Tao. The Dao Zun realm is a realm of practicing the Great Dao, and naturally everything is related to the Great Dao. To feel the changes in the techniques and to see how powerful they are, you need to verify them through actual combat. Lin Moyu can only make some estimates for now. The combat power of the Dragon Cavalry is not much different from that of the Skeleton General. It is slightly stronger, but limited. It is basically at the early stage of the second level of the Daozuan. The combat capability of the Dragon Rider's leader should be at the middle level of the Daoho second realm. However, they have the advantage of numbers, and like the Skeleton God Generals, once they start fighting, it is impossible to fight one-on-one. Whether it is the Skeleton God General or the Army Cavalry Corps, they can absolutely walk sideways in the second realm of Dao Zun and have no rivals. The 3 realms of Dao Zun can also be swept. Only when facing the 4th realm of Dao Zun, there might be some trouble. After all, starting from the 4th realm of Dao Zun, one will have the true body of the Great Dao, and the combat power will be greatly increased. But if combined with the undead spirit and other magic, there is no need to be afraid of the 4 realms of Taoism. A total of 7,000 new dragon riders have been added, and a large amount of spiritual flowers will be consumed because they open spiritual maps. With or without intelligence, the combat effectiveness of the Cavalry Corps is completely different. Fortunately, the World Tree had just digested a portion of the original spiritual vein debris, and the spiritual flowers had increased a lot, so the supply was sufficient. Looking at the Dragon Riders and the Skeleton Generals, Li Moyu's attention fell on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King had already been promoted to the Dao Zun realm before this, and now he is even more powerful. The increase in the number of Skeleton Generals and Dragon Riders has greatly increased the power of the Skeleton King. Having become a Dao Master and blessed with Dao patterns, the Skeleton King's power also increased significantly. The combination of various bonuses allowed the Skeleton King to reach the 3rd level of Dao Zun. The Skeleton King is still Lin Moyu's strongest summon. Its realm has reached the 3rd realm of Dao Zun, and its number is as high as 3,000. If 3,000 Skeleton Kings were on the field at the same time, the combat power of Jixia and the Undead Legion would be further enhanced. Lin Moyu made a judgment and realized that he could face the Undead army alone with his Daoist Realm 1 body and the Daoist Realm 4 body. In a battle, even if we don't crush the enemy, winning the battle will not be a problem. When he reached the Dao Zun realm, his ability to fight across borders not only did not deteriorate, but became even stronger. The main reason for this phenomenon is that I have comprehended 6 great ways, both real and illusory. With the help of the great ways, I have also condensed so many Dao patterns. With the blessing of the Dao patterns, my combat experience has naturally increased. Continuing to check other spells, there was no special change in the resurrection of the dead, except that the existence time of the resurrected was increased from 2,000 days to 5,000 days. The resurrected can enter a dormant state at any time. In this dormant state, time passes very slowly, as if they were sealed in themselves. In this way, 5,000 days can be used for a long time. The number of resurrected people that can be possessed has reached 10 billion, but this 10 billion seems a bit imaginary, and Lin Moyu has never recruited enough. Where would I get so many corpses to summon? It's not that I can't find so many corpses, but most of them are too weak. What's the point of summoning a bunch of beings that are not even cannon fodder? With my current combat power, I am of little use except for the resurrected Dao Zun 6th realm like the great sword Dao Zun. Other resurrected beings are basically useless. Lin Moyu has extremely high standards, and those below the 5th level of Dao Zun are looked down upon. The summoning of elemental liches has also been improved, but the improvement is not in realm, but in arrogance. A maximum of 50 elemental liches can be summoned now, but the problem facing Lin Moyu is that there are not so many suitable materials. He had searched the mall for many materials. Some of them were indeed high level, but they were not suitable for summoning elemental liches. Among all the liches nowadays, only the Buddhist liches are still applicable. As soon as he was promoted to Dao Zun, even the Star Arrow lich was eliminated. The change of combat power is just so realistic. Request flowers. However, Lin Moyu still believed that summoning the elemental lich would be of great use, but now was not the right time. Lin Moyu continued to check other spells. Except for the summoning spells, although the other spells had been improved, the changes were not that big. There were no Dao patterns to bless them, only the changes brought about by Lin Mo's voice suppressing Dao Zun. The cooldown time of Undead Spirit is reduced from 70 seconds to 60 seconds, and the number of resurrections is increased from 7 to 8. If you think about it carefully, the improvement is actually not small. However, as an auxiliary passive spell, it is not that conspicuous. The damage reduction ability of damage transfer has been increased from 7 times to 8 times. Such a small improvement is also just a drop in the bucket. There is no need for those at the same level, and if you exceed too many levels, the effect can only be said to be mediocre. There is no change to the 3 spells, status immunity, physical resistance, and elemental resistance. However, Lin Moyu had a feeling that these 3 spells were waiting for an opportunity to undergo a qualitative change. As for when the opportunity will come, he can't tell. Next is another powerful killing spell, also a very strange one, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion had helped Lin Moyu eliminate powerful enemies several times. After reaching Dao Zun realm, its power was not improved much, from 100% of Corpse Explosion to 110%, which was only a huge improvement. Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted to upgrade it, he would need to provide it with Dao patterns. Wings of the Undead and Curse of Time have also been improved, but the improvement is still not very large. The Wings of the Dead carried the Great Dao of Space. After reaching the Dao Zun realm, the soul power it required became less, which meant that at the same speed, the consumption became less. With the same soul power, the speed became faster. The Time Curse had a similar result. Its power increased as Lin Moyu's realm improved, and there weren't many special changes. The remaining ones are Infinite Fusion, Gathering Strength, Strong Soldiers, and Skeleton Hell. These techniques have nothing to do with one's own realm, and will change as one's realm improves. After reading all the spells, Lin Moyu already knew his abilities well. Then he turned his attention to the World Tree. The World Tree is his own talent. During the process of his promotion to Dao Zun, the world tree has also undergone significant changes. P.S. The specific information of Dao Zuanjing is put in the work related. Those who are interested can check it out. Among the endless leaves of the world tree, the mutated leaves are very obvious. There are exactly 6 leaves corresponding to the 6 major branches of the world tree. The world tree is not only an independent entity but also provides powerful assistance to itself. It is precisely because of its existence that I can get to where I am now, step by step. The world tree becomes thicker and grows as the world of rules grows. After entering the Taoist realm, Lin Moyu's world of rules became a lot bigger, and the world network also grew up with it. Its branches and leaves still cover the entire world of rules and protect the world of rules. The world tree has become stronger, its power is stronger, and its protection of the world of rules is also stronger. However, it is still in the growth stage and has not yet entered the next stage. This is a good thing, indicating that the growth of world tree is far from reaching its limit, and there is still great potential that can be tapped. After inspection, the changes in world tree are not particularly big. The number of rebirths has been increased to 8, and the cooling time is still 20 seconds. However, having 8 new opportunities in 20 seconds is already enough. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to die every 2 seconds. The power of the world fruit has not changed, it is still the same. As the world tree becomes stronger, the spirit flower's healing ability becomes more powerful. The silver sap has turned into a small lake, with a daily output of 1,000 drops, and the effect is very good. Now, you can take out a small amount of silver tree technique and give it to the human emperor to be deposed as a reward. At the same time, it can also be supplied to Heo Tianzin and others so that they can change their talents, speed up their cultivation, and become Taoist masters as soon as possible. With this promotion, the biggest change for World Tree is the leaves. Under the power of the Great Avenue, several leaves of the world changed. The changes in the leaves of the world mean that they will gradually turn into spiritual materials. The 6 leaves are slowly mutating. It will take a few more decades to complete the mutation and eventually form excellent spiritual materials. Before Lin Moyu wanted to check it out, he discovered that there was an aura of chaos on the 6 leaves. Good guy, you've already made a reservation. Lin Moyu couldn't help but look at this guy, Infinite Fusion. This guy has reserved 6 mutated leaves and left his mark on them. This is a naked message to Lin Moyu, this is mine, don't take it away. Doing this is obviously to protect food. If Lin Moyu really wanted to rob him, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, Lin Moyu wouldn't do that. Infinite Fusion has helped me a lot, and it is indeed what it deserves for its hard work. Lin Moyu came to the edge of Infinite Fusion and reached out to touch it gently. You are very quiet this time, you are promoted. Infinite Fusion was spinning, and a voice of will came out, I want to evolve. Lin Moyu immediately asked, if you eat those 6 leaves, can you evolve? The will of Infinite Fusion came again, the great spiritual material can evolve. After evolution, fuse the magic. Lin Moyu understood after chewing for a while that the leaves of the world had mutated into spiritual materials, which were different from ordinary spiritual materials. Ordinary spiritual materials can make Infinite Fusion stronger, which means it cannot evolve. After the leaves of the world absorb the power of the avenue, the spiritual materials mutated are called the spiritual materials of the avenue. After eating Infinite Fusion, you can evolve yourself. After it evolves, it can integrate magic techniques. As the level of spells continues to increase, the requirements for fusion are getting higher and higher. Infinite Fusion itself must also be improved before the group can complete the fusion. The soul returned to its original position and said to itself, next, it's time to merge with the true body of the avenue. Then the first one is the true form of the immortal avenue. In the hut, immortal Qingdao appeared faintly at Lin Moyu's feet. Lin Moyu then evolved into a half-gray, half-white giant, with death on one side and survival on the other. It has never happened before in the history of the origin continent that the Taoist realm can evolve into the true form of the Taoist master. Lin Moyu unknowingly made history again. A Dao pattern flew out and merged with the true body of the Dao. The aura of Dao's true form suddenly became stronger, at least 3 times stronger. The increase brought by the 24 Dao patterns is extremely astonishing. In that era, some ordinary Taoist masters only had more than a dozen Taoist patterns when they reached the 7th and 8th realms. Lin Moyu was only at the level of Dao master, and he had already condensed 24 Dao marks, and it was not the limit. No one would believe it if he told it. The true body of the Great Avenue has been successfully integrated with the Dao pattern. In the future, the true body of the Great Avenue will be displayed using the Dao pattern, and its power will be stronger. Next, Lin Moyu evolved the true forms of the 6 avenues one by one and merged them with the Dao patterns one by one. It took half a day to fuse all 6 Dao patterns. At this moment, this promotion that lasted for more than 100 years has finally come to an end. Feeling the powerful power brought by the Taoist realm, he showed a satisfied look. In the soul world, the summons continues, and it will take some time to fill the empty spaces. Pushing open the door, Moyu walked out. The human emperor immediately said, "Congratulations to the realm master for becoming a Taoist." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's been more than 100 years. Has anything happened?" The human emperor said, "Something serious did happen." He told the story of the 2 invasions by the dragon elephant tribe. After listening to it, Lin Moyu already knew what was going on. The second time the dragon elephant tribe was killed inexplicably, needless to say, it must have been Antares. How strong Antares is, Feimayusen has a vague guess. To kill several Taoist masters, he didn't have to do it himself, he only needed a ray of consciousness to do it. Moreover, neither Lei Guang nor the human emperor discovered it. It didn't want to be known, so it would be difficult for others to discover it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I know this matter well, so there is no need to worry about it." "How about Yudao City?" The human emperor said, "Everything is fine in Yudao City. Everyone knows that the realm master is breaking through to the Dao master, and everyone is practicing very diligently." Lin Moyu took out a bunch of things, including various magic weapons, materials, world tree fruits, spiritual flowers, and some silver sap. "You can take these things and add them to your inventory. They can be used as rewards." Naturally, the human emperor would not be polite and would take the money directly. Now that their Yudao city is not completely on the right track, they are unable to make ends meet. These things from Lin Moyu are very useful. Lin Moyu clapped his hands and said, "I'll take a look at it." Using his original spiritual veins for teleportation, Lin Moyu instantly appeared outside the city. Over the years, Yudao City has become more and more majestic and has the appearance of a big city. Lin Moyu walked into the city. In this city where millions of people live, the streets are very lively, with people coming and going, and sometimes you can see children walking in the wind. It can be seen from everyone's expression that everyone is very happy and obviously very satisfied with their current living conditions. Under the management of the human emperor, everyone can get fairness here. There will be no conflicts due to the cultivation level. Anyone who dares to take action in Yudao City is no different from seeking death. Lin Moyu walked on the street, but no one noticed him. Lin Moyu seemed to be walking on another level of space, and the bed fell into the room where Xiaowu, Xiaoye lived. The door was closed, and no one was guarding it. Lin Moyu could sense the breath of Xiaowu and Xiaoye. In the yard, Xiaoye is practicing while Xiaowu is playing with Xiaosan. Suddenly, Xiaowu stopped and looked up. Lin Moyu had appeared in the yard. Xiaowu looked at Lin Moyu blankly, blinked twice with her big eyes, then rushed over and hung onto Lin Moyu. "I used to say I hated Lin Moyu, but now my body is very honest." Xiaowu hung on Lin Moyu. "Smelly master, bad master, you haven't come to see me for so long." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "How long?" "Compared to before, it's not that long. At that time, I went to the Boundary Sea." To the big world, it would have been thousands of years since I left. How long is it now? Xiao Wu didn't listen to Lin Moyu's explanation at all. It doesn't matter, it's been a long time anyway. Her voice was choked with sobs. Xiao Wu was not happy anyway. Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's back gently and comforted, Okay, I'm not coming back. Xiao Ye also woke up from practice, immediately got up, and ran to Lin Moyu, saluting respectfully, Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Taoist realm. After not seeing each other for many years, Xiao Ye has become mature and gentle. She has transformed from a little girl into a rare beauty. Her cultivation has reached the divine realm, and he is not far from the other shore realm. It can be seen that Xiao Ye practices very diligently and is not lazy. Lin Moyu had already learned about Xiao Ye's cultivation situation from the human emperor's mouth. Xiao Ye, who was born with a jade soul, has no bottlenecks in her cultivation and has always had smooth sailing. In just a few hundred years, we are almost reaching the other side. This cultivation speed is not much worse than Lin Moyu's back then. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Xiao Ye is very hardworking and her cultivation speed is quite fast. Xiao Ye said, Xiao Ye's achievements today are all due to Master. Lin Moyu shook his head, You say that, I feel a little guilty as a teacher. Over the years, we have been together less and apart, and I haven't been able to teach you much. Xiao Ye shook her head, Master, let me in. Cultivation is personal. Zaxia has given Xiao Ye too much. Xiao Ye was surprisingly sensible, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh that, as a master, he was indeed somewhat unqualified. Lin Mo said, In the next period of time, I plan to give you a good sermon. Xiao Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted happily, Thank you so much, Master. Xiao Ye was born with a jade soul, and she knew the cultivation method immediately. Xiao Ye already understood all the ordinary cultivation methods, and as Lin Moyu's disciple, all the cultivation materials from the human emperor are open to Xiao Ye unconditionally. This was what Lin Moyu had warned at that time. For Xiao Ye, information still needed to be taken care of. On the contrary, let Xiao Ye know the cultivation method at each stage, and she will make adjustments on her own. This is the benefit of being born with a jade soul. Its ability to comprehend is extremely strong, far beyond that of ordinary people. What Lin Moyu wanted to tell Xiao Ye was the real avenue, his own understanding of the avenue, not the value of a shitty avenue. In the end, Xiao Ye will understand which avenue to take and what path to take, and Lin Moyu will not interfere. At the same time, Xiao Ye must also be taught the Taoist Tianlei Taoist methods, including the formation method. This is what Lin Moyu promised Taoist Tianlei. He hoped that Xiao Ye could inherit Taoist Tianlei's way of heaven. Xiao Wu suddenly raised her head, Master, I want to listen too. Lin Moyu chuckled, Did I ever say I wouldn't let you listen? He glanced over and saw the waiter in the factory. The mistress was lying there obediently, looking at Lin Moyu with a pair of rat eyes, with a desire to please. Lin Moyu understood what Xiao San meant, You have done well over the years. Over the years, Xiao San has found an original spiritual vein outside. The original spiritual vein had just been formed, it should be at the 5th level, and it happened to be touched by Xiao San. Then Xiao San used his talent to refine and bring back this original spiritual vein, and fed it to the original spiritual vein in Yudao City. The original spiritual veins of Yudao City have been increased by 30%. If a few more can be fed, perhaps the original spiritual veins of Yudao City can be promoted to the 8th level. Refining the original spiritual veins is Xiao San's talent, but Xiao San has to pay a price every time he refines it. After this refining, it took Xiao San a long time to barely recover. Lin Mo said, In the future, you can find the original spiritual veins and leave great achievements for yourself. As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw a ball of life force into Xiao San's body. The power of life brings with it majestic vitality, which can help Xiao San recover quickly. After the mistress heard this, her eyes suddenly shone, and she kept bowing her head and thanking her, Thank you so much, Master. I will definitely work hard to get my original spiritual veins in the next 3 days. Lin Moyu thought for a while, then threw 2 more spiritual flowers at Xiao San and gave him a bottle of silver sap. A bottle of silver sap contains about 1,000 drops, which is enough for a while. The spirit flower is life-saving. If you are injured, you can use it to heal yourself. Drink a drop of the sap every day and refine it carefully. It can speed up your cultivation. Xiao San immediately put it away happily, knowing very well that what Lin Moyu took out must be good stuff. Lin Moyu took out 2 more bottles of silver sap and gave them to Xiaoye and Xiaowu. You too, take it every day when I preach. Xiaoye happily took it. Thank you, master. Although Xiaowu took the silver sap, she obviously didn't want to come down yet. She hadn't hung up for so long and wanted to hang out for a while longer. After a while, Lin Moyu sat cross-legged and began to enter the path. Xiaoye and Xiaowu listened with their ears pricked up, and even Xiao San, who was in the 3rd realm of Dao Zun, listened very carefully. He could ignore what others said, but Lin Moyu was different. He felt that what Lin Moyu said was his own. Spiritual beast cultivation basically relies on bloodline talent and rarely listens to sermons. Lin Moyu uttered Golden Lotus, and the sounds of the Great Avenue came out from his mouth one after another. It is difficult to understand at first, and it is mysterious and difficult to understand, but if you listen carefully, you will see that each one is celebrating the truth. The power of the avenue surged, and the original spiritual veins buzzed, resonating with Lin Moyu's voice. In the small courtyard, the power of the avenue becomes extremely strong. A large number of golden flowers appeared on the ground, and the whole yard was covered with flower shields. The fragrance of flowers wafted out from the yard and gradually filled the entire Yudao city. Everyone in Yudao city smelled the fragrance of flowers, and everyone looked surprised. It smells so good. The flowers are so beautiful. This fragrance is so strange. After I smelled it, my cultivation level was about to break through. Look quickly. Where does the flower's fragrance come from? It's like this after smelling it. If you can get this flower, it's great. Many people began to look for the source of the floral fragrance, but the floral fragrance flowed throughout the city, the same in every corner of the city, and the source could not be traced at all. After a few days, everyone finally gave up searching. For the next period of time, Yudao City has been shrouded in the fragrance of flowers, and some cultivators who were stuck in bottlenecks have made breakthroughs during this period of time. People often start to break through while walking and suddenly sit down. In the city, only a few people know the source of the fragrance of flowers. Hao Tianzuan and others also wanted to listen to Lin Moyu's sermon. Unfortunately, this sermon was given by Lin Moyu specifically for Xiaoye and no one else could hear it. On the boundary sea where Dongzhou and Beizhou intersect, a transparent, hazy, and cute little beast is flying rapidly on the boundary sea. Its flying speed is very fast, and it has already reached the Taoist realm. But the aura it exudes is very weak, and it doesn't even fall to the supreme realm. It had a firm gaze and flew rapidly towards Dongzhou. Lin Moyu preached to Xiaoye and Xiaowu for decades. During the preaching, Lin Moyu was multitasking, and at the same time he was condensing the Dao pattern and studying the formation. Multitasking has become a habit for Lin Moyu, and there is no pressure at all. He was doing 3 things at the same time, without affecting each other. Xiaoye was fascinated by what she said. Although what Lin Moyu said was not a method of cultivation, it was of great help to her. In just a few decades, Xiaoye's cultivation level rose sharply and improved every day. She was close to the peak of the god, and was only 1 step away from the other shore. Xiaowu was quite serious at first, but after listening for a while, she began to slack off. Cultivation is indeed not something Xiaowu likes, but it's a pity that Xiaoye and Xiaosan were preaching, and no one was there to play with her. She could only play by herself, and when she got tired of playing, she would listen to the Dao again, and the cycle continued. Xiaowu has heard the Dao countless times in the countless years of being a weapon spirit, and these accumulations have become her capital. Although she didn't listen much, Xiaowu's cultivation has also increased, which is her unique advantage. The speed of condensing the 25th Dao pattern was very slow, and Lin Moyu took 80 years to condense it. Then he began to condense the 26th Dao pattern, and the speed was even slower this time, and it was estimated to take more than 100 years. Fortunately, the time was not doubled, and becoming a Dao Zone realm was also very beneficial to condensing Dao patterns. In the 100th year of preaching, Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance and stopped preaching. Although the preaching stopped, the Dao rhyme did not dissipate, and Xiaoye and Xiaosan were still immersed in it. Only Xiao Wu showed a strange look. "Master, why don't you talk anymore?" Lin Moyu said, "Xiao Yu is about to reach the other shore. This time's preaching is enough. It's not good to talk more." Xiao Wu said, "Then will the master help Xiao Yu to cross the other shore next?" Lin Moyu said, "Wait for Xiao Yu to comprehend it by herself. It will be better for her to comprehend the other shore by herself." While talking, Lin Moyu always looked into the distance with a slightly frowned brow. Xiao Wu saw that Lin Moyu was abnormal. "Master, is there something wrong with you?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Indeed, there is something wrong. You stay with Xiao Yu, I'll go and deal with it." Xiao Wu said, "Come back soon." Lin Moyu hummed, and his figure disappeared instantly, teleporting away with the origin spirit vein. He teleported tens of thousands of kilometers, and then the wings of the undead spread out and flew forward rapidly. Lin Moyu looked straight ahead, and in his sight, a causal line extended from afar and entangled himself. Causal line? Why do causal lines appear on my body? Lin Moyu was puzzled. The causal line would not appear easily. Once it appeared, it would definitely be closely related to him. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu couldn't figure out who was on the other end of the causal line, so he might as well come and take a look. If it was an enemy, he naturally shouldn't affect Yudao City. If he wanted to fight, he would solve it outside. After flying for a while, Lin Moyu's brows gradually tightened, and he felt a strange breath. This breath was a little special, but very familiar. After a little memory thinking, Lin Moyu finally thought of who it was: Soul. Ancestor beast. Once in the ruins of the soul realm, the little beast that called me father. The end of the causal line. Lin Moyu increased his speed, swept across tens of thousands of miles of land, and finally saw. The strong power of the great Dao rushed towards him, and someone was fighting, and they were all Dao Zun. After Lin Moyu saw it clearly, he found that the situation was a bit chaotic. The human race, the demon race, and the insect race. The three were fighting fiercely and fighting. And in the middle of the fight, a soul beast was trembling. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this soul beast was the one that called him father back then. Although it has grown up, Lin Moyu doesn't it is it that will make a mistake. Because I gave birth to it, it called me father, and there was an unbreakable bond between me and it. At that time, I also thought that if I went to the origin continent, maybe it could become my guide. Later, things changed, the situation became different, and I never saw it again. The soul spirit ancestor beast is a peculiar creature, belonging to the category of spiritual food. It usually lives in Beizhou. There has never been any trace of the soul spirit ancestor beast in Dongzhou. It is very strange that this soul spirit ancestor beast appeared in Dongzhou. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. It can't be looking for me on purpose. Lin Moyu recalled the characteristics of the soul spirit ancestral beast and felt that this possibility was not impossible. The soul spirit ancestral beast is very special. It is a spiritual beast between reality and illusion. It has two abilities in its bloodline talent. One is the power of soul, which is very similar to the soul avenue. This is an ability that most soul spirit ancestral beasts have. The other is the power of cause and effect, but this ability is not possessed by most soul spirit ancestral beasts. Only a few of them can activate this ability under certain conditions. All races are greedy for soul spirit ancestral beasts because of the power of cause and effect. They will find ways to hunt soul spirit ancestral beasts and look for traces of the cause and effect avenue in their blood. The cause and effect avenue is an illusory avenue, extremely powerful. Once mastered, it will bring great benefits. So the life of soul spirit ancestral beasts in Beizhou is not easy. Often being hunted down. Myself. Thinking of this, things became clear. This soul ancestor beast sensed me, so it came from Beizhou to find me. As a result, it was discovered by the demons, humans, and insects. The three tribes fought a war because of it, and everyone wanted to capture it. This also explains that the three-way war did not affect this soul ancestor beast. The soul ancestor beast's breath was very weak, and it was obviously injured. Lin Moyu could feel that its realm had also reached the realm of Dao Zun. The soul ancestor beast was not known for its combat power, and it was obviously not a match for these guys. But it would not be in danger now. These people did not want to kill it, but just wanted to catch it. Lin Moyu flew over slowly. The soul ancestor beast sensed Lin Moyu's breath, raised its head, and looked towards Lin Moyu. After seeing Lin Moyu, it made a weak cry, "Xiao, father." There was some joy in the cry. Seeing Lin Moyu, the soul ancestor beast was obviously very happy. Voice, it's not lightly injured. Its voice reached Lin Moyu's ears, and Lin Moyu sighed softly. Everyone present had already discovered Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu was only at the first level of Dao Zun, not worthy of their attention. There were 6 demon Dao Zuns present, Qian Dejiao, among whom there were 3 at the third level of Dao Zun, and 2 at the second level. There were 7 human Dao Zuns, 4 at the third level of Dao Zun, and 3 at the second level. There were only 2 insect mothers in the insect race, both of which were at the third level of Dao Zun. When they turned into combat forms, they were extremely powerful. Each insect mother could fight against several Dao Zuns of the same level without losing. The 3 parties were fighting in a melee, and no one was willing to give in. The call of father from the soul spirit ancestor beast made the 3 parties stunned for a moment. This call of father was Lin Moyu. A soul spirit ancestor beast called a human father, how weird it was. Lin Moyu flew over and became the 4th party. He smiled, "Everyone, this little beast is mine, can you let it go?" The Dao masters of the human race and the demon race all had strange expressions on their faces. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that they would not let it go. The insect mother screamed, and the piercing scream turned into a human voice, "Let it go?" "Why?" Lin Moyu sighed softly, "Because I can kill you." A fellow who was at the same level of Dao Zun of the human race actually said that he could kill himself. The Worm Mother's ultimate combat form was invincible in the same level, and only the Dragon Clan could fight against it. Not only was the Worm Mother laughing, but the Demon Clan was also laughing. Several Dao Zun of the human race looked at Lin Moyu with strange eyes, and they were obviously speechless. Before the Worm Mother had finished laughing, Lin Moyu pointed out casually. There was no smell of fireworks, and no avenue was surging. The space where the Worm Mother was located was distorted, and the skeleton hell suddenly emerged, and 2 Worm Mothers were shrouded in it. The Worm Mothers reacted very quickly. They sensed the danger and screamed to attack, trying to tear the skeleton hell apart and escape. But it was too late. Although they were powerful and invincible in the same level, it was still difficult to tear the skeleton hell apart. The Eye of Hell opened, and the majestic soul impact swept across the 2 Worm Mothers. Although it could not really injure them, it was enough to make them feel the pain of their souls. The Worm Mother screamed piercingly to resist the severe pain in her soul. Boom! The magma exploded and shot up into the sky like a fountain, trying to drag the 2 middle mothers into the magma fire river. The Worm Mothers struggled frantically and rushed out of the magma. They were very powerful, and their limbs slashed out like knives, cutting off the magma. The red spider lilies swayed, scattering purple light, and the Queen Mother's breath suddenly weakened significantly. Countless hell evil spirits rushed out of the magma fire river and pounced on the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother swung the sharp blade and cut off all the hell evil spirits that pounced on her. But the hell evil spirits were not afraid of being injured at all, let alone being killed. They rushed over from all directions. The Worm Mother screamed continuously and frantically cut off the hell evil spirits. The Netherworld Black Pool made a loud noise, and the Netherworld Black Dragon head that came out opened its mouth and sucked, and a Worm Mother was sucked over uncontrollably. It wanted to resist the suction, but the hell evil spirit pounced on it at this moment and opened its mouth to bite. With one bite, the Worm Mother's carapace was shattered on the spot, and a piece of flesh was torn off. The Worm Mother screamed continuously, and a huge force burst out, shocking the hell evil spirit back. But at this time, the suction of the Nether Black Dragon suddenly increased, and it was sucked into the Black Dragon's mouth. Crack! A sound that made people's teeth ache sounded, and the Worm Mother was directly bitten to pieces by the Black Dragon. The Worm Mother's carapace was very strong, but it couldn't stop the Black Dragon's bite. The Black Dragon has the same attributes as the hell evil spirit, eating everything and biting everything. Although the Worm Mother was bitten to pieces, she did not die, and she continued to scream in the Black Dragon's mouth. It struggled frantically, but it was useless and couldn't escape at all. Crack! Crack! After 2 or 3 bites, the Worm Mother had been bitten to pieces and died completely. The whole process was extremely painful and miserable for the mother. After struggling for a while, the other Worm Mother was finally surrounded by the hell evil spirits and was finally pulled into the magma fire river. It sank and floated in the river of fire, screaming nonstop, but it also could not escape its destined fate. It was more miserable than its companions, and every bite of the Hellzone spirit could bring it great pain. Just like that, it was torn into pieces by the hell evil spirit. The Demon Clan and Human Clan Dao Zuns felt creepy and felt a little cold on their backs, with an indescribable feeling. Lin Moyu smiled a little. How about it? Do you still want to go with me? The Demon Clan Dao Zuns looked at each other with entanglement in their eyes, and whispered, let's go. Several Dao Zuns turned around and left without stopping. It was easy to kill 2 insect mothers. Lin Moyu's combat power was already above them, and there was also a Human Clan Dao Zuns here. If he stayed and died together, he would be the only one left. The Demon Clan Dao Zuns were not fools. When the 3 parties were fighting, there might be a chance. Now the powerful Insect Clan was destroyed in 2 or 3 moves, so what was there to fight? I don't know when such a perverted and strong Daozuan appeared in the human race. He was only at the Daozuan level, and killing Yumu was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The demon race left very cleanly and quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Daozuan of the human race did not chase them. It was difficult for the Daozuan to catch up if he wanted to escape. Lin Moyu had the ability to keep them all, but there was no need. In other words, he was too lazy to kill them. Lin Moyu came in front of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast rubbed against Lin Moyu affectionately. This guy was 3 meters tall, and his head alone was half the size of Lin Moyu. Now he lowered his head and came closer, looking so soft and cute. Lin Moyu's first reaction was that Xiaoye and Xiaowu would definitely like this guy. Father! The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast called softly, and his voice was very soft and even a little beautiful. Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower. Don't move, I'll heal you. Although his life force can also heal injuries, it is not as effective as spiritual flowers. Moreover, he saw that the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast was actually seriously injured, and its soul was also injured, and it had been a long time, so it would take some time to heal it with the power of life. The spiritual flower bloomed, wrapping the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Lin Moyu then looked at the Dao Zuns of the human race. Daoists, this Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, is it okay for me to take it away? How could it be a problem? They can kill 2 Dao Zuns of the 3rd realm of insect mothers with a wave of their hands. Although they have a large number of people, they are unwilling to conflict with such people. Even if they can win, it is estimated that some people will die, and none of them want to die. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast is good, but it also requires a life group. Besides, no one can guarantee that getting the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast can comprehend the great way of the fruit of the trapped fruit. These Dao Zuns are not stupid to risk their lives for something that is only possible. Several people had similar thoughts, and they smiled one by one. No problem, no problem. Since the soul spirit ancestor beast belongs to the Taoists, then let the Taoists take it away. Lin Moyu nodded and smiled. Thank you, Taoists. Several people immediately said, You're welcome, you're welcome. We are all human beings and should help each other. Lin Moyu nodded. These few leaves here are my compensation to you. Lin Moyu gave them a few leaves of the world tree. They were very knowledgeable and recognized at a glance that these leaves were excellent materials for refining. They contained the power of the great Tao and were all materials for the Dao Zun realm, and they were also worth a lot of money. Although the soul spirit ancestor beast was lost, it was not bad to have this harvest. A Taoist master smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Lin is really generous. We are from the Luo family in Tianning City, Nanzhou. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Luo family as a guest. Our Luo family's peach blossom wine tastes good. Lin Moyu said, Okay, I will definitely come when I have the chance in the future. While speaking, Lin Moyu suddenly turned his head to look at the other side and said lightly, The demon clan still won't give up. Several people were slightly stunned and didn't know what Lin Moyu was talking about. It was not until a few seconds later that they suddenly sensed that a huge breath was shooting from afar. Dark clouds were dense in the distance, and the great Tao was looming. Several Tao masters of the Luo family changed their colors at the same time. The great Tao's true body is at least a strong man in the fourth realm of Tao master. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, It is a strong man in the fifth realm of Tao master. The space around him twisted slightly, and the giant sword Taoist appeared, also displaying the Tao true body, and flew out with a giant sword. The giant sword Taoist moved quickly, and in a blink of an eye he had killed, not giving the demon clan Taoist a chance to fight back. In a blink of an eye, the giant sword Taoist had returned, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the corpse of a giant python fell from the sky. The sudden appearance of the giant sword Taoist master was unexpected. The Luo family Taoists saw it, and they were all very glad that they didn't do it, otherwise they would be the ones to die. God knows how this terrifying guy of the sixth realm of Taoist master appeared. Anyway, he appeared. After killing the demon Taoist master, the giant sword Taoist master quickly retreated and stood behind Lin Moyu without saying a word. He looked like a servant. The Luo family couldn't help but guess Lin Moyu's identity. What kind of identity could make a person of the sixth realm of Taoist master willing to be a servant? Lin Moyu's eyes were gentle. Dear Taoists, do you have anything else to do? How could they not understand that Lin Moyu was ordering him to leave? They immediately said goodbye to Lin Moyu, turned around and left without stopping. Lin Moyu didn't look at them, but looked at a farther place. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were several demon Taoists who were 960s away. It was the few demon denizens who had just left. They had not really left. Now they saw with their own eyes that the Daozuan five-realm strongmen in their own clan were killed so easily and neatly, and they were all shocked. After being stunned for a while, they turned around and fled. Lin Moyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. If you have the ability, come over and kill one by one. The spirit flower was healing the wound of the soul spirit ancestor beast. As the spirit flower continued to shrink, the breath of the soul spirit ancestor beast had quickly calmed down. It was estimated that it would be fully recovered in a short time. Half a day later, the spirit flower disappeared, and the soul spirit ancestor beast had fully recovered. Father! The soul spirit ancestor beast shouted happily, and its big head rubbed against Lin Moyu, just like a spirit beast version of Xiao Wu. Lin Moyu touched the head of the soul spirit ancestor beast. How did you get here? The realm of the soul spirit ancestor beast is the first realm of the Dao Zun, which is not weak, but it's racial. Characteristics determine that its combat power is not strong. The first realm of the Dao Zun can cross the boundary sea, but there will also be dangers. The soul spirit ancestor said in a soft and cute voice, I sensed my father's breath, so I rushed here. Lin Moyu asked, You must have encountered a lot of dangers on the way. The soul spirit ancestor said in a firm tone, "There are dangers, but it doesn't matter. I will definitely see my father. As long as I see my father, there will be no other dangers." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "How can you be so sure?" The soul spirit ancestor said, "It was my bloodline ability that told me that I will definitely see my father, and nothing will happen to me." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and smiled a little. Let's go home first, and tell me everything that happened after you returned to Beizhou while we were on the way." Hearing the word home, the soul spirit ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, let's go home." One man and one beast flew towards Yudao City, not flying fast. Along the way, the soul spirit ancestor told all his experiences. The soul spirit ancestor is a very peculiar race of spirit beasts. Their peculiarity lies in their bloodline, inheritance, and racial structure. There are not many soul beasts. In Beizhou, the total number of soul beasts does not exceed 1,000. 1,000 soul beasts are divided into hundreds of small tribes. The number of each tribe will not exceed 10. The number of smaller tribes may be only 3 or 4. The name of my soul beast is Soul 5, usually called Xiao Wu. It is the smallest one in their tribe. There are only 5 soul beasts in their tribe. Xiao Wu was once the totem of a certain sea world, which is also called the Soul World. Later, the Soul World fought with the Big World and was destroyed by the Big World. At the last moment, Xiao Wu was summoned and entered the Soul World. The Soul World still could not escape the fate of destruction. It was only because of Xiao Wu's existence that the Soul World finally left a broken space. Xiao Wu also left a broken soul. However, before Xiao Wu died, he used the power of his bloodline to plant a fruit. Lin Moyu later entered the Soul World and became the cause planted by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was resurrected again and returned to Beizhou. The price was that it lost its past memories and regarded Lin Moyu as its father. This is the cause and effect, which is very unreasonable. The most terrifying thing about the cause and effect is not knowing the cause and effect, but planting the effect, and the cause will eventually appear. The sown fruit will inevitably come true, and the cause will become a price. The price of Xiao Wu was to lose his memory and get a human father. After returning to Beizhou, Xiao Wu also returned to his tribe. After that, his strength recovered quickly and he soon became a Taoist master again. Xiao Wu was originally a Taoist master, but when he descended to the Soul World, his strength was infinitely suppressed. This time Lin Moyu was promoted to Taoist master and triggered the avenue. Xiao Wu sensed the location of Lin Moyu through the avenue, and then ran over 0 on the way. Xiao Wu did suffer a lot. When crossing the boundary sea, he was hunted down by some tribes in the Sea Tribe. Fortunately, it had planted the fruit before setting off, and it was sure to meet Lin Moyu, so Xiao Wu didn't care about anything. No matter who came to kill me, I just rushed forward, and didn't even care about the direction. It was seriously injured, but finally rushed into Beizhou. After that, it was targeted by the demons, and the human race also discovered it. The two sides fought, and Xiao Wu continued on his way. Until the insects arrived, Xiao Wu was surrounded by 3 parties and had nowhere to go. But it was still not afraid. It sensed Lin Moyu, and the fruit it had planted had come true. The final result of this cause and effect was to meet Lin Moyu, and the soul was injured and seriously injured. If Lin Moyu didn't have the means to treat it, then the injury to the soul would be difficult to heal. If it wasn't done well, the realm would fall. After hearing this, Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's head. "You are adventurous." Xiao Wu shook his head. "It doesn't matter if it's adventurous, as long as I can see my father." Lin Moyu said, "If I can't heal your injury after seeing me, do you want to plant another fruit?" Xiao Wu said, "Fruit can't be planted randomly. My bloodline ability is limited. Not all fruits can succeed, and fruit can only be planted once 100 years. Lin Moyu said, "What are the specific restrictions?" Xiao Wu shook his head. "I don't know. Only when I plant the fruit, I will know if it works. If the fruit I plant exceeds my ability by too much, not only will it not succeed, but we will also be backfired. This is reasonable. There must be some restrictions, otherwise the cause and effect is too overbearing. Fruit can't be planted randomly. Once it exceeds my ability, it will be backfired. And Xiao Wu can only plant fruit once every 100 years. Whether it succeeds or not, he has to wait another 100 years. There is another restriction. If the fruit planted is too far away, it will not be able to plant new fruit during this period. Only when a cause and effect is settled, a new cause and effect can be planted after another 100 years. There are many restrictions, and Lin Moyu understands this. Although the soul beasts have the talent of the cause and effect, they can only use it and do not understand the reason. This is the limitation of the spirit beasts. The road is fair, giving the spirit beasts enough talents, but making them unable to improve their talents. Talent is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Yudao City was in sight. Lin Moyu swung a force of the great Dao and landed on the soul beast. The soul beast didn't resist at all. It had no wariness of Lin Moyu. In its eyes, Lin Moyu was the closest person. This was the cause that had been planted. The power of the great Dao, from the deepest part of its soul, gave it this idea. The soul beast was wrapped in an invisible force and followed Lin Moyu into Yudao City. In Yudao City, people came and went, but no one noticed them. Except for the human emperor, no one knew that Lin Moyu had returned. It wasn't until Lin Moyu returned to his courtyard that he showed up. Wow, the master is back. Xiao Wu was about to pounce on him as usual, and suddenly saw the soul beast next to Lin Moyu. The white and cute Xiao Wu, who was emitting mist all over her body, caught Xiao Wu's eye at once. Xiao Wu didn't think twice and jumped directly on Xiao Wu. What a cute beast! Xiao Wu screamed and hugged Xiao Wu tightly. The soul beast was 3 meters tall, and Xiao Wu lay on it, looking very small and exquisite. Lin Moyu had told Xiao Wu about Xiao Wu, a crazy woman, before, so Xiao Wu was not panicked and let Xiao Wu hold her. 30. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly at Lin Moyu. Master is here. Xiao Yu will make tea for you. The well-behaved Xiao Yu was in sharp contrast to Xiao Wu, a crazy woman. Xiao Yu moved quickly and made tea quickly. She kept absorbing and digesting what Lin Moyu said. She was not far from the other shore. She only needed to move forward a little bit to enter the other shore. After brewing tea and letting Lin Moyu sit down, Xiaoya asked, Master, who is this? Lin Moyu said, his name is Xiao Wu. Xiaoya said, oh, and turned to greet Xiao Wu. It's Xiao Wu. Hello, Xiao Wu, my name is Xiaoya. Xiaosan stood aside, staring at Xiao Wu without blinking, and murmured, isn't this the soul spirit ancestor beast? Such a rare soul spirit ancestor beast will follow the master back. My master is really amazing. It recognized Xiao Wu's true identity through its own blood inheritance. The number of soul spirit ancestor beasts is extremely rare. Once they appear, countless people will rush to catch them. How can you be like Lin Moyu, who doesn't even need to catch them, but follows them directly? Xiao Wu still held Xiao Wu in his arms, jumping up and down, shouting happily, so your name is Xiao Wu, my name is Xiao Wu, you can call me Sister Xiao Wu, whoever dares to bully you in the future, just tell me my name. I will help you get revenge. Lin Moyu laughed, with your level of punching infants and kicking old ladies, don't say it. Xiao Wu shouted unwillingly, Master, you can ruin my stage. Lin Moyu said, I am just telling the truth. A peak Tianzuan, the actual combat ability is probably not even better than that of ordinary Tianzuan. It's really embarrassing. Xiao Wu stuck out his tongue at Lin Moyu, indicating that he ignored him. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, his voice still soft and cute, Father, I want to change my appearance. Lin Moyu nodded, you change. Xiao Wu hummed, and the mist on his body began to change. Gradually, its body became shorter and shorter, and finally became as tall as Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. The mist gradually took on color and turned into a pink dress. The mist completely dissipated, and Xiao Wu's true appearance was revealed. Lin Moyu's hand holding the teacup was obviously stunned for a moment. Xiao Wu, you are a girl. Xiao Wu nodded. I was originally a girl. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. She never expected that Xiao Wu was a girl. No wonder her voice was so soft and cute. Fortunately, when she came back just now, she didn't ride Xiao Wu back. Knowing that Xiao Wu was a girl, Xiao Wu became more and more excited. Wow, Xiao Wu is so beautiful. She looked like she was going to kiss her at any time. Xiao Wu's voice was soft and full of smiles. Sister Xiao Wu is beautiful. Lin Moyu asked, Xiao Wu, what are you going to do after you come here? Xiao Wu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. I just want to be with my father. I haven't thought about anything else. Lin Moyu said, okay, then you can go with Xiao Wu and the others. Let Xiao Wu take you to visit Yudao City and live in Yudao City in the future. Xiao Wu was very obedient and had no opinions. Xiao Wu held Xiao Wu with one hand and Xiao Yu with the other. Let's go out and play. No matter when, the word play is always on Xiao Wu's lips. Lin Moyu also smiled and said, go play, get used to it first. With Lin Moyu's permission, Xiao Wu followed Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu to leave. Although Xiao Wu was a little ignorant, he was much more stable than Xiao Wu. It can be seen that Xiao Wu seemed a little cautious. No matter where she appeared, she would be regarded as a treasure. Of course, it was not the treasure of treasures, but the treasure of treasures. Everyone wanted to study her and obtain the cause and effect through her blood. But Lin Moyu had no such idea at all. Not only Lin Moyu, but Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu were also full of kindness to her. Xiao Wu introduced Yudao City to Xiao Wu along the way, letting her know that Yudao City was Lin Moyu's city and Lin Moyu was the owner here. After the few people left, Xiao San finally spoke, Master, this is the soul spirit ancestor beast. Lin Moyu hummed, yes. The soul spirit ancestor beast, countless people want to get it, but I didn't expect that the master actually got it. Xiao San sighed again and again, feeling incredible. Lin Moyu glanced at it. You are the same, aren't you? Countless people want to get you and study your blood. Xiao San chuckled, so the master is still the most powerful. Lin Moyu said, if Xiao Wu calls me father, I will treat her as my own daughter, and you are not allowed to bully her. Xiao San shook his head hurriedly, how dare I? If I bully Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu will not let me go. Lin Moyu smiled. To be honest, I have no interest in Xiao Wu's blood, but I am somewhat interested in the cause and effect. Xiao San said, the cause and effect, this avenue is very mysterious. Countless people want to comprehend it, but they can't get in. In my blood memory 690, there is no one who can comprehend the cause and effect. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. No one? Xiao San nodded, yes, no one. Xiao San's blood is extremely ancient, and there is no record of it even in his blood, so it may really be that there is no record. Lin Moyu thought of something and reached out to take out a gourd, the cause and effect gourd. The causal gourd is a magic weapon of the causal avenue. If no one has comprehended the causal avenue, how can there be such a magic weapon? It can only mean that someone in the great world has comprehended the causal avenue, which should be called the causal law at that time. Even in the origin continent, it is difficult for anyone to comprehend the causal avenue, but there are people in the great world who can comprehend it. This shows that the great world has extraordinary heritage. Going back to the source, the boundary sea world is collectively called the origin realm, which comes from an origin ancestor land, and the great world is one of them. Lin Moyu has seen many boundary sea worlds, and has destroyed and refined them with his own hands, and knows that there is a huge gap between each world. It is not about the gap in level, but there will be a big gap at the same level. The great world is extremely powerful in the boundary sea world of the same level. It can be seen that when the great world was still in the origin realm state, it was extremely powerful and had a deep heritage. Lin Moyu didn't know how the origin realm came from. He believed that the origin realm always had a source and would not come out of thin air. This question may have to wait until he entered the origin ancestor land to understand.